Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you are invited to listen to a new radio program. It is a program conceived by the people who furnish the wires that take this program and every other program to all parts of America and to all of you listeners overseas. We are the people. There are 275,000 of us, of your telephone company and the associated companies covering the rest of the country in the Bell system. It is our job to transmit the human voice clearly, faithfully, and quickly. To let you talk in person to anybody, anywhere, at any time.
Would you like to hear somebody pick up the telephone here in New York, see how quickly and clearly he gets his number, and to listen into the conversation? You know, every night there are a lot of interesting people from all parts of the country in New York. A number of them are in the studio now to hear our first broadcast. Let's ask one of them to make a telephone call. There's a gentleman from Indiana here. His name is Paul V. McNutt. And he's the first gentleman of Indiana because he's the governor of that state. Governor McNutt, is there anyone you would like to call?
I'd like to call Indianapolis to see how my family is.
Well, go right ahead, Governor. Just pick up this phone here and give the operator your number.
Operator.
I want to call Indianapolis. Riley 7441.
Riley 7441. What is your number, please?
El Dorado 5800.
Hold the line, please. Indianapolis. Indianapolis. Riley 7441. Hello?
Hello. Is that you, Kathleen?
Hello, Paul. I knew you were going to call us.
Well, how on earth did you know that?
I tuned in on the start of the telephone company's program and heard them say you were there in the studio. In fact, I can hear our conversation right now on the radio in the living room. Isn't it odd?
It is rather unusual. I just wanted to tell you, things went very well here today, and I think I'll be home tomorrow.
Then we'll be able to keep our dinner engagement tomorrow night with the Davises?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll call them up, dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That was pretty quick work. What would a call like that cost?
Well, what do you think, Governor?
Oh, I don't know. Quite a way. I'd say between $2 or $3.
No, sir. It costs only $1.40 to telephone from New York to Indianapolis after 8:30, station-to-station rate. And if Mrs. McNutt had been in San Francisco, the same call would have cost only $5.50. Mighty few people realize how little it does cost to phone out of town, especially after 8:30 at night. Across country, across town, the telephone keeps abreast of the faster pace of life today. Take its social use, for example. We have another visitor here in the studio, Emily Post, author of the Book of Etiquette and foremost authority on good taste. What about making social engagements, issuing and accepting invitations by telephone? Is that good form, Mrs. Post?
Most decidedly, it is. It's courteous to be prompt, and there isn't anything more direct than the telephone.
Well, isn't it rather unusual to acknowledge an invitation to a formal dinner by telephone?
Not at all. It's quite proper nowadays. You noticed that Mrs. McNutt told the governor she would confirm their dinner engagement by phone. You see, the telephone is such a personal, intimate means of communication. And what's more, having a telephone has made it possible for many a girl and many a young man to be included, where someone without a telephone is left out.
Now, if you were giving a dinner, Mrs. Post, just how would you extend the invitation over the telephone?
I'd call up one of my friends, whether in the city or the suburbs, and after exchanging greetings, I'd say, Helen, I'm having a few friends in for dinner at 7:30 next Friday night, and I'd like to have you and John join us. I do hope you can come. You see, an invitation by telephone is more than just intimate and direct. You get your acceptances or regrets then and there, instead of waiting for them to come straggling in.
Well, I'm sure that a great many people all over the country will be interested to hear these things from you, Mrs. Post. Thank you for coming down this evening.
It has been a pleasure.
The radio was born of the telephone, and the telephone was born of the American pioneering spirit, the American spirit of impatience with the barriers of time and distance. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are sending to you a radio program which we hope will mark a new milestone in American broadcasting. It's based upon the sense of pride and honest patriotism which each of us feels for the achievements of our country from the earliest times to the present day. As the world moves, 300 short years represent a small span in the history of civilization. But in these years, everything that we think of as American has been created, fought for, achieved. We call our program the Cavalcade of America, and in the simplest fashion at our command, we plan to tell you a group of stories each time that you honor us with your attention at this time. Stories which illustrate the stamina, courage, the vital, solid attributes of the American people. Stories that are American, through and through. Stories which we feel will reach the minds and hearts and pride of all Americans, young and old. A group of distinguished educators, officials of the American Historical Association, are sponsoring these programs in the sense that they have worked with us to achieve complete accuracy in every episode. They are men and women whose names attest the historical truth and value of all these high adventures in the making of a country. The Cavalcade of America.
As you watch the American cavalcade pass in review, you find much that is not pomp and circumstance, bugle call, or cannon roar. A certain doggedness and perseverance, a willingness to fight it out at all costs, is the most distinguished attribute of the American. Let us go to the vanguard of the American cavalcade and turn the pages of history to the spring of 1621, to the Pilgrim settlement of Plymouth, Massachusetts. The little group of men and women who have survived that first winter assemble in their rude meeting house by special order of the leader, Master Bradford. In one corner, a young woman and a young man have drawn a little apart from the rest.
It is like the Sabbath, is it not, Master Winslow? All gathering here at the meeting house?
Except that Master Bradford will address us instead of Elder Brewster.
Hush, Peregrine. Quiet. Quiet. Why has he called us together, do you suppose, Master Winslow? In the very midst of a busy working day?
For some good reason, you may be sure, Mistress White.
When first I heard the sound of the drum, I thought of Indians. My heart went cold. I hurried to get Peregrine from her cradle.
If there were any danger from attack from Indians, you'd not see Captain Standish resting on his musket as he is now. In truth, the Indians sooner send an arrow through your back as you work in the field than sally in the open. No, 'tis other business that Master Bradford wants with us.
Master Bradford looks stern and sad.
There's little to make him smile these days.
He grieves for his wife. Poor Mistress Dorothy. It was tragic, her drowning. 2 weeks after we landed on these shores.
They're about to close the doors. Everybody who's able is here, all but those who lie sick abed.
So many empty benches. There remain but half as many of us now as there were when first those benches were placed there.
Look, Bradford is standing. He motions to us to be quiet.
Oh, they're closing the doors. We'll soon know now.
I pray thee.
Master Bradford's about to speak.
My friends, I have called you away from your tasks this morning in order to speak a message of importance. A message which will shape the future of every one of you and the future of Plymouth settlement.
Hush, darling, quiet there.
For 4 months, the good ship Mayflower has lain at anchor in this harbor, unable to return to England by reason of the fearful storms and the mortal plague that took off many of its crew. But this morning, her master came to me and informed me that, God willing, he will put off the voyage no longer. He is preparing to sail on the 5th day of April, just 4 days hence. Any of you who wish to return to England on the Mayflower has that privilege. You came to the New World in good faith and with high hopes. Your faith has been sorely tested these winter months. Of the 102 of us who came here, only 51 remain. Many of you have lost those who were nearest and dearest to you. If you desire to leave, to return to soft ease of old England, we who are in command here will not try to hold you. You men who are still blessed with wives and children may wish at least to send them back, even though you remain here yourselves. We would not blame you, for God alone knows what awaits us here. In 4 days, you must make your choice. Weigh it well, for once the Mayflower sails, there is no turning back for anybody. Now let us go again to our fields and consider well what we should do. I have spoken my message.
Well, Master Winslow.
Well, Mistress White?
Good Master Bradford's news seems to have pleased you.
Yes. And yet I am sad at the thought of losing some of my good friends.
You are sailing, then?
Perhaps. Why not? What is there for me here? I am not a delver in the ground. I do not want to till the soil and then suffer death from scurvy. I've tried to do my best, but I don't like it. I covet a more adventurous life.
Is this not a mighty venture? Are we not periled every moment by the savages?
The Indians, a narrow in the back, forms lurking in the forest. They don't fight us in the open. They do not meet us like an honorable foe. No, this is not adventure. This is merely hardship in a rude wilderness.
True, a wilderness. It is free, though. Free and honest and God-fearing. And one can pray here in the New World as one chooses.
One has time to pray here in the long, dreary winters. Why do you stay here, Mistress White? What is there here for you? You have suffered much and buried your husband here.
And born my child here, remember. The first child to be born after landing on these shores.
Then for the sake of the child, you should return to England. This is no country in which to bring up a child, particularly a girl child.
And why should you be so interested in me and my child, Master Winslow?
Mistress White, I hate to leave you here in this wilderness. For many months now, I've thought of you.
You have been very kind, Master Winslow, but do not talk of this before these folk. The meeting house is not yet empty.
I've thought of you in holy love, Susanna. These many months, I've longed to take you from this bleak place back to the lovely...
That will do, Master Winslow. Please remember that I admire and respect you. And once I thought I almost loved you. But Peregrine and I stay here and leave you the wandering ventures. We will face our hazards here as stoutly as we may.
But, Susanna, if you only knew how long I've loved you,
Good day, Master Winslow.
But, Susanna...
I play not with wandering dreams, and I am holding to this place in purpose.
Susanna! Susanna!
On the 5th day of April, 1621, the colonists of Plymouth again assembled. This time not in the rude little meeting house, but on the rocky shore of Plymouth Harbor. All eyes are turned eastward to where the Mayflower rides at anchor ready to set sail. On the shore, the captain, Thomas Jones, is bidding a last farewell to Governor Bradford.
Well, sir, the tide will be turning straightway. I must be pushing off.
We'll miss you, Captain Jones.
I hate to go and leave you all stranded here, sir, in this God-forsaken country.
The only countries that God forsakes, Captain, are those where people have forsaken him.
The fella I'd turn to for protection against that Satan's brood of savages is Captain Standish. Meaning no irreverence, sir. I wish you had more real soldiers with you like him.
As yet, the Indians have made no open sally, but truly, Captain Standish is doing much for us. Already many of us have mastered the use of arms.
Well, Bradford, it's all right for you, I suppose. But me, I'd rather be in a hurricane in a good, tight ship than live the bleak and barren life you'll have here. When I reach London, I'll have some peace from worry and a chance for merriment. But you must fret with trouble all the time.
Like 'tis true, master.
If not these serpent Indians, 'twill be puny crops or violent cold, starvation or the scurvy.
Master, it falls on the crew how well the ship behaves, does it not?
That it does.
Well, I have an apt and loyal crew working here for me on the shore, uncomplaining, sharing what they have, and facing each new hardship with godly courage.
That you have, Bradford. My 4 months here have taught me that. Do you think any of them will leave with me?
That young fellow Winslow standing over there by the cliff, he might go. He has no stomach for grubbing earth. He'd rather be a sailor like yourself.
Marry, with only half a crew and some of them not fit to stand, I could straightway put some more hands to the ropes.
We need more hands ourselves. A spring planting to be had, a new building, woods to be cleared. I only hope most of the younger men decide to stay. I think they will. It'll be a grievous thing to lose one man. We may need every fighter we can get.
That you may.
Forsooth, I still dare hope that none of them will leave. Mayhap 'tis folly, but already I'm proud of our little settlement in the New World, and I mislike to see anyone turn back.
Yes, I know your heart. Sort of like deserting a ship. Well, if you have any to take the passage, I hope they'll hasten. The tide's turning.
I told them to come here to the boat. I see none yet. Winslow seems to be undecided. He and God must choose his path.
I must take leave, row out to the ship, and be quick to sail at a moment's notice. But before I weigh anchor, I'll watch sharp for your signal.
I'll wave a white cloth. But if any of our people change their minds, I'll fire a shot. I must give them every chance to read their own purpose.
I shall wait the signal. Good hope, sir. I hope the next few months will be easier.
We'll be praying for you. Good hope, Captain, and Godspeed.
Oh, Master Jones! Oh, Master Jones!
Huh?
Oh,
Why?
just a moment, if you please.
Why, surely, Mistress White. Have you and your little baby decided to be our passengers?
Oh, no, Master Jones. I would not leave here, but I have a little packet for my dearest friend in London. Would it be too much to ask you to take it for me?
Why, surely not, Mistress White.
It's all superscribed. Here it is.
I will bear it safely, Mistress White, never fear. I must haste and weigh anchor while the tide is right. Godspeed.
Godspeed.
Godspeed, good master.
Push her off, boys.
Goodbye.
Oh, yes, Master Winslow, I thought you were leaving us. I saw you standing near us, and I waited for you to step forward.
I do not go, sir.
Oh, Peregrine, hush.
It is not yet too late. I shall signal the boat if you wish to leave.
Master Bradford, I yearn to go. Then as I came down to the shore, a word you spoke turned my heart to a better purpose.
It would be wrong to cozen you, Master Winslow. And mark you, there is yet time to change your mind. I am going now to the others.
Master Bradford looks blither than I have seen him in many a month.
Ah, Mistress White, you have speech with me once more. Since that day at the meeting house when Master Bradford broke the news of the Mayflower leaving, you've scarce bade me good morning.
I beseech you, Master Winslow. I was angry because you were leaving. But what made you change your purpose?
You angered toward me when I set my heart for England? Susanna, that bespeaketh...
Meet my question first, Master Winslow. Why did you not leave?
'Twas a brave word I heard Master Bradford speak to the master of the ship. He said, I mislike to see anyone turn back. That's what I was doing. Turning back. I see it now.
Edward, I, too. I want not to turn back. I want to press on and make a new life here.
Susanna, might we not press on together here in Plymouth?
Master Winslow, take care. There are many people here. All the folk will hear you.
They give no heed to us. Their eyes are fixed on the Mayflower.
Oh, here comes Master Bradford. He seems bent upon a word with us.
Men and women of Plymouth. Our good friend, the master, is at this moment boarding the ship. All sails are set. A sign from me, and the Mayflower will hoist anchor and turn her course for England. Before I give that sign, let me ask you all once more, for the last time, to return. It is not too late to change your minds. One word.
Your last chance, Edward.
I have made my choice.
Then I give the Mayflower the sign to sail.
Oh, God.
They're pulling up the anchor. I can see them. You're a gay sailor. You are, Master Jeremy Fuller. They're weighing anchor. They are not. They're hoisting it. I can see them. A whole line of men hauling on it.
Children, hush.
The ship is veering round now. The sails are filling.
How white they gleam in the sun. Glad I am the sun is shining so fair today. The earth feels warm and rich at last.
Look, the Mayflower gains its headway.
Look, Peregrine. Look, baby. I wish she might stamp this morning on her memory.
She's looking landward.
She's right, too. Why look back when there's so much ahead?
Would I could see what is ahead.
All that we dreamed of when we came here. All that anyone could ask for. Work, good friends, the worship of God.
And love?
Yes, I think so. Now.
Elder Brewster has read the burial service over many of our number, but the marriage service, never.
We'll be the first.
Look, the Mayflower's flag is dipping. And there goes the last salute. I'm glad. There's no turning back now.
That fateful day, the Pilgrims made their choice and flung defiance at the dark forests of New England. Their will to persevere became a cornerstone of American character, and from such people came the power to conquer a continent. Nearly 2 centuries later, settlers were still battling for their homes and their freedom. This time it was a brave band of settlers who had penetrated the forests of Kentucky and erected a crude settlement called Bryan's Station, not far from what is now the city of Lexington. With crude implements, they had built a palisade with a blockhouse at each corner. On the evening of August 15th, 1782, a messenger brings word that another party of settlers only a few miles away have been defeated in a fight with the Indians. Crowding about the messenger, the men of Bryan's Station hear the story of the encounter. They vote to avenge the defeat, although they know savages lurk in the forest just outside the stockade walls. William Reynolds, a young pioneer who has been scouting, reports to Captain John Craig, commander of Bryan's Station.
But I tell you, Captain Craig, there ain't a doubt of it. I saw Indians everywhere. And if the men leave for Hoy's now, every woman in this station will be scalped clean.
You think it's a trap, Reynolds?
I reckon they're just waiting for you to march out of here to blow you all to kingdom come.
Where do you think most of their force is?
I reckon most of them hiding around that there spring down the hill, the one where we got our water.
Yeah, what are we going to do for water?
We can't hold out without water. Well, there's just one thing in our favor, men. The Indians don't know we've discovered him. We've got to act like we don't know they're out there. Reynolds, gather all the women of the station here at once. Have them bring all their noggins and pails.
Sure, Captain, I'll get them.
O'Bell.
Yes, sir.
Tomlinson. Coming, Captain.
Yes, sir.
What can we do, sir? Well, now, you think you could pick yourselves 2 good horses to get from here to Lexington?
Yeah, sure.
We could try. Well, get a move on. And when you get outside, don't run unless you're shot at.
Yes.
Act like you was going hunting. I don't think you'll be stopped. The Indians won't risk shooting until they find out how strong we are.
Right, sir. We'll get through.
Say, Captain Craig, my Lucy and the baby, they're at my cabin outside the station. I better get them in here.
All right, Morgan. I'm going to send the girls down to the spring. Have Lucy join them and bring her water back here.
Yes, Captain. I'll send her and bring our baby to the fort myself.
Hurry up. And when you get back, take charge of the west blockhouse. Now, hurry.
You can count on me, Captain.
Here come the gals, Captain, full force. They're not afraid of Indians.
Good. Is everybody here?
Sure, we're here.
Now, ladies, I want you to listen carefully.
Come on, girls. Quiet down, girls. Well, what is it?
Outside the stockade, there's a large force of Indians.
Well, hush, girls.
For some reason, they're lying low. I think they're waiting for us men to march on to Hoy's. Then they can get us from ambush. Now, we don't want them to know our strength. So we've got to stay here and pretend we don't know there's an Indian in the country. The longer we fool them, the better chance we have of being reinforced from Lexington. I've sent Tomlinson and Bell, and they may get through.
If you're figuring on playing possum in this hole, you'd better hike down to the spring and draw some water. My husband didn't leave enough whiskey to last for all of us.
All right, Jemima Johnson. I'm going to ask you to lead the women down to that spring. And you better draw all the water you can.
Lord, Captain, we ain't Indian fighters. Why don't you lead the men down there?
Because that would be playing into the Indians' hands. If you women will go down there just as you do every morning and pretend that nothing is wrong, I don't think you'll be touched. The Indians want to capture the station and kill the men in it. They'd gain nothing by killing you, only give themselves away.
Oh, come on, gal. Show some spirit. You're cocky enough around here.
That'll do from you, child. You ain't proved your mettle yet yourself.
That's more like it. Will you go, Jemima?
Well, I can fill 2 noggins, but I can't haul water for the whole station. Who's going with me?
I don't want to go. Neither do I.
Now listen to me, you girls. We have to have water, don't we? We can't live without it, so we may as well chance death getting it. Sitting around here letting our men die of thirst is no way for us to act. Let the men do the shooting. We'll keep them in food and drink. Now, who's going with me?
I've got a child. I don't want to leave my child. I won't go.
I've got 6 children, and my husband is clear over to Richmond in the House of Burgesses. But I know what he'd say, and when he's here, he's boss of this station. He'd say, Jemima, life ain't no joke in the wilderness. But an American settler never turns back. That's what he'd say. I went for water yesterday, and I'm going today. And I'm going with Reverend Jones's blessing.
Yes, Jemima Johnson, God's blessing will go with you.
All right. Open that gate. And those who want to follow, pick up your pails. Come on. Who's going?
I might as well all go.
Well, come on.
And they're all going, thank the Lord. We're going to need every drop we can get. Open the gate, Reynolds.
Yes.
Now, don't look frightened to death, you girls. We get water every morning.
And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost.
You usually sing, girls, when you're going for water. Now act just the way you always do, so the Indians won't suspect we know they're out in the bushes. Come on now, sing. Our God, our help,
Here comes Lucy Morgan. My, she's pale.
James told me to come and help you carry water into the stockade.
Oh, Lucy, ain't you scared?
Yes, but we gotta make believe we ain't.
I know.
Let's talk loud. It's nice living outside the Palisade on a lovely morning like this.
Oh, my baby. I hated to leave him even for a minute. Yes, must be fine to see the sunrise and everything. Oh, how could you do it? You may never see him again.
I left James packing up.
Oh.
He's strapping the baby to his back.
All right, girls, you bring your piggins and I'll dip for you. Come on now, we haven't got all day. Well, another one, Paul. Come on, somebody get it. Don't spill
I
it.
thought I saw something moving over there. Where? Over there, in the brush, the other side of the spring.
Pretend not to notice.
Okay.
We must pretend. We must.
Come on along, Lucy Morgan. Fill up them piggins. Don't look over there. It's all right. Well, that's a mighty pretty white hanky you're wearing, Lucy. Mighty pretty.
Yes, it came all the way from Richmond. Likely enough, I won't get another for a long time.
Well, lovely hankies don't mean much. James Morgan can't be mollycoddling you much in this country.
He gave me this kerchief when we were married.
Well, now, ain't that nice?
Yeah.
Come on, folks. Let's be getting back. Watch out now. No spilling.
Let's go.
Oh, Lucy, I saw something move. I think it was a gun barrel.
What?
Oh, I wish we'd hurry.
If Jemima would stop singing, she'd be able to walk faster.
Hurry.
Quit pushing me.
Oh, I'm spilling the water. Hurry. Oh, look, they're opening the gate. Hurry.
I'm turning off here at my
No.
cabin. My baby. I must be sure he's safe.
Oh, don't leave us, Lucy. You'll be killed. Let James bring the baby.
No, I must be sure. Goodbye.
Oh, don't leave us.
Hey, Lucy, come back here. Don't go back to your cabin. Come back.
Oh, Jemima, stop Lucy from going.
Well, too late now. If she'd do what James tells her instead of worrying about that baby, she'd be better off. Well, here we are.
Good work, girls.
Oh, Oh, my, I was so scared. I'm trembling all over.
Thank God you got back safely.
You see any Indians, Jemima?
I didn't see any, but I could sort of feel them out there. The birds were quiet, and there was quite a bit of movement in the cornfield.
Reynolds, you better close that gate. Jemima, you and the girls take that water to the central cabin. Then stand behind the men at the loopholes and help them reload.
All right, Captain. Don't stand there shaking, girl. Come on, let's get to work.
Oh, Jemima, did you see anything in the Morgans? They aren't in from their cabin yet.
Lucy Morgan went to the spring with us. James told her to draw water and come back here, but she got scared about a baby and went back to her cabin.
Oh, that's bad. I wish they'd hurry. We need everybody here. The Indians will attack those outside cabins first.
I tried to stop her.
Captain Craig! Engines! Engines!
Hold your fire, Reynolds. They're too far away. Don't waste ammunition.
They're down there by Morgan's cabin. I saw them.
Every man to his station. And don't shoot unless you have a real target.
Look, they're creeping up on Morgan's cabin.
There's Morgan. He's making a run for it.
He's running. He'll never make it. Look, he's got the baby strapped to his back. Where's Lucy?
All right, boys. We'll cover his retreat with a volley. Let him have it.
Come on, Morgan!
Open the gate, Reynolds, quick.
Open the gate!
Thank God. Here, take the baby off my back, will you?
Good work, Morgan. I thought we'd lost you. Reynolds, take that baby to Jemima. Get back here as fast as you can.
Yeah?
Where's your wife, Morgan?
I left her under the cabin in that little cellar. There was no time. I thought she'd be safer there until dark.
Won't they find her there?
No, I don't think so. We were just about to make a break for it when I saw the Indians coming. I put Lucy in the cellar and moved a big piece of slab rock over it. Then the Indians broke down the door and found me there alone. I shot one of them and dropped my gun and I ran for it.
Good work. Now get a gun and take charge of the northwest blockhouse.
Yes, sir.
Indians! The Indians! They fired your cabin, Morgan. Look, the flames are coming through the roof.
Quick, let me out, Captain Craig. I've got to get back. Lucy, she'll suffocate in that cellar.
It's too late, Morgan. You can't go back now.
The whole thing's ablaze.
She'll burn to death, I tell you. Get out of my way, Captain. I'm going back.
Drive him, Reynolds. Hold it.
Get away from that gate. Let me go. I've got to go back.
Oh, steady, Morgan. It's too late now, and we need you here alive.
All right. But I'll have my revenge, I tell you. I'll kill every filthy redskin this side of Blue Lick. Give me a gun. Give me a gun.
And so the battle raged. The Indians attacking from the woods by the spring were fought back with desperate courage. Some of them even reached the stockade and threw burning torches out of the rough clapboard roofs of the cabins on the western side. For a while, as the blaze raged, the pioneers lost hope. Then a breeze blew across the settlement, blowing the sparks away from the walls, and the fire, finding no more fuel, gradually died out. Now and then, a flaming arrow fell on a roof of the settlement, but the boys of the garrison, lying on the inward sloping roofs, plucked the arrows and threw them away before damage was done. At sunset, all firing stopped. A figure came out of the forest bearing a white flag. It stood on a stump and hailed the station.
Hey there in the station. Listen to me. It's Gertie. You know me? I'm Simon Gertie. I fought this army, and we represent the British government. I'm giving you one chance to surrender in the name of the British. If you don't, we'll blow you to pieces. We'll have 4 cannon here in the morning. You hear? We'll blow you to Kingdom Come.
Yeah, we know you, Simon Gertie, you skunk of a white Injun. Sure, we know you. I got a cur dog I've named after you. Go ahead, bring up your cannon. We ain't wasting ammunition on you. We've switches, and we'll whip you out of here. We ain't white Injuns. We're real white. And when we settle, we stick. See?
And while young Reynolds flung his desperate defiance at the enemy, Morgan crept from the stockade. He could wait no longer. He must see for himself what lay under the ashes of his cabin, whether there was any hope that Lucy might still be alive. The lurid light of Indian campfires shone against the forest, but no shots disturbed the silence. In the station, the pioneers waited for the attack, waited for the cannon that would blow the stockade to pieces and put them at the mercy of the scalping knife. In the early dawn, Reynolds stood by the stockade gate and tried to keep awake.
Who's there?
It's Morgan. Come in, quick.
Well, I'll be... What you doing outside the stockade? Are you crazy?
No. I had to see. I had to make sure.
Your wife, was she... Did you find her or anything?
Lucy's dead. I found bones. Charred bones. That's all. There was an Indian sneaking around the ruins with her handkerchief. He's dead, too, now.
If we ever get out of here alive, we'll get every man in the territory and we'll wipe them Indians off the face of the earth.
If we get out of here alive.
The water's most gone, too. Captain says if help doesn't come pretty... Who's there? Captain Craig, it's the messenger. Open the gate.
It's Tomlinson. This way, Tomlinson. Here's Captain Craig.
Tomlinson.
They've gone, Captain. The Indians have gone.
How do you know they've gone, Tomlinson? Have you looked in the woods? Are you sure it's not a trap?
Plenty sure, Captain. I rode all around over yonder, and they're all gone down the track toward Blue Lick. I picked up their tracks and followed them a mile or more.
No sign of cannon?
No, sir.
So that cannon threat was just a trick.
Well, folks, I guess we've outguessed them once again. But the trouble isn't over, don't you believe that?
No.
We've got to join forces with Hoy's and the other stations and run the Redskins clean out of the country. And they'll strike again, and this time we must strike first.
Captain Craig, I'm leaving right now before we're cut off again.
Oh, that's the spirit, Morgan. You've shown a lot of courage.
Courage? No, it isn't that. What have I to live for without Lucy? Well, let's get started.
Look down by the spring. Something's moving.
Indians!
Close the gates. To the loopholes. Morgan, Reynolds, take 4 men to man the west blockhouse. Ellis, cover the eastern wall.
Wait a minute. That's not an Indian.
He's a white man. He's staggering.
It's a woman. Open the gate. Help her.
What? Where's Lucy? James!
Oh, it's Lucy. Or a ghost. Lucy.
I'm all right. The baby.
Oh, there, Lucy. Darling, rest easy. The baby's snug and happy with old your mama.
But, Lucy, I went to the cabin. There were charred bones. I thought...
Oh, let her rest a spell, James. She's been through enough.
I'm all right, Jemima. When you left, James, 2 Indians came in and fought over those 2 bright dresses of mine and those English knives.
Oh, darling.
I could hear them fighting and rolling on the slab above me. It scared me, James, and I shrieked. One Indian killed the other. I heard him fall. And when I shrieked, the other one lifted the slab and took me with him. He fired the cabin.
Then what I saw was the bones of the dead Indian?
Yes, James. I was tied to a tree till this morning when the Indians retreated. They moved fast and left me. I got the thongs loose. And now I'm very tired. And I want my baby.
Captain Craig, I ask your permission, sir, to take my wife and boy back to Lexington as soon as possible.
All right, certainly, Morgan. Take 2 good horses. And there may be others who care to go back. I'll send an escort.
Take 6 wild children back to Lexington because of a few Indians? Not me.
No, James, I don't want to go back.
Me neither.
Nor me.
No, there. No turning back.
The courage of the pioneers of Bryan's Station and other forts along the frontier did much to win the Revolution and American freedom. Then, slowly but surely, the cavalcade moved westward, winning a continent, battling doggedly against nature and the red man. After the pioneers came the farmers, and they too rank high in our history. A century and a half have passed. It is the summer of 1931. The scene is the kitchen of a small South Dakota farmhouse. Sarah Winslow is busily preparing supper.
Well, I'll give the biscuits just about 5 minutes more. By that time, your father ought to be here again.
Mom,
Yes, Ned?
This is July.
Anybody who's been canning tomatoes over a hot stove all day don't have to be told that.
College opens in September. September 24th, the catalog says. What's the chances, do you think, am I getting to go?
Oh, it's too early to say yet, son. The summer started out good. Crops are pretty promising. Nothing happens, I guess your father will be in a position to spare you in the fall. Take on a hired man your place.
I won't ask a cent from Dad. With what I've saved and what I can earn, I'll get along fine.
Well, we'll see. I don't want to make any promises like we did last summer and then have to break them.
Gosh, what a summer that was. Not a drop of rain for 17 long weeks.
Can't even bear to think about it. Waking up morning after morning to see that sun like a great ball of copper. And the crops drying up, shriveling, shrieking for water.
That's the worst of farming. You work and you worry and you break your back for months. Then along comes a drought or a freeze or a flood or some kind of a blight. And where are you? Worse off than when you started.
I know. Yeah, we keep on farming just the same.
I'm not so sure that I will. When I finish college, I might get myself a job in
Now, your family have been farmers for generations, Ned Winslow. And I guess you're not going to give it up for any white-collar city job. Why, your great... Well, I don't know quite how many greats it was, but your grandfather was one of the first white men to plant corn in this country. The Indians showed him how.
Yeah, and his fool descendants have been planting corn ever since. To be burned up by the sun, or rotted by rain, or eaten up by pests.
What's this you're saying about pests?
Your son was just getting in practice for the college debating team, that's all. Oh, and meanwhile, like as not, my biscuits are burned to a crisp.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Now, you two get your hands and faces washed, and I'll have things dished up in a jiffy.
All right.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute, Father.
What's the matter?
You got a couple of grasshoppers on your coat, see? Oh, don't brush them off in here. Go outside. I don't want them nasty things to start hopping around my kitchen.
There's an awful lot of grasshoppers around lately, just in the last few days. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I picked half a dozen of them off the cucumber vines this morning. They were eating the leaves as greedy as anything.
Now, if they don't eat anything more valuable than your cucumber vines, we'll be lucky.
You talk as if my cucumber vines didn't matter.
Well, we don't depend on cucumbers for our living.
My cucumber pickle's taken second prize at the state fair for 3 years now. And if it don't take first prize this year, Oh, there's one of those pesky creatures under the sink.
What of it, Mom? They're harmless.
No, not this variety.
What do you mean, Dad?
Well, these ain't the regular, ordinary variety of grasshoppers that you get every summer. They're a special breed.
Yeah, they got a couple of stripes down their backs. I noticed that.
An appetite that's never satisfied.
An appetite for what?
Anything, everything. Why, Chad Sunderland was telling me today they had the same thing in Colorado one summer, about 10 years ago. When they got through devouring the crops, they even ate the binder twine.
Oh, Father, I can't believe it.
Well, if you don't mind holding supper a few minutes, Mother, I'd like to put in a phone call.
Everything will get cold. Couldn't it wait till after supper?
No, I want to get hold of the county agent and ask him what to do about these grasshoppers.
Well, is there anything you can do?
Tad tells me they used poison for them in Colorado.
Poison?
Made some kind of a mash and mixed arsenic with it. Spread it around their field.
Nice job for a hot July day.
You dish things up and get started. I'll be right back.
All right. Come on, son.
See, you got cucumber pickle on the table, Mom.
We always have cucumber pickles with cold ham.
You may not next season, according to Dad. With these grasshoppers, I mean.
Oh, I'll protect my cucumber vines. Don't you worry. I'll cover 'em over so the grasshoppers don't see 'em. It's the green color that attracts them.
Yeah, the grasshoppers will probably all be gone in a little while, though.
You know, Dad's an awful alarmist. Always expecting the worst.
The worst has happened so many times. That's why. The drought last year just about ruined him. Oh, here he comes now. Ned, don't say anything to him this evening about college. He's not in the mood to talk about it. I can see.
All right, Mom.
Well, Father, what did he say?
Seems just about every farmer in the county is calling him all of a sudden to find out how we're going to fight this grasshopper plague.
Weeks pass. A cloud of grasshoppers darkens the sun, and it settles over the fields, leaving them barren of crops and the farmers in desperate poverty. Finally, one hot August afternoon, we find Sarah in her kitchen.
Hello, Jane.
Hello, Sarah. I just dropped in for a second. We're on our way to the prayer meeting up in Jones Field. Are you going?
Yes, just as soon as Edward and Ned get in. They've been working day and night, scattering poison mash. But there's so much ground to cover, and only the two of them to do it.
How about your cucumber vines? Were you able to save them?
My cucumber vines. Goodness me, didn't I tell you what happened to them?
No. Last I heard, you was keeping them covered with dish towels.
You won't believe it, but those grasshoppers ate the vines, dish towels, and all.
Well, I can believe it. You heard about the experience the Lindstroms had, didn't you?
What?
You know, the Swedish family that leased the old Fuller farm.
Yeah, what happened?
They decided the best way to get rid of the grasshoppers was to send their turkeys out into the fields to eat 'em up.
Yes?
They figured they'd do two things at the same time. Clean out the grasshoppers and fatten up the turkeys.
Oh.
Oh, I must say, the idea of eating a Thanksgiving turkey that's been stuffed with grasshoppers kind of takes my appetite away.
I should say so.
Well, when the turkeys came back home to roost that night, them grasshoppers had stripped them as bare as if they'd been plucked in your own kitchen.
How can you laugh, Jane? I think it's dreadful.
Well, if I didn't laugh at some of the things that's happening these days, Sarah, I'd go crazy. John's so worried sick he can't eat nor sleep. If something don't happen pretty soon, I don't know what we'll do.
There's nothing we can do but go on. We can't quit.
How does young Ned feel about it? I hear he ain't so crazy about farming.
Oh, he's all right, but, well, Ned don't set much store by praying, I'm afraid. He says the only thing that'll bring relief is spraying poison in big enough quantities to really kill the pests.
Well, folks pray for rain and for relief from famine and war and pestilence. If the Lord can send relief for them things, I guess he can send relief for a plague of grasshoppers. Well, the folks are waiting out in the car. I better be going.
We'll see you at the service. Only a step for us.
Walking's better than driving anyway. Why, just coming the short distance we did, our car got stalled twice. Grasshoppers clogging up the radiator.
Goodness.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Jane.
Hello, Edward. Going to the service?
Hello, Jane. Yes, we're going as soon as Mother's ready.
See you there. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll be ready in a minute, Edward. Just let me get my hat. My, but it's hot. Must be 110 in the shade.
The weather report over the radio said it was the hottest August 14th in, don't know how many years.
Seems hotter when there's no green in sight. Well, I'm ready now.
All right. Coming to the service, Ned?
Oh, well, I suppose so.
Oh, it won't hurt you any. Well, let's start.
Yeah, come on.
My, it's even hotter out here.
Yeah.
By the way, Mother, I saw Miss Granister in town this morning. Told me to tell you goodbye.
They're leaving?
They've left. She said she's driven over here to see you before they went, but it was all decided so sudden.
Where are they going?
Someplace, she says, where there's no grasshoppers or droughts or floods.
Then they're giving up farming for good?
Looks that way.
Well, they show good sense. The rest of us ought to do the same thing.
You don't really mean that, son.
Sure I do, Dad. What's the use of breaking your back and breaking your heart, farming?
Oh, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to plant and cultivate and harvest crops, feed the rest of the world. Your cities are all right and fine, but where would they be without the farmer? Where would they get their bread and their butter and their milk and their other food stuff?
A lot of food they'll get from us this year. Look, Dad. Look at that field we're passing now. Just stubble. Not a thing left.
There's always another year ahead of us, though. That's the great thing about farming. No matter how bad one season may be, there's always the hope and the chance that the next year will be a good one.
If you can live till the next year on nothing but hope.
We've still got our cows and chickens, a few acres of corn.
We're fighting a losing battle, Dad. What can you and I do, scattering poison by hand against billions of grasshoppers?
The government may provide aid.
The government. They promised help, but where is it?
When does college open, son?
College? Why, 24th of September.
Better write. Send in your application.
Why, Dad.
I know how you feel about farming, boy. I know how bad you want to get away. And I'd be the last person on earth to try and keep you here.
But, Dad, I couldn't go and leave you in a jam like this.
We can get along.
Would you and Mother leave, too?
How about it, Mother?
Leave the farm?
Our lease expires this fall.
But why should we leave?
Because times are bad.
Oh, that's no reason.
Others are quitting.
Not this family. Our folks have been farmers for generations, Father. Yours and mine, both. The Winslows and the Morgans. They fought all the things that we've been fighting, and they won out.
Well, Looks like the service is about to start.
Yes.
Oh, my, look at Jones Field. Just a lot of stubble. Last year it was waving corn.
And now everybody in the county must be there.
Seems funny, don't it, be gathering for prayer in a field?
Yeah, there's no church in the county big enough to hold this congregation. Anyhow, it's more fitting to pray out here. It's our fields that have been laid waste, after all.
Farmers do have courage.
Look, the minister's standing in front of that great wooden cross.
Mm-hmm.
Let's stop here where we can see him.
All right, yes, we can hear just as well here.
Sure
Yeah. Oh, there's poor Mrs. Nordquist. She's crying.
Well, you can't blame her. She lost her whole crop, and she's only been out here 2 years.
I must speak to her after the service. Maybe there's a little something we could do for her.
Yes. I hear she's almost starving.
Gee, there must be over 1,000 people here.
And everyone dog-tired from fighting grasshoppers.
You know, it's funny. A lot of them are worse off than we are. But somehow, they don't look as if they were licked.
Look, the minister's holding up his hand for quiet.
Let us bow our heads in prayer.
You know, Dad,
Our Heavenly
there's
Father,
something about these farmers all out here praying. It gets me.
There is something in farming. I guess that's why your mother and I are staying.
I'm staying, too.
No, don't you do it. You go to college like you planned. You've already put it off 1 year.
It won't hurt me to wait a little longer. Dad, I've got some money saved. It's yours. I want you to have it.
Why, son?
We'll see this thing through together. You and Mother and I.
Boy, I can't tell you how I feel you're saying you'll stick with us.
Listen, what's that?
Oh, it's a plane, Mom. The mail plane.
Why, the mail plane ain't due here for 3 hours. Father, Ned, look.
What?
The plane, look.
Oh, gosh, but it's flying low.
That cloud that's following it, what is it?
Why?
Poison bait. It's a government plane. Scattering poison.
It's manna from heaven, that's what it is. Our prayers have been answered.
Our fields are already white with it.
He's flying towards Granister's farm now.
The farm they left.
Yes.
I'm glad I stayed. I'm glad we stayed.
Today, as it has been in all our country's history, we are called to face new and even greater problems with the courage and fearlessness of those who went before us in the Cavalcade of America. The pioneer spirit of today faces new fronts with the old courage. And within the organizations of such companies as your telephone company, men strive toward making life fuller and better. This urge to go forward, the determination to stick it out in the face of overwhelming odds, is the attribute which describes perhaps better than any other the life of one of America's great industrial pioneers, Theodore N. Vail, a man whose whole life was dedicated to making a dream come true, a dream that someday American men and women would talk clearly to each other across this continent. Mr. Vail pushed the long-distance telephone in every direction, in spite of opposition and the most appalling difficulties. With his great friend, General Carty, who solved his engineering difficulties, he welded the entire nation into a closer communion than had ever been thought possible. But still he was unsatisfied. He had been unable to get a really clear connection between San Francisco and New York. That is to say, clear enough to satisfy Mr. Vail. There are many legends about the actual opening of the transcontinental line. All telephone history is a little clouded in myths, but the version we like best is this. Time and again, Mr. Vail said, "Carty, your connection with the coast is still not good enough for the American people." And then one January night in 1915, while Mr. Vail, at that time president of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, was at Jekyll Island off the Georgia coast, the telephone rang. Mr. Vail picked up the receiver.
Hello, this is Vale speaking.
Hello, Mr. Vale. This is Carty.
Hello, Carty. Where are you?
I'm talking from New York.
Why, it sounds as if you were in the next room.
You think the quality's good?
Yes. But how are you getting along, Carty, in linking New York with San Francisco?
We're coming along fine.
Well, when you get as clear a connection between New York and San Francisco as you and I have now between New York and Georgia, I'll accept it.
Well, then, Mr. Vale, it's already accepted.
What do you mean, Carty?
I mean that this conversation we're holding is not going direct from New York to Jekyll Island. It's going by way of Buffalo, Chicago, and Denver to San Francisco, and back through Kansas City, St. Louis, Cincinnati, and Atlanta to Jekyll Island.
That was a great achievement. And the 20 years since that first coast-to-coast telephone connection have brought forth even greater achievements. Nations have been linked with nations, continents with continents. In 1921, radio broadcasting came into being, and the telephone company had a new set of problems to conquer in another field of communications. Indeed, this very program to which you are listening is made possible by telephone equipment and thousands of miles of lines which link together the widely scattered stations in this coast-to-coast network. Today's president of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company is Mr. Walter S. Gifford. He is here tonight, and he would like to say a few words. Mr. Gifford.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed this program. We want it to be more, if possible, than just an hour of radio entertainment. We want it to be a real contribution to broadcasting, and we believe the radio public wants an hour of this sort. Particularly do we hope that the younger people will feel an interest in this program. And with that purpose in mind, we will hold a series of nationwide essay contests, which we are going to call the Bell System Scholarships. Mr. Utel will tell you about them now. Thank you.
Bell System Scholarships will be awarded each month to two groups of students, boys and girls from 14 to 19 years of age, and boys and girls from 8 to 13, who write the best essays on the American attributes and national characteristics dramatized in the Cavalcade of America. For the older group, there will be each month a first prize of $500, a second prize of $200, a third prize of $50, and 25 prizes of $10 each. For the younger group, there will be these prizes: $250 first prize, $100 second prize, $25 third prize, and 25 prizes of $5 each. For full information about these Bell System Scholarships, apply to your telephone company or to the station to which you are listening. You will receive an entry blank together with a booklet in which you will find printed the episodes presented in the Cavalcade of America. We invite you to join us again next Friday evening at the same hour when your telephone company in the Bell System will continue the Cavalcade of America.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, Nina Foch, as Captain Jonita Bonham, flight nurse, United States Air Force. Tonight's story, The Nurse Who Forgot Fear.
You wake up one morning and you look around. The sun is where it always was. The world still turns in the same old way. You don't feel any different. But they say you're a hero. You're just a girl in Montgomery, Alabama. But that's your picture in that magazine. And when the phone rings, it's for you. Hello?
Is this Jonita Bonham?
Yes?
Miss Bonham, this is Cy Harris. I'm calling from New York City for Cavalcade of America. We heard about an experience you went through off the Korean coast, and we want to do a radio show about it.
Oh.
I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
Well, sure, but I don't know if I can...
Tell me, you're a nurse, right?
A flight nurse.
Mm-hmm. And how does this differ from a regular nurse, Miss Bonham?
Well, a flight nurse flies.
You flew with the wounded men from Korea to the hospital in Japan, is that right?
That's right.
Say, that must have been pretty exciting.
Well, actually, it was just routine. We'd get up every morning at 3, and then...
3 in the morning?
Yeah, between 2 and 3. Vera and I used to room together. She was the other nurse. We worked together and lived together. We'd set her alarm for 2 and mine for 2:30. That's so we'd be sure and get up. When the second clock went off...
Bonnie. Was that the first or the second? Bonnie. I think it was the second.
That's nice.
Well, here goes. Oh, that floor is like ice.
Is it still raining out?
What do you think?
Just thought I'd ask.
Come on up. Want to sleep your life away?
That's an interesting idea.
Well, you don't have to sleep in the Air Force. You can simulate.
Yuck. The truth is, I wouldn't mind just getting up. It's only the prospect of having to climb into those long flannels that kills me. I think I'm going to get some of those black lace jobs and wear them under my long flannels, just to remind me I'm still a woman.
Okay, woman, you fill the canteens and I'll call operations for the truck.
Then you went into action, eh?
Well, first we had about 3 cups of black coffee. Then a cargo plane took us to Korea. In Korea, things were almost the same. We were sitting and waiting. And then there was the rain and the mud and the rain and the mud.
I get the blues when it rains.
You're in a good voice today.
Thank you. The blues I can't lose when it rains. Bonnie, look, I finished another song. You know, I might get to be a first-class knitter if I stay in the service long enough.
That?
No bet.
Who do you know with a foot shaped like that? 2 heels.
You're looking at it upside down.
Looks more like a sweater to me.
Well, that's an idea. I'll cut 2 holes in it and make...
I'll get it. Hello? Dog Patch 47. Go ahead.
Dog Patch 47. This is Marine Holding Station Tiger 91. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Got some patients for you.
What?
We have some patients for you.
Okay, Tiger 91. We'll wait.
Doubleheader again today, huh?
Yeah, we'll be lucky if we hit the sack by midnight.
I get the blues when...
Hey, what happened to your voice all of a sudden? You, hungry?
Not much.
I'll trade you my candy bar for that can of beans.
It's a deal.
I sure do pity those people back in the States. Imagine having to sit down to a hot meal.
Horrible thought.
Oh, well. How do you say la guerre in French? Well, that's about the way it was.
Yeah, I see.
Just working and waiting and mud and rain. Too much of everything in that country. Too hot or too cold, too wet or too dry. We just worked along from day to day, doing our job. That's about all.
Yeah, but, wasn't there any romance, anything like that? No excitement?
Well, there was shooting all around. Is that what you mean? And sometimes on the flights when the weather would get bumpy, the patients would...
No. Romance, Say it's your day off. You and your boyfriend are sitting out in a Jeep someplace. The Japanese moon is hanging over you like a paper lantern. You get the picture? Romance. He's off to the front. This is your last night together. Stuff like that. Didn't you ever have any dates?
Once in a while. Sometimes a fellow I knew would manage to get a flight down from Tokyo where he was stationed. He'd be at the airbase waiting for my plane to get in. It was night, and the only sound was the idling of the engine.
Well, we're in. You'll be out of here in just a few minutes, fellas.
Oh, boy, we landed. Just let me out of here.
Hey, now, wait a minute, soldier. Don't you try to sit up. You'll pull out those pictures. Take it easy.
Need any help, Bonnie?
No, dear. Just open the door.
Right.
And we'll get you fellas unloaded in a minute.
Hey, do you leave us here, nurse?
Yeah, that's right. That's the end of the line for us.
Lieutenant, who do I have to see to get you for my private nurse?
Well, you just write your congressman.
All right, here we go, men, and cheer up. You'll be back in the States in less than a week.
That was a nice bunch of kids.
Yeah, they had a real crush on you.
Oh.
Well, am I dehydrated? Just lead me to that hot shower.
Did you say hot shower?
I can drain.
Bonnie!
Look, there's Tom.
Bonnie, what happened? I thought you were due back this afternoon.
We had to make 2 trips, Tom.
Hi, Fly Boy. Don't I get a hello?
Hi, how's Bubblehead?
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Tom, when do you have to leave?
Well, let's see. It's 11 now. I have 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
You don't have to hit me with a brick wall. Freeze the crowd, yeah. If you want me, which I know you won't, I'll be under the first shower.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Hey, Tom.
Oh, don't look now, but somebody's calling you.
You ready?
Oh.
Aboard now. Better get aboard.
What's that?
Well, it was good seeing you, Bonnie.
Yeah, Tom.
Listen, you look really beat.
Just hope I can stay awake long enough to make it to my sack.
Yeah. Well, get some rest, Bonnie.
Sure, Tom. You too.
Who's that? Bonnie?
Not in spirit.
Well, that certainly was the shortest date on record.
Too bad. Ruined his whole day off. Just sitting around waiting.
I'll get him a special note from the chaplain.
Oh. Any hot water?
Ice cold. Very wet, though. Serves the purpose.
I don't think I'll ever get this mud out of my pores.
But what I do is rub it in so it doesn't show.
Vera, you ever wonder what it's for? What it means?
Everything?
Us. Here. Korea, the fighting. Yeah, everything.
Who's got the strength to wonder?
Those guys. Haven't seen a woman in months. You don't want to look at her.
Makes you feel kind of special.
Sort of clean, really.
That kid today. He was so bashful. I thought he'd never get around to asking if he could take our picture.
I didn't think it was possible in this day and age for men to blush.
Does this sack feel good?
We could be home right now, sleeping in a real bed instead of a miserable cot.
I know. I was all set to go home when the fighting started. 30 months in this mud hole.
When I was discharged in 46, I figured I'd never want to see another plane.
How come you re-enlisted?
I don't know. Everything was so dull. I missed all this, I guess. I'm a warped character. What can you do?
I know, so am I.
Vera? Now, the plane went down today. On the takeoff.
I know, I've been thinking about it. Bonnie, I've got a feeling. It's crazy, and it's the kind of feeling I know I shouldn't let myself get, but I don't think I'll ever get home, Bonnie.
Oh, everybody gets those feelings.
No, I mean it. I'm just so sure of it. It's going to happen. And it's going to happen quick. And it's going to happen here.
Thank you, Tokyo Rose.
Hey, you know what I got big eyes for? A chocolate malt. Oh, boy, I can almost taste it. They used to make them great back home in my hometown. Old Doc Griffin, he used to fill it up full of ice cream right to the top. Bonnie. If I get knocked off, I want you to get a chocolate mold.
Good.
I don't care when you get it. You just get it. And I want it to be filled with ice cream, thick. Thick so you almost have to eat it with a spoon. And I want you to drink a toast to me.
You know what I think? You've been reading too many war novels.
You know what I think?
What?
You're right.
You're listening to The Cavalcade of America, starring Nina Foch, sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight on Cavalcade of America, Nina Foch is starring as Air Force Flight Nurse Captain Jonita Bonham.
You're a girl living in Montgomery, Alabama, home from air evacuation duty in Korea, and one day the phone rings. It's Cy Harris of the radio program Cavalcade of America in New York. They want to do your story. They need something exciting. I told Mr. Harris about the mud.
But, Miss Bonham, how can an actress play mud?
Yeah, that's right.
I see. Well, Miss Bonham, let's go back a few years. You went to school in Oklahoma City, is that right?
I went to high school there.
Well, anything special happened to you there?
Let's see. I made the commencement speech on a football field.
Oh, you were first in your class.
No. I just happened to have the only voice could be heard the length of the field.
I think you're just being modest, Miss Bonham.
Modest. I wish I had something to tell him. All I did was my job. You train for all the emergencies, and then if one comes up, they make a big production out of it. Do you call a fireman a hero because he puts out a fire? That's his job. I remember the day it all happened. It was raining, as usual. And Vera and I were at base operations trying to get a plane out to Korea.
Yeah, I get a plane leaving in about 10 minutes. You're going to K2, right?
Isn't that what they said, Vera?
K2, the biggest mud hole in Korea.
Oh, who's the pilot?
Lieutenant Ward.
Oh, good.
Think he'll have room for us?
He's standing right over there by the door. Why didn't you ask him?
Now, there's the kind of an answer I like. It's practical. Come on. Let's tear ourselves away from Happy Jack here.
So long, Florence Nightingale.
Hey, Bill. Bill, you're going to have company.
Good deal. Hi, Bonnie. You going too, Vera?
Sure, why not? I like the ride.
What's the cargo?
Men.
Replacements again?
52 of them.
Great. We're off on the Sardine Express.
Pardon me, ma'am, but are we going to take off soon?
As soon as the pilot gets clearance.
Sure a lot of noise inside a plane, isn't it?
The engine?
I've never been up in a plane before.
Well, it's just like riding a bus, only louder. Oh, Vera, you going up forward?
Might as well. I think I'll take me a nap. You coming?
I'll be up in a few minutes.
Hey, look at that. Is that fire supposed to come out of them engines like that?
It's only exhaust.
What's the matter, kid? Nervous? You said it.
Oh, just relax now. Take it easy. Looks like we're all set to take off. Everybody make sure your seatbelts are fastened. Hang on to your hats. Here we go. The engines roared, and I felt the familiar pull of speed as the big plane raced down the runway. And within a matter of seconds, we were airborne. Then I went forward. Still pretty dark, Bill. I guess we might be out over the bay by now.
That's right. You must know this run like the back of your hand by now, Bonnie.
Yeah.
How long have you been on it?
3 months. I figure I've made, somewhere between 150 and 200 round trips between Korea and Japan so far.
Regular commuter.
Yeah, that's me.
Your sidekick asleep?
Out like a light. She needs it. We've been averaging about 3 hours a night.
That's really rugged. Bonnie, why don't you go back there and turn in, too? You can probably use sleep yourself.
Okay. Maybe I will.
If we run into anything interesting, I'll let you know.
Okay. And then it happened. The next thing I knew, I was underwater. I don't know how I got out. They tell me the crash broke the plane in two. Things were floating all around me. I could see heads in the water. Some men were swimming, and some just floated. Hello? Hello? Vera? Bill? Hello?
I hear a girl.
Must be one of the nurses. Hey, where are you? Over here.
Don't swim anymore. It's going down.
Wait. I'll be with you. You hang on to this shark, pal.
What about you? I'm all right. You just save your breath and hang on. It'll keep you afloat.
Here's a life raft. How do you inflate these things? It's all tied out.
You pull it apart. Just yank it out of its case. It'll inflate itself.
We got it. Hey there. Over this way. To the raft.
There's a man here.
You go on. I'm okay.
You give me your hand. There now. You hang on.
Judge.
Caught it. Here. Pull this man in.
No. You first.
Go ahead now. Now you go. This way. There's a raft over here. Swim over this way.
What about you there? Come in. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Wait till I help these men.
I don't know if I can make it.
Here. Here's a rope. Grab.
Hey, nurse, come on. Get in the raft. That water's ice cold. If you don't drown, you'll freeze to death.
I'm all right. You men over there. There's another raft right behind you.
Help.
Yeah, that's it. Get on it.
Help. Somebody help.
Here, soldier. You grab my arm. That's right. Now, you hang on.
Heave. Oh. We got it. Hey, nurse, how many more out there?
I'm afraid that's all. Has anybody seen Vera? Captain Brown?
No, ma'am. At least he's not in this raft. You better get in, nurse. Hey, nurse, are you okay? Grab her. She's passing out. I got her. The side of her head split wide open. How about that? What a girl.
I guess I fainted. It didn't last long. Anyway, as the night wore on, I began to fear our little party would just never end. I'd been so sure someone on shore would learn what had happened. But they didn't come. Water poured into our raft with every splashing wave that made trying to give first aid tougher than ever. Minutes passed. An hour.
I'm going to swim to shore. I'm not going to wait here till the waves turn us over. Yeah, we'll all drown. Drifting out to sea.
Now, you sit down. You'll capsize.
I'm going to swim to
Did you
shore.
hear me? Now, that's better. You just sit down there. If we keep under control, we'll be okay. It might take a few hours, but they'll find us. Now, here's what we're going to do. You, over there, you keep watching the way you're looking now. You, Slim, you watch on this side. You two keep bailing out the water. Here, you just tell me. Is everybody clear what their job is? I get the blues when it rains. The blues I can use when it rains. Each little drop that falls on my window pane.
I don't like the way that wind's coming up. Water's getting choppy. Yeah. This thing ain't going to hold up much longer. We drown if we move and we drown if we don't.
Now, it'll be dawn soon. Just a few more minutes. We mustn't lose hope. I know we'll be rescued.
Hey. Hey, what's up?
Where? I see it. There it is.
Where?
The light. You see it? Hey, it's a boat. It's a boat. He's got a searchlight on as he sees us. Here he comes. Hey there! Can you give us a tow?
That's Japanese. Must be a fishing boat. He's coming along to throw us a line.
We made it.
Yes, we made it.
Bonnie. Are you awake?
Hi, Doctor.
How do you feel?
Okay, fine.
Know what's wrong with you?
Well, I think my wrist is broken.
I think so, too. In about 10 places. You've also got a fractured skull, a split cheekbone, a broken shoulder, and 6 broken ribs. Now, how do you feel?
Oh, terrible, Doctor. Where am I?
You're in the first aid station, Bonnie.
Doctor, did they find Vera?
No. Can I get you something, Bonnie?
No, thanks. I don't think so.
Bonnie, you mustn't brood about it. Don't forget, you saved 27 lives. That's a pretty good score.
But I can't forget the other 26. I can't. Yes, Doctor. There is something you can get for me.
Sure, what is it?
A chocolate mold.
Oh, I think that can be arranged.
With a lot of ice cream. Filled with ice cream. So thick you have to eat it with a spoon. I want to propose a toast. Well, Mr. Harris, that's about all. That's the story.
But how did you do all that? I mean, with all those broken bones, did you think of something special? What made you do it, Miss Bonham?
Well, I don't know. I just did it. There was nothing else I could do.
There was nothing else I could do. Those 7 words sum up the career and character of Captain Jonita R. Bonham, Flight Nurse, United States Air Force. But there are other words about her, too. Words that go with the decoration she received, the Distinguished Flying Cross. Citation reads, "For meritorious service in medical air evacuation flights and for carrying out her missions willingly and without complaint, Lieutenant Bonham's unselfish devotion to duty has reflected great credit upon herself, her profession, and the United States Air Force." Thanks to Nina Foss and the Cavalcade Players for tonight's story, The Nurse Who Forgot Fear. When a Yankee drops out of the clouds on Carolina 1 week after the Battle of Fort Sumter, he can only be one thing, a spy. Listen next week when the DuPont Cavalcade presents Fly High, Fly Low, the story of a startling event that was to influence the course of military tactics and strategy from that day to this. Our star, Lee Bowman. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, The Nurse Who Forgot Fear, was written by Arnold Schulman and Irving Ellman and based on an article from Every Woman's Magazine as condensed in the Reader's Digest. Original music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. Nina Foch may soon be seen co-starring with Glenn Ford in the MGM picture Young Man with Ideas. With Nina Foch tonight, our Cavalcade cast featured Judith Parrish as Vera, John Newland as Bill. We wish to thank Captain Raymond Hausman of the United States Air Force for his technical assistance in tonight's Cavalcade. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, our star, Lee Bowman. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, it's Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, William Bendix. Tonight's story, the Marine who was 200 years old.
200 years old? Ah, what a joke.
Joke? He joined the Marines in the Revolutionary War. And what do you think of that?
Back in 1775?
Yeah, and he ain't stopped fighting since. Brother, that's a Marine. That was me sounding off. Corporal J. Savage, United States Marines. It was back in 1942. I was talking about the darndest leathernecks that ever lived. My sea daddy, Master Gunnery Sergeant Lou Diamond. Us Marines that he trained swore old Lou had to be 200 years old. He looked that old, too. He had a pot belly and bow legs, and he had a straggly white beard, maybe 5-6 inches long. Against regulations, that beard, but nobody opened his trap. Old Lou could get away with murder. Let me tell you about it. It was a blazing hot summer back in 1942. Us Marines was slopping through the mud on a North Carolina base. Every man of us ready to knock it off. Everybody, that is, but Lou. He was fresh as a daisy.
All right, you knotheads. This is a gun drill, not a taffy pull. Next time, get the lead out. And stop chipping your teeth. You knotheads are Marines. You're Lou Diamond's boys. I don't want you looking like a bunch of... Okay, secure. 5-minute break. Hey, Sergeant Chambers, stand by.
Yeah? What is it, Lou?
Run the show for me. If I don't get back in time, Pete, I got a date with the skipper.
Powell? What's he want?
Who can figure what a lieutenant's thinking?
Anything the matter with you, Lou? Last couple of days, your beard's been drooping pretty low.
Me? I'm in great shape, never better.
That's what you want the skipper to believe, isn't it?
Shove off, Coxswain, you're loaded.
You've been beating us over the boondocks ever since we got that scuttlebutt about shipping out to the Pacific. You trying to prove you're on top of the heap?
Okay, so what? Somebody snowed Powell into thinking I'm too old to ship out. He slipped his anchor chain.
Too bad you can't tell him that.
Yeah, I wish I could. Well, why can't I? Lou Diamond ain't never been known to keep his mouth shut when it paid to keep it open. Lieutenant Powell, you can't do this to me. You can't do it.
Look, Lou, there's nothing personal in this. Tell me, how old are you?
Well, I'm only...
Mm-hmm.
What's my age got to do with it?
Well, the records say you're 52, but you've never told anybody how old you really are, have you?
You've seen me out there every day, Lieutenant, on the double. Everything on the double.
Yes, I couldn't miss that.
I can fight rings around any Marine in the Corps.
You've been at it for 26 years. That's a long time.
So what?
I know that you're the best mortar man in the Marines, but...
What is it, then?
Lou, this is a young man's scrap. Lord knows it's never soft in the Marines, but combat in the Pacific is liable to be the roughest assignment the Corps ever had.
Well, so who's worrying, Lieutenant?
I'm worrying. You have to be able to take it, physically.
I got a lot of fight left in me. You don't have to worry. Look, Lieutenant, those knotheads of mine, they can't get along without me.
Don't have to draw me pictures, Lou. I know what your men think of
Yeah,
you.
but it's more than that, Lieutenant. I can't get along without them.
Look, Lou...
Yeah, I don't go around shooting my mouth off about it. I wouldn't want them kids to know, but... Lieutenant, we belong together. They're all I got.
Well,
You gotta let me ship out with my boys.
Okay, Lou, you win. At least I don't have to worry about your spirit. I know that'll hold up. I just hope the rest of you does as well.
Right
Right after that, our outfit pulled out for the Pacific. It was August 7th, 1942, when we hit the beach at Guadalcanal. And it was tough going. Guadalcanal was no picnic. But for old Lou Diamond, there were two battles. One against the Banzais, the other to keep that old frame of his from falling apart. For instance, Lou got 2 broken ribs from an exploding mine and a fat case of malaria. The docs knew all about that. But one thing they didn't know. They didn't know Lou was just about crippled with rheumatism. He could hardly move, but he stayed in there to fight. And he never let on to nobody, not even to us guys around him.
Hey, Savitt, front and center.
You pipe me, Sarge? What's the matter?
What'd you do with them clover leaves? I need one.
Ammo? Over there. I'll get one for you.
Secure? I ain't no cripple.
Okay. Over there, Sarge. To starboard. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I see him. Ooh.
Here, wait a minute, Lou. I'll help you. What do you want? Ammo?
Get your hooks off that, Chambers. What do you think I am, a dame? I can still handle a clover leaf. I ain't no cripple.
Yeah. I heard you tell Savitt.
Well, I'm sorry, kid. I didn't mean to blow my pipe.
It's okay.
They pull us out of line for a couple of days, and the quiet gets on my nerves, I guess.
Maybe the rest will do you good, Lou. You look beat.
Oh, me? I'm in great shape.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, here comes the skipper. Maybe something's going to pop around here at last.
Sergeant Chambers, I want you to check our ammo supply. Get me a report on the double. You stick around, Lou. I want to talk to you.
All right, sir. Have it for you right away.
What's the scoop, Lieutenant?
I got some scuttlebutt a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we're heading back in. Is that it, Skipper?
Yeah, maybe tomorrow or the next day.
Good.
They're swinging us over to reinforce the right flank.
Holy smokestack, it's about time. I thought maybe we was the lost battalion or something.
Pretty anxious to get back in there, aren't you, Sergeant?
Well, I'm a leatherneck, Lieutenant. I didn't ship 10,000 miles just to rest my oars.
Then you're squared away?
Top notch. Couldn't be better.
Thought maybe you might be worried about something.
Worried?
Well, combat plus Guadalcanal, that's a tough combination to take.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, Skipper, I have been kind of worried.
Yeah, what is it, Lou?
Well, it's them 3 cases of beer you owe me. That's what's worrying me.
What?
Yeah, Lieutenant. You're a good CO, but you're sure one lousy pinochle player.
Hello, Mortar Platoon, Dog Company. Hello, Dog Company.
Diamond here. This is Mortars.
Hey, is that you, Powell?
Yeah, he's on the way. This is Sergeant Diamond.
Lou, you old budget. This is Hank Oliver.
Ollie, how are you? What kind of brass you wearing topside?
Gold leaves, Lou.
Major, huh? Oh, that's great, Ollie. That's Ding Hao.
Stick around, Chambers. I may want
Here's the skipper now, Major. Here you are, Lieutenant. Major Oliver up at Regiment.
Oh, thank you. Lieutenant Powell here, sir.
Major Oliver. Well, how's about that?
You know him?
Oh, know him. We were sergeants in China.
That's so. Lou, they say you've been offered a commission maybe a dozen times. How come you always turned it down?
It'd take more than Congress to make a gentleman out of me.
Boy, Sergeant Diamond. Looks like we've got a detail.
What's cooking, sir?
Colonel Edson's raiders. They're in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, they're over on Matanacow Ridge, and they're surrounded. Edson's men can't get through.
Well, then let's get through to them.
Oh, no, not a chance. They're going to be wiped out unless we can lay down a pinpoint barrage, and that's tough to do.
Well, why stand by, Lieutenant? Let's go.
Headquarters says that you're the man for the job.
Well, sure. Who else? Let's go.
There's only one hitch.
Hitch?
Well, from here to Matanacow Ridge, that's a bone-breaking march. It's cross-country all the way.
So?
So you could never make it, Lou. Let's not kid ourselves any longer, Sergeant.
Wait a minute. I'll make it.
I didn't want Major Oliver to know about you. I should have told him anyway.
Yeah, well, stand by, Lieutenant. Here, look at this map. Is there any way for me to get there by truck?
What? Well, wait. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a way we might make it.
Okay, then. Hoist me on a truck. Give him Lou Diamond on wheels. Come on, we got some shooting to do. Okay, you knotheads, hold it. Chambers,
Up.
100. Right, 150. Give me 3 degrees elevation. Traverse to right. Let's put it in their laps this time. We ain't got all day.
Misfire, number 3 gun, misfire.
Misfire, huh? Holy smokestack. Secure that piece. Take cover. Chambers, get out of range. Okay, you knotheads, just take it easy. I got a date with number 3 gun.
Hey, Lou, wait a minute. I'm coming with you.
Now, look, kid, I told you to get out of range.
Lou, you're nuts. You can't hardly move. How you going to do this by yourself?
Shove off, kid.
There's a live shell in that tube.
Don't worry about me. My baby's never let me down.
I'm staying with you.
I told...
Okay, kid. What do you want to do now?
Well, we turn the tube upside down.
That shell inside.
If she blows, you won't never know it, kid. Let me talk to her, and then we tilt her.
And the shell?
I'll catch her when she falls.
What about you?
I ain't never dropped one yet. Now stop your worrying.
Okay.
Come on, sweetheart. Come on, you little doll baby. Spit it out, baby. Give it to Daddy. Spit it out.
Catch it, Lou. Catch it.
Yeah.
You got it. Get that safety pin back in. Got it.
Okay, you knotheads, we're in business. Let's get back in here and shoot.
Sergeant Chambers,
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
how's Diamond this morning? You just coming out?
I've just been talking to him, sir. He's all right, I guess, but he still can't get up. Can't even move. Lying there helpless in that sack, Lieutenant, it breaks my heart to look at him.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm going inside to see him now, Sergeant. If anybody wants me, you know where to find me.
Yes, sir. I'll pass the word along.
Lou?
Who's that?
It's Lieutenant Powell.
Oh, so confounded dark in this tent you wouldn't know your own cousin. How are you, Skipper?
I'm all right, Lou. Question is, how are you?
Me? I'm in great shape. Never better.
That's not what the doc says.
What does he know? I just got shook up coming back from a tonner car, that's all. I'll be squared away tomorrow morning.
We just received a personal commendation for you, Lou, from the General.
Huh?
Colonel Edson's men got out all right, thanks to that beautiful barrage your boy sent up. Want me to read it to you?
No, don't strain your eyes, Lieutenant. I'll read it myself in the morning.
I'm afraid not.
Huh?
Tomorrow morning, this time, you'll be in a hospital in New Zealand.
Hospital? Me? Well, you're joking, Lieutenant.
I wish I was. The doc says you're through, Lou. No more combat.
Well, why, they can't...
This rheumatism of yours, it may be weeks before you're able to navigate again. No, Lou, this time it's final.
Lieutenant, they can't do this to me.
This is where I came in, Lou. Remember back in Carolina? I wasn't worried about your courage. It was the rest of you. And I guess I was right after all. Loosen your leggings, Lou, and do what they tell you.
No, you're still wrong, Lieutenant. You're rocking the boat.
Am I? How?
Because I'll be back. No matter where they ship me. Just tell them knotheads of mine, Lou Diamond will be back.
Listening to the Cavalcade of America, starring William Bendix, sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight on Cavalcade of America, William Bendix is starring as Sergeant Lou Diamond in The Marine Who Was 200 Years Old. This is his story, as told by one of his buddies.
On Guadalcanal, the docs told us our gunny, Sergeant Lou Diamond, was crippled with rheumatism and too old to fight. Lou screamed at them they were slipping their anchor chain, but they loaded him on a hospital ship just the same. And 8 weeks later, in a naval hospital down in New Zealand, Lou was rock happy, just about ready to blow his top. Take it away. I don't want no orange juice.
I want out of this joint. That's all I want.
Now, Sergeant, be nice, won't you? Orange juice. Now, this is pretty special.
Bring me a case of beer.
Sergeant,
Okay, you and me will split the case, huh?
we do not serve beer in this hospital.
That's what's wrong with the joint. You want to get me out of here? Give me my beer.
Oh, you know, you're the most cantankerous...
Girlie, Lieutenant. I ain't happy here. Combat fighting, that's all I want.
It's not going to be easy, is it?
What ain't?
Why, going back to... Oh, Commander Haynes did tell you, didn't he?
Haynes? What's the CO of this trap got to do with me?
Why, nothing at all.
You want to get paddled, Lieutenant? Open up. Come on, what gives?
All right. You're not going back to your outfit, Sergeant. In about a week, they're shipping you back to the States for good.
What?
Now take it easy.
What do you mean, take it easy?
Commander Haynes says you can't go back to combat, and that's it, Sergeant. What can you do?
What can I do? I'll get you. Yeah, I guess you're right, girlie. What can I do?
No use trying to argue with them.
No, of course not.
What good would it be?
Oh, sure, what good?
Are you all right, Sergeant?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. I'm in great shape. Never better.
Come in. You got those orders out, Corporal? Just send them on to... Lou!
What? Huh? You and me's a couple of bad pennies, Ollie. Keep turning up.
Are you a patient over in the hospital?
Well, I ain't wearing this bathrobe for no beauty contest. They got my duds locked up.
I didn't even know you were around, Lou. I just got transferred here myself.
Yeah, I heard about it. Major Hank Oliver, the new adjutant. You got here just in time, Ollie. I need you.
What are you up to, Lou?
Well, I got to get back to my outfit. I got to have my orders.
Orders?
Yeah.
Well, you're at the hospital. You come under Commander Haynes.
Yeah, but he comes under you. You're the big boy's man, Ollie.
Lou, I don't think
Ollie. Remember that time in China? Remember? When the MPs were on your tail and
Yeah. Never mind, Lou. I remember you. What kind of orders?
Back to my outfit, Guadalcanal.
No, Lou. That's against regulations. I just can't.
Ollie, boy.
Yeah?
There's buddies and buddies.
Okay, Lou. How fast do you want them?
Ollie, I ain't never been in such a hurry.
Once he got orders, old Lou really moved. Nothing was going to stop him now. He was going to get back to us guys in his old outfit. From New Zealand, he argued his way aboard a Dutch freighter bound for Guadalcanal. The day they put into the harbor, Lou shoved his way ashore.
Hey, Mac! Hey, you, Mac!
You call me?
Yeah, well, what's going on here? This place is loaded down with dog faces.
All right. What you talking about, Grandpa? Hey, where'd you come from? You Rip Van Winkle?
Listen, you Army pup, don't give me no trouble. Where's the 5th Marines?
Marines?
Yeah, Marines. Fighting men, boy.
Hey, let go. What's the matter with you?
Where's the 5th?
Well, they moved out. Shoved off.
Where to?
Oh, how should I know? What's the matter with you anyway?
Out of my way. I gotta find him. I gotta find him.
Lou Diamond tackled one dog face after another, but always the same answer. The Army had moved in, us Marines had moved out. Nobody knew where. That was when old Lou got rolling. Us knotheads weren't on Guadalcanal, so he was moving around the whole South Pacific till he found us. And that's the way it was. Island hopping across thousands of miles, pleading, begging rides by ship or plane. And everywhere he stopped, the same question. Have you seen them? Have you seen the 5th Marines?
5th Marines? In Tulagi? Nah, never heard of them.
5th Marines, they ain't no guinea. You can bet on that.
The 5th and no Haberdays. You lost or something?
So now I'm in New Caledonia and still no luck. Nothing but Army. The Marines do the cooking. You guys come in to lick the pot.
Look, will you wait a minute? I'm trying to tell you something. I got news.
News, huh?
Your outfit, I just found out they're in Australia.
Australia?
You know where Darwin is?
I know every port in the South Pacific. I gotta get out of here.
Easy. Did you ever run across a Navy guy named Haynes, a commander?
Haynes?
Yeah, a medic. I just saw him down at headquarters. He heard you was around here somewhere, and he was sore as a boil. Hey, what's he got on you?
I ain't waiting to find out.
Hey, wait a minute. Where you going?
Darwin, Australia.
That's 2,000 miles from here.
What's 2,000 miles to a guy that's going home?
2,000 miles. That's a lot of steaming. But it didn't matter peanuts to Lou Diamond. It was in a side street bar in Darwin, Australia, that Lou found the payoff, the end of the long, weary road.
United States Marines?
Yeah.
At the fifth?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. They're about, Yank.
Where?
Well, south of here, I think. In the brush. 50 miles or so.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, you have a tough time going, though. Not any transportation from here.
You see these two boondockers, Horsey? That's all I need. 50 miles, huh? I'll walk it.
And Lou did walk it, straight across the hot Australian plain. That straggly white beard of his got caked with dust and sweat, but Lou just kept on walking, adding up the miles and getting closer to home every minute that went by. And then, suddenly, in the distance, up a long, steep hill, mortar fire. That was music to old Lou's ears. It was us practicing firing. And in between rounds on top of that hill, Anderson and me was arguing the same old thing.
200 years old. You're rock happy.
Look, Anderson, nobody can prove it, you dope, but I tell you, old Lou must have been there when the Marines got started.
Well, it looks like he ain't going to be around for the finish of this little party.
We sure could use him. Funny going back into action without old Lou. Wonder where the old
Hey, stand by.
What's up?
Coming up the hill. Hey, you see that guy? Why, that looks like...
Looks like? It is. Hey, Captain Powell. Lou's back. Captain Powell.
What is it, Savage? What's the matter with you?
Look, sir, steaming up the hill.
Lou Diamond.
Hey, you guys, look, it's Lou. He's back.
Well, you know. Hey, keep your pack on.
Lou Diamond.
This hill ain't no picnic. What do you want? Full speed ahead?
You old son of a gun. Boy, I got fear.
Okay, give me some air.
Lou, what the deuce?
Lieutenant, another bar. Congratulations, Captain Powell. Sergeant Diamond, sir. Reporting for duty.
I should have known you'd be here, Lou. We're going back into action.
Don't I know it, Captain? I can smell it a million miles away.
Good.
Take over, Lou. All right, you nutheads. What are you standing around for? Marines don't fight with yak. Let's get back in there and shoot.
And that's the story. Old Lou Diamond, the darndest Marine who ever lived. Funny thing, you know, we never got around to asking him how old he really was. And now we can't. 'Cause old Lou died last October at the Great Lakes Naval Hospital. The record said he was 61. But I still say old Lou was 200 years old. You just couldn't get to be that much of a man in 61 years. No matter where Marines fight for freedom and for liberty, the Lou Diamond legend lives on. Any leatherneck will tell you that, for we know. We know that old Lou is always around.
Thanks to William Bendix and the Cavalcade Players for tonight's story, The Marine Who Was 200 Years Old. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present Breakfast at Nancy's, the exciting story of Nancy Hart, who one summer day shot her way into history. Our star, Susan Hayward. Be sure to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, The Marine Who Was 200 Years Old, was written by Robert Mason Pollock. Original music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. With Mr. Bendix, our Cavalcade cast included Jeffrey Bryant as Savitt, Stotts Cotsworth as Major Oliver, Don Briggs as Lieutenant Powell, and Chester Stratton, Dan Ocko, Ann Tobin, and Bob Hastings. We wish to thank the United States Marine Corps, especially Major L.A. Gilson and Lieutenant C.F.X. Houts, for their cooperation and technical assistance. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, our star, Susan Hayward. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight, Dr. Commando, the true story of a daring Army medical officer in Korea. Tonight's star, Wendell Corey, as Brigadier General Crawford F. Sams.
March 1951, General MacArthur's headquarters in Tokyo. One of his staff is outlining plans for a military operation.
Colonel, you will move with your forces along this line here.
How far, General?
To this point here. From there? Yes, what is it?
General, I know you are not to be disturbed, but this dispatch...
let's see it.
It concerns the area we are moving into, General.
Concerns. Send General Sams to me at once.
Yes, sir, right away.
What is it, General? This whole area up here, the area we were going to move into...
Yes?
Bubonic plague.
That was the beginning of the whole affair. The beginning that brought me, Brigadier General Crawford F. Sams, into the picture. I was chief of the Public Health and Welfare Section of the United Nations Command in the Far East. And anything like plague was my baby.
What do you make of it, Sams?
Well, General, this dispatch doesn't say that it is the plague.
What is this thing they call it, this Huxa Pyung?
Oh, that means Black Death. It's a vague term.
All right, then. Look at the symptoms. Swelling, victims turn black at death.
There's been no bubonic plague in Korea since 1911.
Well, there's probably one now.
There's nothing conclusive in this.
Look, Sams, look at this map. The United Nations forces are moving up in 2 weeks, right through here.
Where this so-called plague is thickest.
Right. Now, what I want to know is, what are we going to do about it?
I took the dispatch back to my office and studied it. Listed the symptoms. Sores, swelling, high fever, high mortality. I wondered how reliable the report was. Was it made by a trained medical man? Or by a layman? There was not enough in the dispatch to go on. I had to have more information, more facts.
General Sams, you sent for me?
Lieutenant Drake?
Yes, sir.
How are you? Sit down.
Thank you, sir. I thought you'd be sending for me.
You did? Why?
A dispatch on the plague epidemic in North Korea.
You Navy intelligence people know everything, don't you?
No, not quite, sir.
All right. Drake, they tell me you have all sorts of fancy ways of slipping people in behind enemy lines and getting them out alive.
Well, sir...
I don't want to know all your secrets. All I want to know is, could you get a man... come here. Now look at this map. Could you get a man into this area here? See, up here about, 50 miles behind the lines?
Now, let me take a look. I see.
Parachute, maybe, huh? Or isn't that the way it's done?
Well, it would depend on the nature of the mission.
Well, I've got to send a man in here to find out if this thing is the plague or something else.
A doctor?
Of course, a doctor. What's wrong with a doctor?
Well, it's just that it requires a certain technique.
Have you been behind the lines?
Oh, sure, many times. That's my job.
Oh, regular commuter, huh?
Not quite.
Well, what do you think?
Well, the LCI 1091 will come in handy.
You mean that landing craft the Navy's got fitted out as a lab?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll use it. But can you get the man in behind the lines?
I think we'd be able to work out something with our guerrilla organization.
Okay, come on. We're going to see the Chief of Staff.
Time, Sam's, time. We've got to keep remembering time.
I appreciate that, General.
This whole thing is geared to start moving up in 2 weeks.
Yes, General, I know.
All right. Now, you want to put a man ashore behind the enemy lines up in this area here?
Right. Plague vaccine is not only expensive, but giving it to all our forces would be a tremendous time-consuming job.
If this is plague, you mean we might not be able to move on schedule?
Right, but it may not be plague.
Well, but does Drake here think he can take care of your man?
We can work it, General, with the usual risks, of course.
Usual risks. All right, Sams. You got a good man to send?
Yes, I think he's a pretty good man.
Pretty good's not good enough.
Well, then I think he's an excellent man.
Who is he?
Myself.
You?
Yes.
I won't hear of it.
Well, I'm the logical one.
You're too important here.
Look, General, I think I'm more important on this job. There isn't one doctor in thousands who's ever seen the plague. I've had experience with it.
But the whole medical program here in Japan depends on you.
And the safety of all the United Nations forces depends on the correct diagnosis of this epidemic.
Yeah. Well, Drake, do you still think you can get your man behind the lines with the usual risks?
I still think we can do it, General. Of course, the risk is increased.
You'll make a fine prize, Sams, if you fall into the hands of the communists.
Oh, we'll try to keep anyone from knowing he's a general, sir. We'll call him Mr. Yee.
Then who'll take him behind the lines?
I'll take him, sir.
Good. You sure you want to do this, Sams?
I'm sure.
All right, then. I deliver you into the hands of the Navy.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Mr. Yee.
Lieutenant Drake and I flew to Pusan. Then, on a raw, cold, late winter's day, we boarded the LCI 1091, a floating laboratory ready to sail up and down the Korean coast to be on hand wherever disease might break out.
You and I will share this stateroom, General.
Good.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a rough sea.
Oh, that's okay. I'm a pretty good sailor.
Good.
I'd better be to uphold the honor of the Army.
Oh, I think you've taken care of that already, General, by coming on this jaunt.
I haven't had a chance to thank you yet for deciding to come along with me. Give me a personal escort. It's reassuring, Lieutenant.
I'm glad of that, sir. But I want to warn you, it's no guarantee. Oh, General.
Yes?
I was wondering, we may be handling some of these plague victims. That is, if it's necessary to bring any back to the ship and...
I know what you're thinking. We ought to be inoculated.
Yes, sir.
Well, the truth is, we haven't got time for it. Takes 8 days for inoculation against plague to take effect, and we haven't got that kind of time.
I see.
Maybe I should have told you this before I let you volunteer.
It wouldn't have mattered?
Don't worry. We'll take all the precautions we can. Now, tell me something about this interpreter we're going to have.
He's a Korean by the name of Han.
You trust him?
Yes, sir.
Will I be Mr. Yee to him?
No, he knows who you are.
You must trust him.
I do. He's been awarded 2 Silver Stars by the United States.
Well, that's good enough for me. We headed north. Twice we had to turn back because of rough weather, but finally it quieted down enough so that we could keep on our course. And that night we arrived at an island off the coast which is held by South Korean guerrillas. Here we were to make further arrangements for our landing on the mainland, and I became Mr. Yee. When we went ashore, we were met by a guerrilla captain.
No good. No good, Lieutenant Drake.
What's the matter, Captain?
Landing on coast where you want. It's impossible.
Why's that?
I received your orders, Lieutenant Drake. Find out what I could about landing Mr. Yee. Where it would be best.
Yes, well, what did you find out?
I sent 16 men 2 days ago. All trained guerrillas, no mainland. They not come back.
Well, the sea's been rough. Maybe they've been...
No. Villagers say somebody talk. They're captured by communists.
But did they know anything about our plans?
They had to know a little of your plans, Lieutenant.
What does this add up to, Drake?
I'm not sure yet.
Lieutenant, I have carried on guerrilla fighting this coast sometime now. Other day, Chinese moving fresh troops.
What? Oh, that's just fine. Fresh troops and our own men captured by the commies.
Drake, just over here a minute. Can't we make a landing someplace else?
Well, it's not that simple, sir. Certain preparations had to be made for our arrival. Won't do us any good just to land on a strange coastline and start looking for victims of this epidemic. You have to have information where they are.
Lieutenant.
Yes?
Still one more chance. Then I send off the first group, maybe heard from.
You say we can't land without some help from shore?
It'd be a pointless risk. We'll just have to wait.
But we can't wait. You know it depends on our finding out this thing.
Well, look, if the delay gets too long, I'll take Han. He and I will go over to the mainland and make a preliminary reconnaissance.
We haven't got time for that.
Well, I won't risk your capture on such a mission.
It's up to me if I want to risk it.
Yes, sir.
We'll wait for word from the mainland, but not for long. For 2 freezing days, we shuttled back and forth from our little ship to the island, waiting for word. Every lost minute precious. Finally, on the 3rd day...
Well, they got word from the mainland.
What is it?
Somebody tipped the Chinese off there was going to be a landing, and they've mined the beach areas and laid a trap.
Can't we risk it anyhow? We can't wait any longer.
Well, they're making arrangements in another area further south.
Good, let's get going.
But, the beach is mined down there, too.
And it's possibly another sellout?
Well, that's the chance we take.
All right, then. We take it.
The time set is March 13th, sometime after 10 at night.
13th. You superstitious?
Not very. I was married on Friday the 13th. You?
I was born on April 1st. Because the sea continued rough, we transferred to a larger ship and under the cover of night proceeded south to our rendezvous point, 20 miles off the enemy-held coast.
Last rundown. All right, General?
What's that bombarding we can hear?
It's a few miles north of us. Some United Nations warships are shelling the coast.
Oh, that's a nice complication we hadn't thought of. Maybe a ship has been assigned to give our stretch of beach a going over.
I don't think so, sir. Now, look, General, when we come to our offshore point, we'll get into a motor sampan and then we'll head toward shore. That's going to be a long, cold trip, about 20 miles. We'll be dragging behind what they call the tope. Well, that's a sort of oriental raft. When we get within 200 or 300 yards of shore, we'll transfer that and paddle in.
And no chance of the raft breaking up in the surf?
Well, they're pretty sturdy.
You know how long we'd live if we got tossed in a drink this time of year?
No?
3 minutes. That's how cold the water is. Okay, go ahead.
Well, right now we should remove all identification. Dog tags, wallets. Your General Star, of course.
Right.
Oh, and I think you'd better shave off your mustache.
Why?
Make you look less occidental.
Oh, okay. That's easy.
All right, now, if everything goes well...
And we haven't been sold out.
Yeah, we'll be met on the beach by some guerrillas we have there. They'll have rounded out someone who's had close contact with the epidemic, so you can question him.
And if this information proves unsatisfactory?
While you're questioning him, I'll try to get into the village to spot some victims of the disease so we can bring them out if you need them.
And then we come back the same way we went, right?
Right. Only it's going to be harder bucking the waves.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
There now. Do I look less occidental without the mustache?
I'd never know you.
Now what do we do?
Now we just wait.
Well, I should be good at that after all my years in the Army. Isn't this the spot in the movies where they synchronize their watches?
Oh, we're slowing down. Yes?
Lieutenant Drake.
Yes, Han?
It is time. You are there.
All right, Han. Ready, Mr. Yee?
Ready.
Tonight on Cavalcade of America, Wendell Corey is starring as the heroic Army medical officer, Brigadier General Crawford F. Sams. He now continues the story of his daring attempt to get behind enemy lines in Korea.
At exactly 10 p.m. on March 13th, Drake, 2 Korean interpreters, and I went over the side and into the motor sampan riding alongside the ship. Just as we shoved away, Drake called back to the captain.
Wait for us until just before dawn. Then leave and don't return. If we're not back by then, we'll try to make it through the lines.
For 2 hours, the motor sampan labored along towards the coast, dragging the raft behind her. The ship quickly blotted out on the horizon, and there was nothing but white caps glimmering under a quarter moon that lighted up the unfriendliest stretch of ocean I'd ever seen.
Do you see the shore?
Where?
There, just off the starboard bow.
Yeah. Can't our motor be heard?
No. Anyway, we'll transfer to the raft soon. I know it sounds loud right here, but in this weather, and with that sea pounding, they...
What's the matter?
Take a look. On shore there.
Lights?
Yeah.
Right where we're going to land, isn't it?
Just about. And there's more. The convoy of trucks.
Convoy trucks riding along with their headlights on full blast.
Yeah.
Think it's a welcoming committee?
Well, they seem to disappear down there. Probably on their way up to the front.
Do we keep going or do we wait?
We keep going.
About 200 yards from shore, we transferred to the raft. As we paddled towards shore, the icy water broke over the sides and froze on our faces.
Keep it headed to starboard as much as you can.
You see anything?
No, we won't see anything until we beach. The party we're to meet will be up in the bushes.
Oh, what about the mines?
Well, we'll beach. Hold tight. They'll come down and lead us through the mines.
Our planes?
There must be.
Well, that'll take care of those convoy lights.
I hope they've had plenty of target practice. Missing a convoy could be a hit on us.
After the planes had gone, the pounding surf threw our raft onto the beach.
Down. Get down, Joe. Han, get down. Stay down till someone makes a move toward us.
See anyone?
No, we won't till they come out of the cover of the brush. You'll see them against the snow.
Lieutenant Drake. Look, someone's there.
Yeah. How are we going to know they're the right ones until they're on top of us?
Wait a minute, listen. Joe.
All right, get with us.
Okay.
Okay. But wait for them to come down. You don't want to step on any mines.
Then we better pull the boat up into the brush.
No, we leave it here for a getaway.
A getaway through that surf?
여보, 이실행이요?
All right, Han, take over.
Yes, sir. He says, is this Mr. E?
Tell him yes, and what do we do now?
이게 이실행입니다. 이제부터 어떻게 할까요? 그 가진 사람이 저기서 기다리니까 흘러로 빠르 가셔서 고속으로 가시죠. He said they have a stretcher bearer to talk to Mr. E. You go up to Cave Edge of Beach.
All right, let's go.
No, Mr. Yee, this is where I leave you. I'll take a couple of the men and go into the village.
Right.
While you're questioning the stretcher bearer, I can line up a couple of commies who are down with the plague. Then if we need to bring them out and take them to the ship for examination, I'll have worked out a plan for getting them out of the village.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, one more thing. If I'm not back in a reasonable time, and you found out what you want, and if it begins to look dangerous to hang around here any longer, start out for the boat. It's more important for you to get back.
How will you make it back?
I'll make out all right. Now remember, sir, the ship leaves its station just before dawn, and you've got a long haul back to her.
All right. Good luck, Lieutenant.
I hope you find what you want. And remember, if the gods say the commies are coming, light out for the boat and forget about me.
went up the beach about 100 yards. Han and I and some of the guerrillas. Then up a ravine until we came to a pile of brush that concealed the cave. I had one last awful twinge of doubt. Then I went in and found myself in a sort of underground cavern about 30 feet deep. One of the Koreans lighted an oil lamp, and I set about questioning the stretcher bearer through Han.
이 씨가 뭐 물어볼 거 있다고 그러시는데.
Now, Han, ask him how many cases there are in the village.
Yes, sir. 이 동네에 병자가 얼마나 있어? 한 1,500명쯤 됩니다. He says 1,500.
1,500. Of typhoid or of 흑사파용?
장질부사요? 그렇지 않으면 흑사병입니까? 대개가 다 흑사병이에요. He says mostly 흑사병.
Ask him to describe this 흑사파용 in detail. Exactly what it looks like. What do the doctors think it is, and so on.
Yes, sir. 이 흑사병에 대해서 좀 자세히 얘기해 주십시오. 어떻게 생겼는지, 또 의사들은 어떻게...
While Han and I were questioning the stretcher bearer, Drake and Chung and another South Korean had quietly slipped by the sentries guarding the village and made their way through the narrow alleys between the rickety native huts where the victims of the epidemic were quartered. The village was almost deserted except for the patients, whose moaning rose up from the shacks.
How much further, Chung?
Right here, in this hut. Here, 20, maybe 36.
Turn your flash on them. All right, turn it off. Close it. Now, how near is this hut to the edge of the village?
Almost at the edge.
And the sentries between here and the beach?
3 sentries out there, between here and beach.
So if we had to come back to pick up a few of these fellas, we'd have to go those sentries with them, huh?
Sentry.
All right. Don't run. Tell them we're doctors, looking after the sick.
여보.
이사요, 병자가 죽고 있어요.
그럼 가시오.
All right? Yes. Okay, come on now, let's get out of here. And take care of those sentries, but quietly, understand?
All right, Han. Let's get back to the symptoms.
Yes, Mr. E.
These sores the stretcher bearer talked about. The sores on the body. Ask him more about that. Where on the body?
몸 어디가 아픕니까? 전신에 전기가 납니다. 그리고 얼굴이 시커매져요. He says they are all over body and face.
Wait a minute. Is he absolutely sure they break out on the face, too?
얼굴에 전기가 난다는 게 사실이요? 네, 그렇습니다. He says yes. He's sure.
그건 누구야? 이승이요.
What's that? Wasn't that the guard?
Yes, Lieutenant Drake returning.
Oh, good.
Everything's all set to take a couple of commies from the village if you need them, Mr. Yee.
We won't need them.
How come?
This stretcher bearer says that the sores always break out on the face as well as elsewhere.
What's that mean?
That means it isn't bubonic plague.
It isn't?
No, because plague may turn the face black, but it never erupts there. It sticks to the lymphatic glands, and there are no lymphatic glands in the face. So we're sure it's not bubonic plague.
That's it then, huh?
That's it. What's he say, Han?
He said those shots are from the village.
They may have come across those sentries. We better get started.
All right, let's go. Thank them all, Han. Thank them for their cooperation and their courage, and tell them one of these days we'll be back.
On his return to Tokyo, General Sams was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross with the following citation. By extraordinary heroism in action against an armed enemy, General Sams acquitted himself with rare distinction as head of a special operations group whose hazardous mission of personally determining the possible presence of pestilential disease among personnel of enemy forces dictated deep infiltration into enemy-held territory. General Sam's party returned to the offshore rendezvous with conclusive information of such significance as to affect the immediate conduct of the United Nations armed effort in Korea. Our Our thanks to Wendell Corey and the Cavalcade players for tonight's story, Dr. Commando. And now, Bill Hamilton speaking for the DuPont Company.
For the third year in a row, the DuPont Cavalcade of America has been honored by Freedom's Foundation for its contributions in bringing about a better understanding of the American way of life. A special Distinguished Service Award for this three-time achievement was given to Cavalcade. The annual award ceremony was held last Friday at historic Valley Forge. More than 650 awards have been announced. Awards were made to cartoonists, public speakers, students, teachers, business firms, local chambers of commerce, and many others. Freedom's Foundation, which made these awards, is a non-profit, non-political, non-sectarian organization. Its only purpose is to recognize, through awards, those who are making outstanding contributions to freedom. In the 3 years it's been established, it has done much to encourage Americans to speak up for our way of life. The DuPont Cavalcade is immensely proud of achieving this award for 3 years in a row. The award recognizes one of Cavalcade's guiding principles: to hold up the traditions of America's past as a guide to America's present and future. The story of America is a great and exciting one, an inspiration to all the people of the world. It is a story we can and must tell and retell with pride, for it is a testament of faith of a free people, a faith that is shared by the 85,000 men and women who bring you the DuPont Company's Better Things for Better Living through chemistry.
Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present the story of a woman who defied one of history's most powerful figures to marry the man she loved. Our play, Romance at Fort Crawford. Our star, Arlene Dahl. Be sure to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was written by Robert Anderson and was based on Peter Kalischer's article, Dr. Commando, the true account of Brigadier General Sam's daring mission behind enemy lines in Korea. Original music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. In tonight's cast, Wendell Corey starred as Brigadier General Sams. Les Damon was Lieutenant Drake. Howard Smith was Chief of Staff. The Koreans were Chong Soon-yoon, Dan Lee, Jun Gil Park, and Ki Soon-yoon. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, our star, Arlene Dahl. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, it's Adventure on Hollywood Theater on NBC.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, Loretta Young. Tonight's story, The Port of Missing Men.
In 1943, the Maritime Commission named a Liberty ship in honor of a woman named Janet Lord Roper. But unless you're of the sea, the chances are you've never heard of her. What did she do? Who was she? Well, it all started a long time ago. The place, Calcutta. The year, 1885.
All right, come on, snap it up. Let's go. Line up on deck here. Higgins. Yes. Landowski. Yes. Mills. Mills, Robert A.
He ain't aboard, sir.
Jump ship?
I seen him in the alley by that waterfront clip joint last night. 2 natives was working him over. Last I seen, they was dragging him off somewhere.
Well, that's his tough luck. Sutton, go to the shipping office. Get a replacement right away. We're shoving off by noon. Next port, Boston.
Excuse me. Are you the first mate of this ship?
Hey, what are you doing hanging around here? Boston docks ain't no place for a girl like you.
Well, I'm looking for Bobby Mills. He's a neighbor of mine, and his mother's worried to death.
Mills?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we left him in Calcutta.
You left him?
Look, honey, what's your name?
Janet Lord.
Look, Miss Lord, when it's time to shove off, we shove off.
But maybe something happened. Maybe he was killed.
Maybe.
And if he wasn't, how can he get back to Boston?
That's his problem.
Don't you care?
Look, sister, I got my own problems.
That you, Janet? Uh-huh. Where have you been? Mom, I stopped in to see Mrs. Mills. Oh, did she hear from Bobby yet? His ship came in, but Bobby wasn't on it. Oh, what happened? I don't know, Mama. We can't get any information. As far as they're concerned, he's just a name on a list. He could have deserted ship or fallen over the side or died. Mama, nobody cares. Well, darling, we mustn't let ourselves get too upset. Mama! Well, I mean, it isn't as though he were your sweetheart or a member of the family. Well, he's a member of somebody's family. And you should see Mrs. Mills. Oh, she doesn't know what to do, even. Oh, you're right, darling. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. We never heard from Bobby Mills. He was swallowed by the earth, indifferent. Just another able-bodied seaman, easily replaced. But I was young then, and only the young seem to care. I lived near the docks in Boston, and I used to walk along the waterfront, watching the tall ships in the harbor and wondering about the men who went to sea. I would pass the cafes and saloons and watch the sailors desperately trying to forget their loneliness. And then, down at the end of the pier, I'd stop a while and listen to the singing that came from the Seamen's Friend Society. I'd watch the men through the open window. And I'd wonder what thoughts went through their minds.
Now, there's some coffee and donuts in the main lounge. God bless you all.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, you startled me. I didn't see you come in.
Well, I was standing outside the window. Hope you don't mind. I finally got up the courage to see what it looks like inside.
Oh, not at all.
I saw that sign on the bulletin board, the one that calls for volunteers.
Oh?
Well, I volunteer.
Well, aren't you a little young for welfare work?
Well, you don't look very old yourself.
Well, usually we get women much older.
Well, there's nothing on the sign that says you have to be a certain age.
No, I admit that.
Then you'll let me?
Well, it isn't up to me, but I don't think they'd... Well, you see, you're a very pretty girl, and some of these men haven't seen a woman for months.
Well, in that case, I think they deserve to see a pretty one.
Yeah? All right, I'll take you to see the director, if you like.
Oh, thank you. You know, I was watching these men. They all look so lonely and bored. It seems to me the only reason they're here is because they have nothing else to do.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's one of our biggest problems here.
Oh?
The men either don't come to services at all, or when they do, it's just to kill time. I can't seem to get their interest.
Well, could I try to help?
Well, frankly, I don't think you could handle them. They're a tough lot.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You sound just like everybody else, always looking at the sailors as some sort of dangerous delinquent. Well, I happen to think differently. Why, any man who wants to spend his life on the sea has to have a lot of the little boy in him. And a lot of poetry in his bones, too. Take any man who's ever stood alone on the deck of a ship and seen a spot where the ocean meets the sky. Each of these men, I'm sure, has wondered about God.
How old did you say you are?
Well, I'm old enough to know a sailor's a human being just like anybody else.
Did you tell me your name?
No, I didn't.
Well, mine's Ed Roper.
Oh, Janet Lord.
Lord?
Yes.
Well, no wonder.
There's some coffee and donuts in the main lounge. And God bless you all.
Thank you. Miss Lord, you coming up for coffee?
Oh, yes, I'll be up.
It sure was a wonderful class today.
Thank you.
Is that Bible stuff for real?
Of course.
Yeah, but that part where you said...
Janet.
Yes?
Oh, hiya, Mr. Roper.
Hello, Landauke. How was class today?
Great. Only she'll never tell us how it turns out till next week. Come on, Miss Lord. I'm shipping out tomorrow. How does the story come out?
If he wants to know, let him read it for himself.
Well, how about it? If I give you the Bible, will you read it?
Oh, I can't never get past the begots and the begat.
Oh.
All right. I'll try. We'll see you later.
That's right.
Looks like another packed house today.
Uh-huh. Standing room only.
Well, now, you don't have to rub it in. If I had long blonde hair like you have and a pretty little smile, I bet I could attract a crowd, too.
Oh, sour grapes.
Well, maybe I deserve it, but not every Sunday for a whole year.
A year?
Hmm?
Has it been a year?
14 months, 3 weeks.
That was a rhetorical question. I didn't know you were keeping score.
Didn't you?
Well, maybe a little.
Let's go out and sit on the pier.
Did you start to say our place?
I wish I could say that without feeling like a schoolboy. It does seem like our place, though.
Yes. Remember the first time we sat out there? After my first class? Oh, I was scared to death.
You didn't act it.
Yeah, but you knew it.
Mm-hmm. I knew it.
And I feel so good about working, I mean. About doing something and feeling useful.
And that's all?
I mean about you.
Let's go out, Janet. I can talk to you so much better out there.
Oh, yes, Ed. Let's go.
Listen to those tugs out there.
Ed Roper, you're not going to change the subject again.
Oh, but Janet, it's ridiculous.
I know. That's what my mother said.
Well, you'll never have a real home, no roots.
I know.
And probably no money.
I know.
Well, it's impossible.
Look, will you ask me or not?
Well, Janet, you know I want to, but I can't.
All right. Then I'll ask you. Ed Roper, I'm a silly little girl who happens to want more out of life than a well-stocked pantry. I don't believe a woman's place is under glass. I want you, Ed. And you want me. Now, come on. Stop being so noble.
But, Janet...
We're not going to have time to be martyrs. We've got a whole life ahead of us. And it's exciting. Isn't it, Ed? Kind of like the sailors. We're starting out on a trip, a long and wonderful voyage together. Oh, together, Ed.
Together.
Oh, my darling.
But there'll be a lot of rough weather ahead, Janet.
I know.
God help us.
Oh, God will. He helps all sorts of people. You can count on that.
You can?
Oh, sure. That's God's profession. doesn't take much to set up a canteen. All you need are 4 walls and a coffee pot and a man like Ed. We moved along the eastern coast, and when the center of shipping moved west, we moved along with it to Portland, Oregon. Just Ed and I and the coffee pot.
This is Seaman's Canteen. I'm looking for Mother Roper.
Mother?
Mother Roper. You know where she is?
Well, I'm Mrs. Roper.
Well, they told me to ask for Mother Roper. They said she'd stake me to a meal and a bunk for the night.
Oh, sure. Sit down.
You Mother Roper? Young woman like you?
Mother? Well, it's a new one on me. Must be getting old, hmm?
Look, I'm hungry, so let's get it over with. What prayers and stuff do I have to say?
Prayers?
You know, that church stuff. Let's do it now and we get it over with.
You don't have to say anything.
Yeah, I know. I've been in these places before. In order to get a lousy cup of coffee, you got to get yourself saved or something.
You're pretty tough, aren't you?
I've been around.
What's your name?
Ben. Why?
Look, Ben, we might as well get this settled right now. In the first place, you're not so tough. And even if you were, I'm not impressed. You can act as tough as you like around shipboard or in these Skid Row dives. But as long as you're in here, relax. You don't scare anybody. Clear?
Now, wait a minute. I ain't that broke. I got to take that kind of stuff from you or from nobody.
You don't have to take anything if you don't want to, but neither do I. You can stay here just as long as you want. You're as welcome as anybody. No angles, no obligations. God doesn't have to bribe you with a meal. If he's going to bribe you, he'll use bigger bait. So just keep quiet, and I'll see what kind of chow I can round up, huh?
Now, look, I come in here...
You keep talking, and I'm liable to be forced to bang you on the head with this coffee pot. Then it'll be too late to pray.
Oh, hey, you know, you don't talk like no woman I ever seen. Especially no church woman.
If you mean that for a compliment, you're sure going all the way around by China to give it to me.
That's just my way of talking.
Oh.
I'm sure glad to meet you, ma'am.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Ben.
You know, the truth is, I knock off a prayer or two myself when nobody's looking.
Oh, you know something, Ben? So do I.
DuPont play starring Loretta Young as Janet Lord Roper. Janet Lord Roper was a girl, and then she was a woman. She had 3 children and a husband and a world full of friends. Because no one seemed to care about the men who went to sea, she set up a canteen in Portland, Oregon in the early part of this century. Here, she not only gave food and comfort to the sailing men, but kept in contact with them throughout the world.
Ed, you see this?
What?
This card from Ben.
Who?
Oh, you remember one of the sailors who came in the canteen last year? That big fella, you know.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, what's he say?
Oh, just hello. Ed, what's the matter?
Nothing, dear.
Ed, you've been feeling terrible for months now. Will you go to a doctor, or do I have to drag you?
I feel great. Now, please, stop making a noise like a woman.
Ed, do me a favor. Go to bed early tonight. I'll lock up.
Got too much to do.
Look, you won't be able to do anything if you don't start taking care of yourself.
Now, just because all these sailors call you mother is no reason to start mothering me. I feel all right. Now, don't talk me into being sick.
Oh, I wouldn't say for sure, but I think you're the most impossible man I've ever seen.
You like impossible men?
Well, this one I do.
See? So what's the argument?
Oh, please, darling, go see a doctor just to shut me up, will you?
When I'm sick, I'll see a doctor. Right now, I'm fine. Now, if you can spare a kiss for your very healthy husband, it never fails. The minute I get you alone. Come in.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Mother Roper.
You might as well face it, honey. That looks like your name for life.
Sir?
Oh, pardon me. I was talking to my wife, Mother Roper.
It's just a local joke. I'm Mrs. Roper. Could I help you?
Would you two excuse me?
Yes, of course, sir.
I hate to bother you, ma'am, but, well,
Oh, come here. Sit down. There.
I was trying so hard not to cry.
Well, you go right ahead and cry. Go on, get it out of your system.
It's my son, Tommy.
Yeah?
We ain't heard from him in over a year. He used to write me he's seen you, Miss Roper, and you was good to him. And, well, I'm worried to death. How can I find him? Maybe something happened. I can't find out nothing.
Now, what's his name?
Tommy Johnson. He's a little fella. Oh, I know you'd remember him if you'd seen him. He's got one of them freckled grins, you know. And he's got red hair and...
Tommy Johnson.
I guess maybe you meet so many fellas.
Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
We're from Texas.
Now, if you just told me that, I'd have remembered right away. Tiny Tex, that's what the fellas called him, huh?
He was always getting joked about that.
Oh.
Miss Roper, you know where he is? I'm worried to death. Can you help me find him?
I'll start asking around, Mrs. Johnson. You know, when I get all my boys out looking for someone, we could find the devil himself.
Text, I'm a hungry sailor and I'm coming aboard.
Ben.
Mother Roper, the love of my life.
Ben, after all these months, my goodness, it's good to see you.
Oh, now never mind the flattery. Just close your eyes and open your hands.
Huh? What is it?
Never mind. Just a little something I happen to pick up in Algiers.
Ben, a necklace. Now, look here. How many times do I have to tell you not to bring me anything?
What could I do? This Algiers fella comes up to me and he says, here, give this to Mother Roper. Now, could I refuse?
Oh, you're a hopeless case. You know that.
Sure. And by the way, do you remember that kid you was looking for, that Tiny Tex?
Yes.
Well, I seen a guy in Shanghai used to sail with him.
Oh?
Says the last time you heard of him, he was aboard the freighter Montauk.
Montauk?
Mm-hmm.
Montauk. Now, who do I know aboard that? Ah, Slim Patterson, that's who, all right. Slim Patterson, you know, he's
wait. Now, look, are we going to stand here all day talking about another man, or do I get me a cup of coffee?
Sure, Ben. Sit down, I'll get it for you.
How's them three little girls of yours? I bet they grown a foot since I last seen them.
Oh, they're just fine.
And Mr. Roper, how's he feeling?
He's fine. He's just fine, Ben.
Mrs. Roper.
How is he, Doctor?
You've got to keep him quiet.
Yes, all right.
Very quiet.
Doctor, is it serious? How long?
He may not get through the night. Mrs. Roper, I'm sorry.
Mother Roper, I'm sorry. I just found out. Hope you don't mind my coming to your house.
It's all right, Ben.
You know, when they told me at the canteen about Mr. Roper, well, ain't there something I can do? The fellas wanted me to ask you if there was anything at all that we could...
No, thanks.
Oh, let it out. You're all the time listening to our troubles. Come on, get it off your chest.
Oh, Ben, it won't be the same without Ed. Ben, how could God do this? There was a man who spent his whole life working for him. He killed himself with work. How could God take him away? Oh, Ben, why? Why did God do it?
I guess you know God better than me, but if he'd done it, he must have had his reason.
I don't know, Ben. I don't know what those reasons could be. I've spent my whole life loving and working for him, and now Oh, Ben, I'm not sure of anything.
I know.
Oh, will you see who that is?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Miss Roper, you remember me. Mrs. Johnson. Hello. I was just wondering if you heard anything about my son.
No, I haven't.
It's been near 8 months since I first asked you about him.
Mrs. Johnson, what do you expect? Miracles?
Do you expect me to snap my fingers and make him appear? I don't know where your son is, and what's more, I don't care. I have troubles of my own.
I'm sorry I troubled you, Miss Roper.
Ben, what did I say? Did that come out of me?
You just said you was a human being, that's all. Like all the rest of us.
Oh, Ben. Ben, go after her. Get Mrs. Johnson. Bring her back here. Oh, dear God, forgive me. I'm sorry. It's all right, Miss Roper. I didn't know. I can't apologize enough, Mrs. Johnson, or thank you enough.
Thank me?
Yes, I had to go through it, I guess. We all have to taste a certain amount of humility. Well, what I mean is, God used you as an instrument to show me that I'm a human being like everybody else. Just as many faults and as many good points, and no more. And I want to thank you for making me realize it.
But I don't understand.
Well, I was mixed up and I was hurt and I didn't know where to turn. And when I questioned God, He sent me an answer. That's you, Mrs. Johnson.
Miss Roper?
Yes. Yes, you. And we're going to find your son. And lots of sons before I'm through. Oh, I've got to work twice as hard now. Because now I've got to work for Ed. For Ed, too.
And she did. That was Janet Lord Roper's life. Ask anyone down at 25 South Street in New York City, where the Seamen's Church Institute is. Ask any seaman in the union halls, in the boarding houses, in the ports of the world, wherever sailors get together. They'll tell you about Mother Roper and how her life's work reunited over 10,000 sailormen with their families. But if you ask them when Mother Roper died, they'll tell you that although it has been officially noted that she left us during the last war at the age of 74, she hasn't really passed on at all. No, like all good sailors, she had dropped her anchor in Snug Harbor. And even today, her anchor lights are so bright, they can still be seen by sailors who know how to look for them. They shine from her port of missing men. Our thanks to Loretta Young and the Cavalcade Players for tonight's story, The Port of Missing Men. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, The Port of Missing Men, was written by Arnold Schulman and adapted from an article, Mother of Missing Men, by the late Frank Laskier, published in Lookout magazine. Original music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. With Loretta Young as our star, you heard Vinton Hayworth as Ed Roper, Bill Zuckert as Ben, Harold Huber as First Mate, Danny Acco as Landowski, Ida Heineman as Mrs. Lord, and Ruth York as Mrs. Johnson. This is Cy Harris speaking.
The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, Hollywood Theater stars William Holden on NBC.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents The Cavalcade of America, starring Ray Milland as Captain Kenneth Towne in The Ship the Nazis Had to Get.
My name's Captain Kenneth Town. I reckon if I go to sea for 100 years, I'll never have another trip like we had when I was skipper of the Sea Train Texas. The ship the Nazis had to get.
Time, June 1942.
We are broadcasting to the entire world. Today, our great Field Marshal, Irvin Rommel, and his glorious Africa Corps put to rout the British 8th Army in the Libyan desert. Tobruk has fallen, and Rommel stands before El Alamein. Cairo, Alexandria, and the rich oil fields of the Middle East will be in German hands within a month. Heil Hitler!
Across the Atlantic, the British Prime Minister picked up the phone and called our president. We've got to have armor. The answer was, hold on, fight for time, count on us. Across the country, the telegraph wires began to chatter with coded messages. To American production just beginning to roll, to the huge factories and arsenals throughout the country, to the small one-man subcontractors, urgent, clear the decks for emergency order R7. In the Midwest, the manager of a tank arsenal called in the leader of the local union.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Hoyt?
Yes, Harry. Come in. Close the door. Sit down. Have a cigarette.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Hoyt, the boys are pretty happy about that notice you had posted.
What was that? Which one?
Well, the one giving them a 2-day holiday over the 4th of July.
Well, Harry, it's all off.
All off?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Hoyt, the men were making plans. It's the first
I'm sorry.
time.
Not only is it all off, but for the next 10 days, I want to ask you to forget all contracts and agreements on ours.
Why?
I can't tell you why, because I don't know why myself. I've got a AAA priority order here from Washington. It says, get these tanks built and get them built fast. 10 days, to be exact.
10 days?
Yes. It's going to mean 14 hours a day, maybe 20 hours a day from everybody.
It might help if I could tell the men why, you know.
Harry, as I said, I don't know why. But I read the papers, I listen to the radio, same as you do, same as the men do. Tobruk, British 8th Army, Rommel. I think they can draw their own conclusions.
10 days?
We're not the only ones in this, Harry. I understand there'll be over 200,000 men all over the country working on this job. We've just got to work on faith. How about it, Harry?
Okay, Mr. Hoyt. Let's get started.
And the tanks rolled out on time. Highballed along by AAA priorities, special freight trains rolled across the nation, converging on the docks at Jersey City. From there, the tanks were lighted across to Brooklyn, where the Army Transportation Corps had 6 freighters standing by to carry the goods to Egypt, ready to live up to their motto, enough and on time. Less than 2 weeks after the cry for help had flashed across the Atlantic, the convoy slipped away from the pier and was on its way. Seven days later, Captain Town, skipper of the Sea Train Texas, was called to the office of the convoy and routing officer in the Whitehall building on New York's Battery.
There you have it, Captain. Those 6 freighters left the port here 7 days ago, loaded to the plimsoll marks with everything that the factories and arsenals could turn out for the British. Mainly badly needed tanks.
Well, good. I reckon then we'll be hearing some good news soon from the British 8th Army, right?
That's just it. In spite of this superhuman effort on the part of labor and management, the longshoremen, the Army, everybody, there won't be any good news. Not from the 8th Army.
I don't get it.
The tanks and tank destroyers were the last to arrive at the docks. Most of them went on the Fairport.
Yeah, I know the Fairport.
You mean you knew her?
What?
Yesterday, she was sunk by a Nazi torpedo in the Caribbean.
And the others?
They got through, at least so far. But those tanks were on the Fairport.
Well, I suppose the rest of the stuff's not much use without them, huh?
Captain, when you get back to your ship, you'll find that they've already started loading up with replacements for those tanks and tank destroyers.
Loading the Sea Train Texas?
That's right.
But where'd they get the tanks, the equipment?
I told you that the arsenals and factories turned the tanks out on time. They did more than that. They turned out twice as many as were called for. They've started to arrive in Brooklyn already.
I see.
Once we get them on board the Sea Train Texas, the rest is up to you.
In words of one syllable?
Here's the manifest. You'll be carrying 250 tanks, 50 tank destroyers, and assorted weapons enough to equip a division. And here's why it's important this cargo gets to the British. Rommel knocked them back because he's got Panzers carrying 88-millimeter cannon. All the British have are Sherman tanks with 77s. Now, the tanks you'll transport to Montgomery will top anything Rommel's got. They're equipped with 105-millimeter cannon, and that'll decide the issue. And that's why you've got to get them there.
When do we sail?
As soon as you're loaded. You'll get your orders on the dock. The most important orders you've ever received. They're being issued by the President himself.
Well, and I suppose we'll be going to Egypt the long way round?
There's no other way. Rommel's reinforcement comes just across the Mediterranean. You'll have to go all around the Cape of Good Hope, 14,000 sub-infested miles.
What am I getting for an escort?
You're not getting an escort.
What?
That's right. We're depending on your speed.
We've never traveled without an escort before.
An escort didn't save the Fairport.
Yeah, but have you ever taken a look at the hull of the Sea Train Texas?
I know. She's not armored.
Why, my nephew up in Vermont could sink that ship with a 22.
You'll have air coverage whenever possible. B-24s from the East Coast and then from Bermuda.
Well, thanks for that anyway.
I know how you feel. Those subs love a ship alone.
Any comforting last words?
They're not very comforting. Personally, Captain Town, I don't think you have a chance. But I hate to think what might happen to us all if you fail. Good luck.
And so I began my part of the story. The voyage of the ship the Nazis had to get. In the early dawn of July 29, 1942, the Sea Train Texas pulled out into the Channel, away from Brooklyn and the Army's sprawling port of embarkation. Leaving the harbor, we trailed behind a convoy of 15 freighters bound for Ireland. On the bridge with me was my old friend Jimmy Murphy, the civilian pilot whose job it was to take us out of New York Harbor.
Well, now, you didn't stay in port long, did you, Captain?
Just long enough to get a hankering for the sea again, Jim.
Well, you're certainly traveling in grand style this time. 16 ships and all bound for Ireland. Who's your new bridge top?
What's your name, son?
McGuire, Captain. Bill McGuire.
Well, glory be. Blessed is the ship that has a good Irishman on the bridge. You're all right, Captain. You're safe now, don't worry.
You been at sea before, McGuire?
Not really at sea, Captain.
You see how blessed we are, Jim. Well, son, you'll learn. Haven't got much to do up here. Captain Stalker just listens on that headphone you're wearing and relays any messages I give you.
Yes, Captain.
Where are you from, son?
Boston, sir.
Ever been to Ireland before?
No, sir, but my father was born there.
I suppose you're a Red Sox fan.
My father and I have a standing bet on all their games.
You for or against?
Oh, I'm for.
Well, in the quiet night watches, we get some of the baseball scores along with the other less important news. I'm a Yankee fan myself.
What's your father do, McGuire?
He makes something they use in tanks. I'm not sure what, but he's been pretty busy at it the last week or so.
Yeah, I can imagine.
All right, helmsman.
Aye, sir.
Just bring her around to follow those other ships up ahead.
Aye.
You'll be going through a hell gate and up to meet the destroyers off Block Island.
Wrong way, Jim.
What?
Yeah, we're going the other way this time. And alone.
Are you now? Well, in that case, all I can say is good luck. Yes, good luck.
When we dropped the pilot, I opened my sealed orders. Proceed to Port Suez by way of Cape Town. Crossing will be made at full speed, 16 and a half knots. And so we set out into the Atlantic, alone. The ship the Nazis had to get. For 5 days, we had air coverage. B-24s flying along our course, looking out for subs. But on the 5th evening...
Captain, you know, I sure breathe easy when those planes show up every morning.
Well, take a long look at that one flying off to the west there now. It's the last you'll see till we get to the other side.
The last?
Yeah. We're heading out now. We'll be out of range of air cover.
Well, what do you know?
Here are a couple of news bulletins.
Well, let's forget it. Here's the ship's news. Let's see what your Red
Reported
Sox
that the Nazi
did.
drive on Stalingrad has been temporarily stalled. In Egypt, the land operations were limited, and it was felt that time was running out for the British. Time is all in favor of Field Marshal Rommel, who is daily being reinforced across the Mediterranean, while the British can only be reached over a long 14,000-mile route. Unless the British Eighth Army can start moving west before Rommel starts moving east, disaster is inevitable.
Sounds rugged.
And that's the war news. Now on the home front. The only ball scores, the Tigers beat the Red Sox in a twin bill. 8-4 and 6-2. That's all for now.
It's 20 cents more I owe my old man.
He's really cleaning up on you, isn't he?
Yeah, Williams is leading the league in home runs, but it doesn't seem to do any good.
Well, they may pull up.
Captain.
Yeah.
If Rommel gets through at El Alamein and to Cairo, the British will have another Dunkirk, won't they?
Something like that.
Gee, that Dunkirk must have been something. I saw it in a movie just before we sailed. Mrs. Miniver.
It can't be any Dunkirk at Cairo, McGuire.
Wait a second. I got the radio shack on the phone. Bridge. Aye.
What is it?
Submarine.
What?
Submarine report comes from the radio shack. They've got a decoder.
All right, get it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, radio. Freighter sunk, yeah?
Write the position down here.
Latitude. Yeah. Longitude. Okay, I got it, radio.
Let me have it.
Here you are, sir.
I'll put it on the chart here. Latitude, 18. Longitude. There. Huh. Right where they got the fairport.
Is it close to us, Captain?
About 12 miles straight ahead of us.
Well, what do we do?
We follow our orders. We keep to our course. For the next 10 days, we were sailing under our lucky star, I guess. However, there was very little sleep for anyone on the sea train Texas, a huge cargo ship zigzagging its way across the sub-infested South Atlantic. 18 days after we left Brooklyn, we arrived off Cape Town, South Africa.
Sir.
Yes, McGuire.
Radio received a message in code from Cape Town. We have priority over all other ships for refueling, and we're to move to our designated berth at once.
Good. Anything else?
Yes, we've been assigned the code name of Treasure Ship.
Treasure Ship? Not bad. Not bad at all. We left Cape Town and steamed northward up the east coast of Africa. We began to relax. Soon we'll be in the Red Sea on our way to the Suez Canal.
Captain Town began to relax too soon. At Aden, the British-controlled port at the foot of the Red Sea, the commander of the operating base called in his operations officer.
Lieutenant, did you get this message that the treasure ship is off the entrance at Socotra Island?
Yes, Commander.
She'll be in the harbor at Aden in the morning. See that she's handled at once.
Sir, we've just had a report from a patrol plane. There's an Italian submarine in the narrow channel between Cape Guardafui and Socotra Island.
What? Have you got it plotted?
Yes, sir. Right there.
Right in the path of treasure ship.
Yes, sir.
Not a chance in the world for her to slip by.
No, sir.
Treasure ship's due in the channel. Let's see.
In less than an hour, sir. Just at dusk.
Worst possible time. And without an escort. What's the situation on the other side of Socotra Island?
As of this noon, that was reported clear.
Well, then if treasure ship changes course and comes around that side of the island instead of through the channel, she has a chance to escape the sub and make port in safety.
To the best of our knowledge.
All right, then. Send her this message. Urgent. Submarine lies in channel directly in your course. Change course, come around outside of the island.
Right.
Code it up, get it right off.
Yes, sir.
Send the patrols around the outside of the island and give her whatever protection you can. Lieutenant, if this ship doesn't get through, it'll be the end. And I mean the end.
Tonight on the Cavalcade of America, Ray Milland is starring as Captain Kenneth Towne in The Ship the Nazis Had to Get. The British commander at Aden in the Red Sea has received a report that an Italian submarine lay directly in a channel through which the sea train Texas has to pass. He sent a message to the ship to change course and go around the outside of Socotra Island into the harbor at Aden. It is night now. On the sea train Texas, known by the code name of Treasure Ship, Captain Towne stands on the darkened bridge, preparing to head through the channel
Hey, McGuire.
Sir?
You got any money in the anchor pool?
Yes, Captain. I put my money on dropping the hook at Aden at 0955 tomorrow. You think I'm anywhere near right?
Well, you could be, but don't ask me. I've never won an anchor pool yet.
Hey, wait a minute. Excuse me, sir. Bridge eye. Go ahead, radio.
What's that?
Message from radio, Captain. Go ahead, radio.
What is it?
Yes? Yes? Right. Radio says that Aden has just sent us an urgent message, sir. That everything after the address is gobbled by interference. The operator wasn't able to get anything they can decode.
Couldn't they get anything out of it?
Radio from Bridge. Couldn't you get anything out of it? Uh-huh. No, Captain. Just an urgent message from Aden for us.
Urgent, huh?
Radio wants to know if you wanted to ask for a repeat.
No, by no means. You're observing radio silence. I'm certainly not going to open up now and expose my position.
Radio from Bridge. Captain says keep radio silence.
If it's that important, Aiden will repeat the message. We can get it the next time.
How about radio? Captain says keep on the alert for a repeat.
Which circuit connects me up to the officer in charge of the armed guard?
This one here, Captain.
Lieutenant Anderson, this is the captain. I've just received a garbled, urgent message from Aiden. Can't make out what the message is, but it is urgent. So keep your men at battle stations. We're going through a narrow channel here. Might run into anything.
Meanwhile, in the Italian submarine at the far end of the channel, the radio operator reported to his captain.
Capitano.
Yes?
We have just intercepted a message from British headquarters at Aden from an Allied ship.
Good. What is it?
From Commander Naval Operating Base, Aden, to the commanding officer, treasure ship. Urgent.
Treasure ship? Code name, huh? Must be a cargo vessel. What's the rest of the message?
Enemy submarine lying in your course in channel.
Mm-hmm. Good. Up periscope.
Si, Capitano.
Keep a lookout for American ship coming through this channel here. Go ahead.
It says change course. They're being ordered to change course and get out of this channel because it is known that we are here waiting for them.
Very well. Then we'll change course also to wherever they are ordered. Stand by to change course.
Si, Capitano.
The message tells them to change course. Don't go through this channel, it says. Pass around the outside of the island.
Outside the island, huh? Is that all?
That is all, Capitano.
Ah, this is what I always dream about. The big, fat sea cow. Well, we'll get out of the channel and wait for her outside the island ourselves. All engines ahead.
Si, Capitano.
Oh, this will be so easy. And meantime, at the operating base at Aden, the British commander called in his operations officer again.
Lieutenant, I stress to you the importance of treasure ship.
Sir, our patrols are out covering the outside of the island looking for treasure ship, but she hasn't come around it.
You sent the message. You marked it urgent?
Of course, sir.
Did she get it?
We can only assume she did, sir. She's maintaining radio silence. She can't acknowledge receipt.
Well, we may be assuming the wrong thing. Send it out again. Send it out until you're sure she's received it.
Now, aboard the subject of all this concern, on the bridge of the sea train Texas.
Captain Town, radio says they're getting a repeat on that urgent message from Aden.
All right, tell them to give it to us as they break it.
Radio from Bridge. Give it to us as you break it.
Armed guard, this is the captain. We're nearing the end of the channel now, the narrowest part. Keep a sharp lookout.
Here's some of the message now, Captain.
All right, let's have it.
Enemy submarine.
Yeah?
Submarine lying in your course in channel.
Yeah. Go on with the message.
Change course. Don't enter channel, but pass around outside of island.
We can't. It's too late. We're almost through the channel now. We're practically at the Aden end of the channel as it is.
Do you suppose by any chance we've passed right over the sub and it didn't notice us?
Either that or she's waiting for us just ahead there. In which case I should play safe and go back through the channel around outside as ordered. Well, tell the engine room to stand by. We may come around.
Engine room, there's the bridge. Stand by. We may come around.
If I play this wrong. Oh, if I play this wrong.
Engine room standing by, sir.
We're practically through the channel now. If we go back and around the outside of the island... No, I can't see turning around and going back. On the other hand, the sub may lie in a quarter mile ahead. I hope I'm right. I'd better be right.
What are your orders, Captain?
We go straight ahead. Straight through the channel.
Finally, then, at Aden, the British commander enters the radio communications room.
Still no word on treasure ship, Lieutenant?
None, sir. The patrols still haven't been able to locate her on the outside of the island.
Why didn't we have a report on this other submarine, Lieutenant? The one that suddenly appeared outside the island.
Patrols didn't report any, sir. She was probably submerged when they were out.
And when will we know? When will we know about the treasure ship?
At daylight, we can send planes out, sir. Furthermore, if she's safe, she'll open up on high-frequency voice radio when she gets within range.
There's nothing we can do till then?
Nothing. I can try calling her myself on voice radio, but we've been trying that.
Well, try it again.
Yes, sir. Hello, treasure ship. Treasure ship, this is Freeboot. This is Freeboot. Come in, please. Over.
Oh, no answer?
No, sir. If there's an answer, sir, you'll catch it from the speaker there.
Why don't they give us more patrols and protection? Here we sit at the mouth of the Red Sea, the only possible route to supply the 8th Army. I bet there are submarines out there 10 deep. If they can block this channel, they can cut off all supplies.
Hello, Freeboot. This is...
There. Maybe that's treasure ship. Now.
Too much static. Can't make it out. Hello. Hello. This is Freeboot. I do not hear you. Come in again.
Hello, Freeboot. This is treasure ship.
Treasure ship? There she is at last.
This is treasure ship reporting. We've cleared that channel okay. Ready for any orders for the rest of the voyage.
Well, from Aden, the ship raced up the Red Sea. On the morning of September 2nd, exactly 35 days out of Brooklyn, we eased into the harbor at Port Tewfik, at the Red Sea end of the Suez Canal. And before the dock lines were fastened, the ship's own booms started swinging the tanks out of the holds to the docks and the British drivers waiting to speed them to the desert front. When the first tank touched the dock, I left the bridge and went to my cabin. I went to bed for the first time since we left Brooklyn.
Three days later, the last of those tanks was unloaded, and Montgomery sent the American armor into battle against Rommel. Along the dusty roads leading out of El Alamein, weary soldiers of the 8th Army rose from their foxholes and cheered as the tanks thundered and roared past. In the 6 weeks of bitter desert fighting which followed, these tanks spearheaded the British attack. The 105mm guns in those tanks were the weapons that helped the British stop the German advance before El Alamein. They were the decisive factor that turned Rommel's advance into a retreat to mark the beginning of the end of the Third Reich. America, our production genius, and the sea train Texas had, against almost impossible odds, delivered the goods for victory. Our thanks to Ray Milland and the Cavalcade players for tonight's DuPont play, The Ship the Nazis Had to Get. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present the popular Hollywood star, Diana Lynn. Our play, Loyal Lady, is the story of a girl forced to choose between her country and the man she loved. Be sure to listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a special message of the gravest importance. The supply of blood and blood plasma is almost exhausted by the demands of the war in Korea. The need is urgent. The need is now. So call up your local Red Cross chapter and make an appointment to donate blood to our armed forces. Thank you.
Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, The Ship the Nazis Had to Get, starring Ray Milland, was written by Robert Anderson, based on the article of the same name by James H. Winchester, published in the American Legion magazine. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. Ray Milland appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in the Paramount picture Rhubarb. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, our star, Diana Lynn, our play, Loyal Lady. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, it's Hollywood Theater on NBC.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents The Cavalcade of America, starring Joan Caulfield as Emily Geiger.
It was a September morning when it all began, the fateful autumn of 1781, that was to see the end of the American War for Independence and victory for the cause of freedom. On my father's farm in Fairfield District, South Carolina, General Nathaniel Greene had set up his headquarters, for we were among the few patriots left in the district. And it was there, on that September morning...
Lieutenant Colonel Lee reporting from scouting expedition, sir.
At ease, Colonel.
Shall I close the door, General Greene?
No, it's all right. It's just Miss Emily Geiger at the clavichord. Well, what have you found out?
A British force under Colonel Stewart has left Charleston, sir. Headed west for a rendezvous with Lord Rawdon's army south of here on the Congaree River.
You're certain of that, Colonel?
Positive, sir. We intercepted one of their scouts on the way to Lord Rawdon.
If the British are sparing men from the defense of Charleston, it can mean only one thing. They intend to crush us here to clear the way for later movements by Cornwallis. And you know what that would mean.
The end, sir.
There's still one hope. If we could get word over to General Sumter at Camden, his forces combined with ours can engage Lord Rawdon now and prevent him from joining Stewart.
They'll be expecting us to try that, sir. I doubt if our messenger would get through.
Yes, I suppose so. Wait a minute. Music.
I beg pardon, sir?
Colonel, do you recall we used to use music as a code?
Well, the enemy may be onto that by now, sir.
But a musically minded young girl going to visit a friend or relative might conceivably take with her a melody of her own composition to show off her progress in her musical studies.
You're thinking of sending Miss Emily?
Yes.
It seems a dangerous mission for such a young girl. She's only 18.
She's a good horseman, Colonel. She's known to the people in these parts. And her very youth should exempt her from suspicion. In fact, Colonel, I am inclined to believe that Miss Emily Geiger is our only hope.
If I had known how much depended on the mission, I'd never have dared to undertake it. I only knew that I'd been given a chance to do some small service to our cause of liberty. And with the message, whose contents I didn't know, pinned securely to the inside of my shift, I chose the fastest horse in my father's stable and rode out on the road to Camden. They warned me to proceed cautiously and keep a sharp lookout for British scouts. As I rounded a turn in the road near Cedar Creek...
Oh, I'll really aim at you this time.
Oh, dear. Oh, whoa. Oh, boy. Whoa.
Well, miss.
Oh, good morning.
Where are you headed for?
The Phillips plantation.
Oh, I'm headed in the same direction. I'll ride along with you.
If you're concerned for my safety, please don't be. I'm quite capable of looking after myself.
I'm afraid I must insist.
May I ask by what authority you interfere like this?
My name is Merriweather, miss. Lieutenant Merriweather, on scout duty for the Continental Army.
Well, why aren't you in uniform?
This is British-held territory. Farther on, this road is patrolled by British scouts 24 hours a day.
Well, then you'd better let me ride on alone. It'll be dangerous for you to be found with me, if you really are a Continental Scout.
And, what are you, really?
A civilian, minding my own business.
A young girl riding unescorted along a lonely road, rather unusual, wouldn't you say?
Oh, please let go of that bridle. I've a long way to go, and I can't waste time in idle conversation.
Well, in such a hurry, too. You wouldn't be carrying a message for Lord Rawdon, would you, miss?
Oh, certainly not. I'm a patriot.
You say that with considerable spirit. Well, you may be a patriot, but nevertheless, I think I'll take you back to General Greene's headquarters for questioning.
Listen.
Huh?
What's that?
Wait. Might be British patrol.
Oh, I must get out of here. Please let me go.
So you are a patriot.
I shouldn't tell you, but I... All right, I'm Emily Geiger. General Greene is using my father's farm as headquarters. I'm carrying a message for him.
Come on, quickly. Get our horses behind those trees over there.
Come on, boy. Come on.
That's it. Here. Here, this will serve for cover. Now be absolutely still.
Yes.
Oh, what is it, sir? Tracks leading off this road. Well, they must be yonder, watering their horses. Come on. Have your pistol ready and remember our orders. Shoot.
What do we do?
I'll let them chase me the other way. When they're out of sight, run for it.
Oh, please be careful.
You too. Good luck.
Good luck.
Get up. Go.
There he goes! After him!
The lieutenant was still out of range of their pistols when he disappeared around a bend in the road, and the British patrol followed him out of sight. Then I mounted my horse and rode off without looking back. It was nearly dark when I reached the Phillips plantation. I stopped at the gate, dismounted, and was leading my horse up the drive when... Oh, steady, boy, steady.
Stop where you are. Next time I won't miss.
Mr. Phillips, it's I, Emily Geiger.
Well. Bless me for a blind old fool. What are you doing in these parts, Miss Emily?
Why, I'm on my way to Camden to visit my Aunt Sophia.
All alone?
Why, yes.
Your father shouldn't have allowed you to leave home. That road's not safe for anyone this night.
No one shot at me on the road, Mr. Phillips.
Well, I apologize for shooting at you, Emily. But we loyalists were warned that a Continental scout might be riding this way.
Oh, indeed?
Yes, seems they're up to something. I don't expect you'd be carrying any messages for the Continentals, though.
Oh, it doesn't seem likely that they would trust me with a message, does it?
It doesn't seem likely a young girl like you should be riding alone in times like these, either.
Oh, why, Mr. Phillips? I believe you halfway suspect that I am a spy. Oh, how romantical of you.
Well, I wouldn't put anything past those... well, you'll stop here for the night, of course.
I was hoping to.
I'll do just in time for supper. Go on in and speak to my wife. I'll look after your horse.
Thank you. Good evening, Mrs. Phillips.
Why, it's Emily Geiger. Come in, child.
Mr. Phillips was kind enough to invite me to supper and to spend the night.
Well, you're lucky he didn't blow your head off with that musket of his. Here, let me help you off with those boots.
Oh, you're very kind.
Now, let's get the other one. There. Does that feel better?
Oh, much better.
How are things at home? How's your father?
Quite well.
They say the Continentals are camped somewhere in your neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Don't you know? I seem to remember your father used to talk independence a good deal.
Well, he never talks politics to me.
Well, he's quartering General Greene in his staff, so he doesn't have to.
Oh, is that what people are saying?
British scouts are thicker than flies around here. And, as you've already judged, my husband is very friendly with them.
And you, Mistress Phillips?
Oh, I listen and keep my own counsel. General Greene is too crafty to send a military scout through here with an important message. He'd be more likely to send an innocent-looking civilian. Maybe even a woman.
Oh, Mistress Phillips,
Clara, aren't you going to give this poor child a chance to wash up before supper?
Oh, how thoughtless of me. Come, my dear, I'll show you up to your room.
It's just at the head of the stairs, Emily. You go on up. Clara will fetch some water for you.
But, Jonathan...
I can find my way up, Mr. Phillips.
Oh, Miss Emily,
Yes, Mr. Phillips?
that horse of yours is in quite a lather. I wouldn't ride out with him too early in the morning if I were you.
Oh, but I must... I mean, well, Cousin Sophia's expecting me tomorrow evening.
Well, see how you feel in the morning.
Yes, in the morning.
That girl never could tell a lie without blushing.
A lie? Why should she lie to us?
No matter. Go up and fetch the water for her bath. Stay with her while she's bathing and search her clothing.
What for?
You know what for. You've heard the rumors that the Continentals are trying to communicate between sectors.
But she's only a child.
I'm for letting no one pass suspicion. And this girl's up to something. Now search her, I say.
Who is it?
Mistress Phillips?
Oh, wait a minute.
I brought the water upstairs for your bath.
Oh, well, thank you.
There's no need to lock your door in this house, Emily.
Oh, well, of course not. I just didn't think. Being away from home alone for the first time, I suppose, is why I did it.
Well, no matter. Shall I put the basin over here by the fire?
I'll do it. Just leave the pail anywhere.
Nonsense. You've had a tedious journey and you shall be waited on. Here, let me help you off with your things.
Really, I'd rather wait on myself.
But at least let me loosen your stays.
I don't wear any stays.
No stays in a figure like that? How I envy you.
Mrs. Phillips, please.
I was only trying to help with your body.
Well, I'm sorry. I've decided not to take a bath.
You'll feel so much better if you freshen up. At least let me offer you a clean shift.
No.
Why not, pray?
I just remembered. I had an attack of the grip. The doctor put a flannel next to my chest and made me promise most particularly not to move it. He said the night air is especially dangerous.
My husband is right. You can't tell a lie without blushing.
Blushing? Oh, perhaps I'm a little feverish.
Where is it, Emily?
What?
The message.
I don't understand you, Mistress Phillips.
Pinned to the inside of your ship, I'll wager.
What are you going to do?
My child, I have two brothers fighting for independence.
Oh.
I shall tell my husband that his suspicions are groundless, of course. But I warn you, the British scouts in this district are not to be put off so easily.
You think them so likely to suspect me?
They're under orders to suspect everyone.
Well, surely they are gentlemen, and they wouldn't search a lady's person, would they?
Not if they don't catch you.
But
You have a fast horse, judging from the distance you've come in one day. If you ride out before breakfast, you will miss their patrol at the crossroads. If you strike out to the north from there, you can reach the Camden Ferry by way of the back roads.
But won't your husband be suspicious if I ride out so early?
It is better to be suspicious than to give away the whole game with those pretty blushes of yours.
Oh, I don't know. I was so sure of success, and now I feel that... Tell me truthfully, would it be better if I turned back now and told General Green that I'm not equal to the task?
If I said yes, what would you say, Emily?
I would pay you no mind.
Good. Go ahead, Emily. Godspeed. And I pray you are equal to the task.
Listening to the Cavalcade of America, starring Joan Caulfield, sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight on the Cavalcade of America, Joan Caulfield is appearing as Emily Geiger, a young girl of revolutionary times engaged in a secret mission for the American forces.
I slept fitfully in the Phillips house that night. At dawn, I rose, slipped quietly out of the house, walked my horse to the road, and mounted. After stopped to give my mount a rest. Then I heard a sound that froze my blood. 2 horsemen, perhaps more, overtaking me. I tried to urge my horse on, and he did his best, but they were gaining rapidly.
Halt! Halt! Halt in the king's name!
Why, it's a woman. She hit? I don't know, sir.
Oh.
Miss, are you all right?
Oh, yes, no thanks to you. But look what you've done to my mount.
Oh, I think he's all right. Nothing broken. He's just sprained his foreleg. Come on, boy. There. See, he can walk.
No, he'll be as fit as ever in a week or so, miss.
A week or so? But I have to be in Camden by nightfall.
That would be impossible in any case. It's our duty to take you in custody, miss.
But I've done nothing wrong.
Except willfully disregard my order to halt. Why?
I didn't hear you.
How prettily you blush.
Why, how dare you accuse me of lying?
Corporal, I'll take the lady on my mount. You'll follow with her horse. Take it slowly and be gentle with him. He's a fine animal. And we can use him if...
If what, Sergeant?
That will depend, miss, on what Captain Gresham thinks of those blushes of yours. In here, miss.
Well, Sergeant, what is this?
Prisoner taken in custody, Camden Road, sir, on information of Mr. Phillips.
Oh.
Oh. Just as I thought. Your name, miss?
Nellie Bates.
Mr. Phillips has identified you as Emily Geiger.
There must be some mistake. I don't know any Mr. Phillips.
These are traps, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. A carpet bag and a reticule.
What's this? A sampler with the initials E.G.
That belongs to a friend of mine. She asked me to take it for her to match the thread.
At this moment, your face is a good match for my scarlet tunic, miss.
Oh, well, I don't think it very becoming in a king's officer to criticize a lady's complexion, sir.
On the contrary, I'm offering you a compliment. Your blushes are most attractive. However, we have information that leads us to believe you may be carrying a message for the enemy.
But I'm not.
We shall see. Under the circumstances, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to submit to a thorough search.
What do you mean by thorough?
Well, miss, a thorough search. You'll have to disrobe.
She's fainted.
Fetch some water quickly.
Yes, sir.
Mistress Jenkins, come in here.
What is it, Captain? Is something that... Why, bless me, the child has fainted.
Here's some water. Do I just throw it on her, sir?
Oh, you oaf. Not that great pail of water. Do you want to drown her? Hand me that flask of brandy.
Right you are, ma'am.
Now then, hold her head up.
Right.
That's it. Feeling better, my child?
Don't leave me. Stay with me.
Oh, of course I will. Here, let me help you out. Here we go.
I feel dizzy.
Whatever brought this on, Captain?
Well, she just swooned away before I could explain that naturally you'd take charge. I mean, well, madam, the lady has got to be searched right down to the skin, that's all. Come along, Sergeant. Call us when you've finished.
Well, miss, I take it you're well enough to get on with it.
Get on with it?
Take them off, child.
But supposing the lieutenant should come back?
Oh, there's a screen over there. Get behind it.
Could I move it over by the fire? I might catch a chill.
No, you don't. You're not getting rid of any documents by throwing them on the fire. Not with old Mother Jenkins on the job. Now, come along. No more delays.
I'd feel much better if you'd stay on this side of the screen and watch the door.
Oh, very well. You can hand your things out to me. But none of your tricks, mind you. For I shall have but one eye on the door, and the other will be on you. Come now. Off with them.
There was no hiding place behind the screen, even if I could have risked hiding the message. All I could think to do was delay as long as possible. I slowly removed my stockings and handed them one by one over the screen to Mrs. Jenkins. She tapped her foot impatiently.
Garters. Where are your garters, girl?
Well, what could be hidden in a garter?
You heard me.
All right. Here they are. And Here's my gown.
Well, this seems to be in order. Come on now, hurry up. Petticoats, girl, petticoats.
Well, I have only one. Here.
Silk at that. Well, what are you doing now?
But I'm down to my shift. Isn't that enough?
Positively not. Now, hurry up. Take it off.
I was desperate, but I had to obey. I unpinned the note as quickly as possible as I slipped out of my shift. I glanced at it quickly, hoping to gain some knowledge of the contents, for now I knew I must destroy it at all costs. General Green had told me I would have no difficulty in memorizing it. But what I saw before me was simply a few bars of music, jotted down on a piece of paper. It was a melody I had played many times on the clavichord. But as I scanned through it, I noticed it had a strange ending and might have a hidden meaning. And suddenly I knew what to do.
For pity's sake, child, leave off the concert and get on with what you're doing.
All right. I'll have a little pen.
What?
Having trouble with a pin. There. May I get dressed now?
As soon as I go over these seams.
Oh, please. Fetch me some water, will you?
What do you say? You feel faint again?
No. I think it was something I ate. What I had eaten was the message from General Green to General Sumter. Then, after I was dressed, Mistress Jenkins admitted the British captain.
Well, I've searched every ruffle and seam, Captain.
No message, eh?
Nothing.
My apologies, miss. I apologize for the inconvenience we had to put you to. Did you hear me, miss?
Yes, it's quite all right, Lieutenant. Am I free to go now?
Quite free.
But my horse, he was lamed.
Oh, I'll lend you one of our mounts to speed you on your journey. You may recover yours when he's fit again.
But how will I ever find you?
I dare say we shall be quartered right here in this farmhouse for some time to come. Did you have any reason to think otherwise?
Oh, no, no reason at all. Well, I'd better be on my way now.
I had hoped you would stay and take dinner with us.
Oh, thank you, Captain. But I've already eaten. All the way to Camden, I kept humming those strange bars of music. But when I finally reached General Sumter's quarters, both memory and speech seemed to have failed me.
The message, miss. Speak up, please. Where is it?
I ate it, sir.
Ate it?
Yes, sir. And now I'm not sure I remember the tune.
Tune? What tune?
Well, that's all the message was, General. A few bars of music.
Do you recall any of it?
Yes, it starts out... Dee-dum, dum. Oh, I don't remember. If I could just pick it out on a clavichord...
Now, there's one in the next room. Come with me, miss. Oh, Colonel Reed.
Yes, sir?
Reed, this young lady has a message in musical cipher. We formerly sent secret messages in musical score. She's not sure she remembers all of it, but will you see what you can decipher?
Yes, sir.
Well, as I remember, it starts like this.
That mean anything, Colonel?
Not in our code, sir.
The tune is Bonnie Prince Charlie.
Bonnie Prince... Charles Stewart. Something about Colonel Stewart, perhaps.
There was a rumor that he... Play some more, miss.
Well, here's where it goes wrong. Oh, I do hope I can remember it. Let's see. It didn't seem to fit the rest of the music, but, D, G... Yes, that's it, I'm sure.
Wait a minute. Wait till I get my code book. All right. Again, please. Slowly. I think I detect our code, General. GG. No, wait a minute. British force. F sharp G. No, wait. Colonel Stewart. EEG left Charleston. AD rendezvous. B Congaree. AG intercept Rawdon.
Right. See that every staff officer receives orders. They're to make ready to break camp. We march tomorrow morning to join General Green's forces.
Yes, sir.
Miss Emily, You've done our cause a great service.
The message did mean something then.
Most emphatically. If you had not got through with that message, it would have meant the defeat of our forces in this area. A crippling blow to the American cause in the South.
Oh.
Thanks to you, Miss Emily, we march tomorrow to join General Greene's army and rout the enemy forces in this part of Carolina once and for all.
And they did rout them. And our forces went on to greater victories until the news finally came that Lord Cornwallis had surrendered to General Washington at Yorktown. American independence was secured, and I was proud to have played a small part in the cause of freedom.
Thanks to Joan Caulfield and the Cavalcade players for tonight's DuPont play, Girl on a Mission. The story of Emily Geiger, whose real-life exploit was taken from a little-known document of the American Revolution. Next week, the star of the DuPont Cavalcade will be Robert Ryan in Listen, My Children, a portrait on a new canvas of a well-known American hero. Be sure to join us.
Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, Girl on a Mission, starring Joan Caulfield, was written by Robert Tallman. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. Joan Caulfield will soon be seen starring in the Ross Stillman production, The Lady Says No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the crusade for freedom can aid in the good and essential work of telling the people behind the Iron Curtain in Eastern Europe and Asia the truth about America's aims of freedom and peace. Join the crusade for freedom. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, our star, Robert Ryan. Our play, Listen, My Children. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America, starring Robert Young.
Tonight's DuPont play, starring Robert Young as General Mark Clark, is called Top Secret. It begins in London in October 1942. A dark hour of the war. A small select group of men gathers with General Clark. It's a secret meeting behind guarded doors for a briefing on a dangerous mission.
And this plan, gentlemen, calls for a rendezvous on the North African coast. North Africa? That's right. If it comes off, it will give the coming invasion a much greater chance of success, save many thousands of American lives.
This rendezvous, General Clark, exactly where will it be?
Bob Murphy of our embassy in Algiers has suggested a lonely villa facing the sea about 60 miles west of the town. It'll show a light not visible from the land side as a signal that all is well and we can land. That's him. The date, gentlemen, is October 21st.
October 21st?
That's just 4 days from now.
Right.
Oh. And the objective, sir? The objective is to learn the disposition of the French military and naval establishments in North Africa and prevent action by them against us.
Mm-hmm.
Some of their top men are on our side, but unfortunately there are numerous others who support the Vichy government.
Yes, I know.
Besides that, the area is honeycombed with spies and police, all loyal to Vichy. Is this Murphy's idea, General? No. General Mass conceived the whole business. He's the French commander in Algeria and very much on our side.
Mm-hmm.
He suggests we send a political expert, a supply man, a Navy man, and so forth. Now, that, gentlemen, is why I've called you all together. You are to be part of this mission. Any further questions?
How do we go, General?
I see. By air to Gibraltar, then submarine. I might add that we've taken every possible precaution. Planned this thing very carefully. But, of course, there's a certain amount of personal risk attached. There's no guarantee that any of us will get back alive. That understood?
Yes, General.
When do we leave? Tonight. That is all, gentlemen. See you later.
Welcome aboard the Red Gremlin, General.
Thank you, Major.
I'm Thomas, sir, your pilot, here to Gibraltar.
Good. This is General Emmett, my second in command.
Glad to know you, Major.
Colonel Holmes, Captain Giles, right of the Navy.
How do you accept?
Major Thomas, there's one thing I want understood.
Yes, sir.
Under no circumstances, no matter what happens, are we to land in Spain or Portugal. We have top-secret documents aboard, and if we're forced down by enemy planes, well, we better drop into the sea. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's go then. Give her the gun, Major.
Right, sir. Here we are, General. Gibraltar.
Say, what's that flag over there? That's not a British flag.
It's a Spanish flag, sir. You see, the airstrip here is just 300 yards from Spanish territory. Here they come now, sir. The British delegation to welcome you.
Is this Clark and his party?
Hello, Colonel. This is General Clark.
No rank mention, please. Would you gentlemen mind removing your coats and all insignia, please?
Not at all, Colonel, but what's the reason?
This airfield is under observation by German agents on the Spanish side, sir. No doubt we've got field glasses turned on us right now.
Well, this begins to feel like a real spy thriller.
Espionage is a serious matter with us here on Gibraltar, sir.
Yes, of course. I beg your pardon.
In a few moments, a limousine with blinds drawn will appear alongside us. You will then transfer to it, exposing as little of yourself as possible. Your party will then be taken to quarters. You, sir, will go to the governor's residence for tea.
Tea?
Tea. The governor, General Mason McFarlane, is quite anxious to speak with you. This way, sir.
Well, that's the plan, General. If it is humanly possible, I've got to arrive off the coast of Africa on the evening of the 21st.
Well, you have your work cut out to make it in time.
I've already wired Washington to contact our man Murphy in Africa for 1 day's grace in case we're late.
Yes, I should think so.
And, now, about this fellow who's in command of the submarine that's taking us to Algiers. You know him?
He's Lieutenant Jewell, a first-class submarine commander.
Sure.
Would you like to see him?
Yes, please, as soon as possible.
General Clark, I'd like to be quite frank with you.
Yes?
I'm not very enthusiastic about this entire plan.
May I ask why, General?
I can't help thinking it involves a great risk. You might get nabbed by the Vichy authorities. There's always a possibility that they may have laid a trap for you.
Yes, it could be.
General, should you get captured, the Germans have ways of making people talk. And in any case, the cat would probably be out of the bag. Oh, sure, if your plan comes off, it may well save a lot of lives. But if it goes wrong, it may jeopardize the whole invasion. It's a big risk.
It's a calculated risk.
Agreed, but it's nonetheless a very big one.
General, I must tell you, it's too late now to do anything but go ahead. Our two governments are committed, and I have no other course open to me.
Well, very good. I'll ask the Admiral to send Lieutenant Jewell to your quarters. And now, General, if you'll excuse me. General Clark?
Yes. Are you Lieutenant Joe?
That's right. My friends call me Bill, sir.
Good. At ease, Bill. Sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Bill, have they told you anything about this trip you're taking us on?
Well, all I know is that I'm to land your party at night on the African coast, sir.
And what's more important, get us out again. Well, can it be done?
Yes, sir. It can.
Wow. Lieutenant, I don't mind telling you that your attitude comes like a breath of spring air. Your superiors here in Gibraltar are not very optimistic about this project.
Well, you know how the top brass is, sir. They're just a lot of... I beg your pardon, General.
Well, all right, son. Well, when do we jump off?
In about 20 minutes, sir. It'll take us that long to walk down to the ship.
Now, that's the kind of man I like to do business with. Let's go. Bill? What did you find out below, Bill? What came in on the wireless?
Gibraltar reports enemy planes. Pursuit and Hankel's headed this way, sir.
What do you think? Hadn't you better take her down?
We're in a hurry, aren't you, General?
I certainly am. But...
Well, sir, traveling on the surface like this, we can go much faster, you know.
I see. Well, whatever you say. Really very nice up here on the bridge.
It certainly is, sir. Aircraft approaching from astern, sir. Better get below, General. Quickly.
Yes, of course.
Enemy planes at 225, sir. Closing rapidly. On, Ritter. Aye, sir. Dive, dive, dive! Dive, dive, dive! Well, General, according to my calculations, we're now about a mile offshore at the rendezvous point.
Good. Let me have a look at the periscope, will you?
Right, sir. Up periscope. See anything, sir?
No, not yet. Seems to be nothing but deserted shoreline and trees. Wait a minute. There is something. Here, take a look.
Oh, where, sir?
Straight ahead. See that big cluster of palms?
Uh-huh.
Now, just behind there, see something white half hidden by trees?
Yes. Yes, I see it. By Jove, it is a house. There's a light burning.
Right.
Well, shall we surface, General? Break out the landing lock?
No, Bill, it's too late. It's daylight before we got ashore. I suggest we remain submerged.
And then?
And then, let us pray. Let us pray, Bill, that we get a wireless message saying that Murphy can postpone this thing until tomorrow night. Oh, Lem. You want me, General? Wireless for Murphy just arrived. Maybe it's the okay I was hoping for last night. Get the code book, will you? I have it right here in my blouse. Good. I'll read it off. Ready? Yeah, shoot. 56-2AX. 56-2A. Yes, here it is. Police. Police? That's right, 56-2AX. That word is police. Oh. 101-DR. 101-DR. Got it. Well? The word, General, is apprehensive. Wow, this looks bad. Don't forget, from everything we've heard, the civil police in North Africa are absolutely loyal to the VC government. Now, if there's been a leak anywhere and they have the slightest inkling we're coming... I know. Well, let's get on with it. The next one is 44-OB. 4-OB. Yes, here it is. Porcupine? Porcupine? I don't get it. Look, Lem, this doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. What code book are you using? The blue, naturally. Of course. What's the matter with us? Murphy's State Department. You've got to use the brown code book. Got it with you? Wait a minute. Yeah, here we are. All right, now let's see. 56-2AX. Here it is. Arrangement. That's more like it. Yeah, 101 says completed. Well, now we're getting someplace. All right, Lem, finish that. Lieutenant Jewell. Yes, sir. Alert Campbell and his commandos. We're going ashore as soon as it gets dark.
Stand by to surface. First landing party, man your stations.
Can't you muffle those oars, Captain?
Sorry, General.
We picked a black night, all right. What about the boats with the rest of my staff? Where are they?
There's one about 20 yards to starboard. I can just make her out. Watch out, General.
Sea's pretty rough.
Well, these rubber boats can take them. Of course, they do capsize now and again. That's a help. Here we are, General. Last stop on the line.
Uh-huh. Thanks for a lovely trip. And don't forget, I've got a return ticket.
I hope you get to use it, General. I'll wait here for the rest of the party. And we'll come up to the house when you give the signal.
Right.
Oh, can I give you a hand over the side?
No, it's all right. I can...
Good luck, General.
Thanks. Now, let's see. I'm expecting someone on a secret mission. Where would I wait for him? Probably behind that clump of bushes over there. Yeah, that's just about where the police would wait for him, too. Well, here goes. Uh-oh. Somebody's over there.
Clark? Mark Clark?
Who are you?
Bob Murphy. Wow! Good to see you made it. Welcome, General. Welcome to North Africa. Cavalcade continues, starring Robert Young as General Mark Clark, who, on a dangerous secret mission to North Africa, has finally arrived at his destination, a villa on the African coast.
Now, General, the owner of this villa is a Frenchman named Courbet.
Yes?
He gave all his servants the night off, and if everything goes well, we won't be interrupted.
Good. What about this French General Mass? When's he coming, Bob?
He and his colleagues are driving out from town. They'll be here in an hour or so.
I see. Tell me, Bob, is there any chance of this place being raided by the local police?
Well, there's always a chance, General.
What would happen if they did pinch the joint?
To you?
No, to General Mast and his friends.
They'd be summarily dealt with. A firing squad.
Thanks, Bob. That's all I wanted to know.
May I ask why?
Well, if these Frenchmen are risking death to be in on this meeting, then it's a serious thing with them. They mean business.
You can be sure of that, sir.
Good. Well, I guess I'll turn in and catch a bit of shut-eye. Let me know when they get it, will you? We realize the danger involved, General Mast, and I certainly appreciate...
One moment, Mon General.
Yes?
Monsieur Murphy, you have taken adequate precautions. There is a guard at the door.
At every door and every window, General.
Good. I, too, have taken the precautions. In the town, I have men stationed at police headquarters. If the police make one little move in this direction, I will be notified on the telephone at once.
Fine. Now, let's get down to business. General Limitzer, would you like to start this thing off?
Very well, sir. General Mast, one of the things we're greatly interested in is the location and strength of troops and naval units. And then we'd like some details about airports, terrain where airborne troops could be landed, and so forth. You shall have them. They are here. All here in these papers I have prepared. Thank you, General. May we keep these? We are for you. And now, General Clark.
Yes?
There are some questions that I, too, would like to ask. This invasion of North Africa, it is serious?
If you mean are we committed to it, the answer is yes, General. Absolutely.
When?
Shortly.
And the extent of the operation, how many men?
Plenty.
Good. Planes, how many?
More than you've ever seen at one time.
Very good. General Clark, have you thought of this possibility? That perhaps the Germans, they have learned of your plans and will attack us first, huh?
We've thought of it. What would your people do in that case, General?
The men under my command will fight, no matter how little we have to fight with. France will stand beside America in this war as she did in the past.
Good.
And now I had better return before my absence is noted. My aides will remain here and furnish to you all information as you may require.
One moment, General, before you go. I'd like to thank you for everything and tell you how deeply grateful the Allied government...
You will repay us, General Clark, when your armies with their tanks and artillery and aircraft arrive. Together, then, we will turn on the Boche. Drive him from these shores. Au revoir, mon général. Vive les Alliés.
How are you coming on, General? This looks like the real stuff, Bob. This information will save thousands of American lives on D-Day. Good. Lem's in the next room with 2 French colonels getting the rest of the dope. If all goes well, we should be out of here and...
What do you think, General? Should I answer?
No, better let Corbet. Corbet, Monsieur Corbet?
Oui, mon général. Hein? Le téléphone? Allô? Oui, Corbet qui parle. Hein? Quoi? Oui, tout de suite.
What is it?
The police. They will be here in a few minutes.
What? How did they
One
know?
of my servants, he was suspicious. He told the police. Excuse me, mon général. The French officers, they must leave at once if the police find them. Ramon, Philippe, the police are coming. Police. The documents, General. You have them all?
Yes, I have them.
Now, gentlemen, if you quickly explain to me about the disposition on the
There
airport...
is no time. Quick. Armand, Philippe, your things out. You have 2 minutes. Au revoir, Philippe.
All right, Lem. Have the commanders dispersed in the woods near the boats. Have the one with the walkie-talkie. Contact the sub. Tell them what happened. Right. Bob, over the window, please. Watch for them while I get these documents together.
Yes, that's right. Help, sir.
General, here come the police. You'll have to hide. Quick. Captain Campbell, we'll have to get out of sight. Corbet. Quick, man. Where can we hide?
The wine cellar. Someone will assist through this trap door.
They're here. I'll try to stall the cops, Mark. Good. Is this wine cellar right below us?
It is. Come, we pull together, eh? 1, 2, 3. There. It is open. You will go down, please, General Clark. And now you, Captain Campbell.
Right.
So, now I warn you. Be quiet. Bon sang.
Doctor, here. Can you hear them? Where are they now, General?
In the room right above us, I think.
What if they should open that trap door?
Keep your carbine ready.
There's nobody here.
Murphy's talking.
Corbet myself. We have been informed, monsieur, that many people were here.
Oh, yes, that was earlier this evening.
Oh, then you admit, sir. Who were they?
Well, now, I can rely on your discretion, Sergeant.
Entirely, monsieur.
They were ladies.
Who?
Ladies. Certain friends of ours.
Did you hear that, General?
I heard.
Better get started on an alibi, sir. You're right to the heads about... Campbell. I'm sorry, General. My allergy. It must be something down here that...
Campbell, hold that to me.
I tried, sir, but...
Here's some chewing gum. Open your mouth.
Yes, sir. This gum's got no taste.
That's not surprising. I've been chewing it myself for an hour.
And you are positive, Monsieur Murphy, that no one else has been here but ladies?
Absolutely positive, Sergeant.
Very well. I will leave you now and return to headquarters for instructions. But I warn you, monsieur, it is very possible I will be back. Au revoir.
I think they've gone, sir.
Wait. We've got to be sure.
General Clark, all clear.
Thanks, Murphy. Come on, Campbell.
Yes, sir. Now, can I get rid of this awful gum?
Did you hear what I told the sergeant? I heard. I'm sure my wife will hear about it, too.
All right, now, General. You better hurry. Your men are waiting on the beach.
Right, come on, Campbell.
General, is it all right now if I...
Gesundheit. Now, come on, let's get out of here. I think it's dark enough now, General. We better get going back to the sub. Right. I suggest we all strip and push the boats out as far as we can. What do you think, Captain Rice?
Well, it's worth a try, General. If we can get past the second or third break, I think we'll be all right.
All right, men. Off with your cold clothes. Let's get moving.
Like we're almost going to clear, General.
That last wave was a whopper. Any sign of the sub yet, Captain?
Must be close by here somewhere.
Where's Ramesses for?
Lamb! Here we are, General. What about those papers?
I'm sitting on them. That's the driest part of me just now.
still holding on to your pants? I got him. Watch it, Captain. There's another big one coming. Yeah, I see it. Grab the rope. Hold on. She's turning over. General. General Clark. Where are you? Right here in the water. Hang on. I am. Where's Lem's boat? Lem, you all right? Yes, I'm all right, General. Little damp. What about those papers? Well, they're wet, but I've got them. How about you? My pants. I've lost my pants.
Ahoy there! Grab a line. We'll pull you aboard.
We've got some dry clothes below, General, if you'll just follow me. Not yet, Bill. I've got to get a message off to headquarters first. Got a pencil? Yes, sir. Shoot. Have obtained extremely valuable intelligence. Anticipate bulk of French Army, North Africa will offer little resistance to invasion by Allied forces. Signed, Mark Clark. Well, that does it, Bill.
Nice piece of work, General. Got everything you went after?
We got it, Bill. There'll be a lot of bloodshed on those beaches one day soon. But if the information we've got hold of will hold it to the minimum, then this little mission will more than justify itself.
As the result of General Clark's rendezvous with General Mast and his associates, the French in North Africa were prepared to assist when the invasion did come. And as history records, their brave and courageous stand in defying the Vichy government and in fighting alongside the Allies was one of the decisive factors in defeating the enemy. More than that, this mission helped save the lives of untold thousands of Americans who would otherwise have died on the beachhead during our decisive invasion of North Africa in the Second World War. Our thanks to Robert Young and the Cavalcade players for tonight's DuPont play, Top Secret. We would like to thank the 5.5 million members of the General Federation of Women's Clubs for their special award, which named Cavalcade of America the outstanding radio program on any of the major networks. The award cited Cavalcade as the best network program for children, for the whole family, and for adult listening. So, thanks again to the women of America for this great honor. Next week, the stars of the DuPont Cavalcade will be Basil Rathbone and Richard Green. Our play, The Torchbearer, the thrilling story of Nathaniel Bacon, an Amercan colonist who was born a century ahead of his time. Be sure to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, Top Secret, starring Robert Young, was written by Arthur Aaron and was adapted from an episode in the book Calculated Risk by General Mark W. Clark, published by Hopper Brothers. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Boys. The program was directed by John Zoller. Robert Young, star of Father Knows Best, appeared through the courtesy of Maxwell House Coffee. This is Cy Harris speaking.
We have an opportunity to honor our own dead of 2 world wars by wearing the American Legion Auxiliary poppy. These memorial poppies are made by disabled veterans, so wear them proudly and as a sign that we remember. Don't forget next week, our stars, Basil Rathbone and Richard Green. Our play, The Torchbearer. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents The Cavalcade of America, starring Donald Crisp and Robert Preston.
Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade is called The King of Nantucket and stars Robert Preston as Peter Folger and Donald Crisp as Tristram Coffin. This is a day in summer.
And one of the loveliest spots in the world to visit upon a summer's day is Sankaty Head on the island of Nantucket, some 30 miles off the New England coast. We're there now in the company of 2 summer visitors and their guide, a gentleman we shall call Mr. Gardner Coffin. They've paused to admire the view from the headland near the lighthouse.
Yeah, it was worth the long walk, Mr. Coffin. Even on so hot a day.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. What a delicious breeze.
What we call a dry nor'easter, Miss Jones. It ain't a bad day, not bad at all.
It's so clean and so peaceful. After New York, well.
Yes, I can imagine it was even more peaceful in the early days when the first settlers came. Nantucket must have been truly a paradise then,
Why, not hardly.
Huh?
Not hardly. No, the island was mighty nice in the summertime, then as now. But there was trouble in paradise, as you might say.
Oh?
Conflict, civil strife, on the edge of civil war in a way.
Oh, dear. Why men must quarrel, even in this quiet island?
Well, there was a just cause involved, Miss Jones. Here, a few years after the settlement, what may have been the New World's first battle against dictatorship was fought to a finish. Yeah, and 2 of my ancestors was involved on opposite sides.
Let's just sit here and watch the waves roll in and have our nice picnic lunch while you tell us all about it.
Yes, gladly, Miss Jones.
Good, I'm
Sit
hungry.
here.
Don't upset the basket there.
Yeah.
Well, the villain, I'm afraid, he bore my own surname. Old Tristram Coffin, he was. The first of the Nantucket Coffins and the island's chief magistrate. Old Father Tristram, he come here in 1661. By the mid-70s, he was ruling the roost. I guess he let power go to his head. Because on islands, as elsewhere, that often happens.
The next prisoner, Master Folger.
The Indian, Philip Cumis.
Well, what man's complaint?
Upon your own, Master Coffin. For lying and other rude carriages.
Oh, yes, as I recall, last August. The dark brute dared to complain I cheated him in a matter of corn. The Indian Philip Cumis will be set in the stock 2 hours next training day and will be whipped 20 stripes upon the naked body.
John Aylwhite, stand forth.
His offense, clerk?
It is charged he stole from Peter Coffin 3 pails of strong beer and a pannikin of rum.
I remember well. He broke into the stores of my cousin. Let him be bound to the service of said Peter Coffin as the slave of said Peter for the whole of 6 years. And let him be whipped 20 stripes.
Master Coffin, there's the woman, Patience Thomas.
Let her stand forth.
Master Coffin, the woman is ill. She can barely stand.
Patience, hear your sentence.
I must protest. She cannot speak.
Patient has no need for words. She has sinned. Therefore, let her be placed in the public stocks and let her be whipped.
The Indian Kesesumi.
Let him receive 30 strokes. Let him be whipped. Let them all be whipped. Whosoever shall carry away in his vessel any Indian slave off this island, let him be whipped. 40 strokes. 50 strokes. Whip them, I say. 50 strokes upon the naked body.
No, it wasn't hardly a paradise then, this island. You see, Nantucket was under the rule of the royal governor in New York. And New York was a long journey by land and sea from Nantucket in 1670. Well, there was 2 men that challenged the rule of Tristram Coffin. One was Captain John Gardner, my mother's many times great-grandfather and a fisherman for cod. The other was Peter Folger, surveyor, miller, Indian interpreter, and clerk of the court.
Folger, that name is familiar. Boston folk, aren't they?
The Folger strain may be Nantucket's proudest blood. Well, this Folger, he had a daughter who one day was to bear a son named Benjamin Franklin.
Wow. Oh, really?
Well, this Peter Folger, Ben Franklin's grandfather, mind you, he and Captain John Gardner, the 2 of them, they joined forces. That would be pretty near 300 years ago.
Peter, man, I can't see how you stand it. That crazy old man and his eternal whip.
If I were to leave my post as clerk, Captain, I'd leave the land records at the old man's mercy. No man's holding would be safe. Coffin and the first comers would seize everything.
This I know. Unless we rid ourselves of this king of Nantucket. Half the Englishmen of the place will end as slaves, and all the Indians.
I know.
Peter, you were ever a man for working things out. What shall we do?
There are only two courses, Captain. Open war or a more subtle way.
Then I'm for open war.
Against all the Coffins and all the Hussies. Against the Mayhews and the Starbucks. Against the clan of Swain and the Barnards and the Weirs.
A Coffin can bleed like any pig. The fishermen and the tradesmen are on our side. The Indians would be with us. You alone can speak their tongue. They know you for their true friend.
Poor children. How we've cozened them and addled their wits with fine words and harsh waters. Yes, they'd listen to my words, Captain. But Peter Coffin's rum would win them in the end.
Among the Englishmen, the numbers are almost even. I'd chance an armed rebellion.
The numbers are even. But the gunpowder is not.
What shall we do, then? Wait till the old man uses the lash on your hide and mine?
No, I said there's another way.
Aye?
A peaceful way. Now, look you. Our magistrates are chosen by the royal governor on recommendation by our own town meeting.
Shall we go to New York, then, and beseech the governor for help on our knees?
Not on our knees. As the elected representatives of all the people of Nantucket. Let them choose us to represent the island before Governor Andros.
How? Once old Trist got wind of our purpose, you know the pressures he could bring to bear. You know how these people tremble? How he buys their allegiance?
Coffin need not know before the event.
But, Peter, how?
Let's talk, Captain, but quietly. Let's put down all the names. Then go to each man quietly and reason with each. Each one alone. But quietly, always quietly. Let's see what reason can do, Captain. Let's try reason first.
This meeting will now be in order. 'Tis but a formality, no more. But I shall ask the clerk to read the vile and seditious motion, which has been offered as an affront to duly constituted authority by Captain John Gardner.
Good. Whereas certain loyal subjects of His Majesty have entered complaints against the manner in which His Majesty's chief representative upon the island of Nantucket doth discharge the duties of his office...
Enough. Call for a vote.
But, Master Coffin, I've not yet read the motion.
Say rather you have not yet uttered the treason. Call for a vote, Master Clerk.
I do as I am bid. Let those in favor speak out. Aye. And those who are opposed?
Nay. Nonsense. This is unthinkable. It's blasphemous. Call again for those opposed.
It appears the matter is decided. Captain John Gardner and Peter Folger are instructed to seek audience with Governor Andros at New York.
I say call again for those opposed. Let them stand up. Let me see which are my friends.
Those who desire to enter a dissent will please rise. John Swain, Richard Swain, John Coffin, Stephen Coffin, Nathaniel Starbuck, Nathaniel Weir, and, to be sure, Master Tristram Coffin. 7 in all. Clearly there are but few who dissent. Captain Gardner.
Ready, Peter. Ready and waiting. My sloop is provisioned. The tide is high. The bar is fathoms deep.
Then the meeting is adjourned. Let us be off, Captain, to New York.
But old Coffin, he didn't give in easy like. No, sirree, Bob. He ups and calls a rump meeting. Gets himself sent to New York. Well, sir, the two boats, they raced all the way down the Sound to Hellgate. And Coffin's boat won out. Both of them put it up to the governor not more than a day apart.
I should think the governor must have been somewhat puzzled, huh?
Oh, I reckon he was, yes. Couldn't make up his mind who was right. So he says, hold on, boys, I'll take this matter under advisement. Well, when everybody got back home again, Coffin and Mayhew, they put their heads together.
That we shall be justified, I have no doubt. But how long must we wait upon the governor's action?
Not a day, Master Mayhew. Not an hour. Two can play at this confounded game of counting heads.
But surely they still hold all the cards. Surely they still outnumber us.
Today, yes. Tomorrow? Who knows? In New York, I had news of our neighbors on the mainland. There's been an Indian uprising all along the coast. Under the red devil who calls himself Philino.
King Philip?
King Philip, if you will. King Beelzebub.
What is this to do with our troubles here?
Well, mark you. Hundreds of our kinsmen on the mainland are homeless. Are they not?
Yes.
Their cabins burned, their crops destroyed. Should we not rescue them from the ferocity of the savage? From the icy rigors of the winter?
But
should we not, as Christians and Englishmen, offer them shelter and peace here in our island home?
'Twould cost good money, master. No, I thank you. You'll not use my sloop in such silly work.
Oh, you fool. Don't you see my purpose? Votes have been bought as long as votes have been worth buying. If we bring 10, 20 families out of Felina's reach, will the heads of those families refuse to support our cause in meeting?
I see. Why, to be sure.
To be sure, indeed. It will hardly be necessary for us to wait upon the governor's decision. Hardly. The clerk will call for a vote.
All those in favor of the resolution submitted by Thomas Mayhew?
Aye!
All those who dissent?
Nay! The ayes have it. By heaven, the ayes have it. Master Clerk, you will read the resolution once more. It pleasures my ears.
And if I refuse?
Why, then you are no longer clerk of this town.
Very well. Whereas Captain John Gardner and Clerk Peter Folger were chosen to go to New York to negotiate about some public concerns of the island, the town doth now revoke the orders aforesaid and do forbid the said Captain Gardner and Peter Folger to meddle at all henceforward in any of the town's concerns under any color or pretense whatsoever.
Quiet. There's more to come. Peter Coffin, having been duly elected assistant magistrate by this meeting, he is commanded to take and seize the records of the town from the keeping of Peter Folger and deliver them to the chief magistrate. Folger, where are the books?
At my home, hidden away. And if your cousin attempts to pass my door, I shall defend that portal with my life.
If you resist, Folger, and I hope you do resist, you will be seized and confined in jail. And you shall be whipped, Folger. Oh, most assuredly, you shall be whipped.
You are listening to the DuPont Cavalcade of America, starring Donald Crisp and Robert Preston, and sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. We return to our story of early days in Nantucket and of an early American resistance to tyranny with Donald Crisp as the King of Nantucket and Robert Preston as Peter Folger, his mortal enemy. The picnic party on Sankaty Head listens to the tale of long ago.
And so Peter Folger was seized, having refused to hand over the land records or to reveal the hiding place.
And was he whipped?
No. Old Tristram Coffin, he stopped short of that, since Folger was mighty popular. But Coffin took it out on the clerk in other ways. As Peter Folger wrote to a friend,
I was prisoned in a place where never any Englishman was put, and where the neighbors' hogs had lain but the night before, and in the bitter frost and deep snow. And they left me without victuals or fire, though some friend did presently bring bedding for me.
And with Folger out of the way, old Tristram, he moved against his other enemies.
Captain John Gardner, stand forward. Captain Gardner. Whereas we must maintain His Majesty's authority, especially with the Indians among whom it is vulgarly rumored that there is no government on Nantucket.
Say no justice, rather.
Silence, Captain Gardner. Now then. And whereas this court has good cause to suspect that these rumors do proceed from one John Gardner called Captain, who instigates them to the great danger of causing insurrection.
You may well fear for your scalp, old man, and for your lying tongue. Look to your ancient head.
Control your words, Captain. You behave like a delinquent.
I know my business. It may be that some of those who have meddled with Peter Folger and me had better have eaten fire.
I should say it are you that is a fire-eater, Captain. May I proceed?
Can I stop you with these irons on me?
No, sir. No, you cannot. No. We do therefore order that Captain John Gardner shall pay a fine of £20 in money, or the equivalent in goods to this court. And he is disenfranchised from this day forth.
I'll pay no fine to this court.
Not willingly, Captain. We never expected that. Oh, no. But your cattle will be seized by this court and sold. And you shall join your canting friend Folger in his chosen chamber, where lately other swine did root and wallow.
Take your hands from
Hold
me.
him fast, Constable. Hold him fast. And take him away.
Master Coffin. Master Coffin.
Well, Tom?
Terrible news, sir. A messenger from Governor Andros.
Well, not here, you fool, not here. Come, let us make ourselves more private. The court is dismissed. So the governor appears to have unwound all our winding, eh?
Appears. He has done so in all fact. Each fine and disenfranchisement against Folger and the captain are, it says, null and void. A town election is to be held.
Yes, this annoys me greatly. Somehow the wretches must have sent word to New York.
But what shall we do? What shall we do?
Oh, stop your sickly mewling. New York's far off. All affairs are much distracted by the Indian wars. Lately, it was said the governor might soon be replaced. Very well. We'll play for time. And time's in our favor. Yes, time is in our favor.
Well, Peter.
John, welcome, good friend. Welcome to my sty and to my trough. I've sweetened these quarters a bit since first I took up residence here.
As a prison, it's not overly distasteful, save for the breezes that blow through the walls. And the company is better than that I have but just now left behind me.
You seem cheerful enough for a man in such a strait.
Cheerful I am. And cheerful you'll be, Peter, when you hear the news.
News of what?
A royal courier arrived today with a message from Governor Andros.
Oh?
Old Coffin doesn't know it. But the courier came first to me and then to Master Mayhew. As I was hauled away to this withdrawing room, Mayhew came flying to Coffin, his eyes agoggle.
And the message?
They are undone, Peter. And we are upheld in everything. Well.
Coffin will ignore the message, play for time. He's gone this far, he can't stop now. He's too old to stop.
If he delays and hides the news, we'll cry havoc, raise the Indians, and take the island. The king's word is on our side.
No. News of the governor's stand will seep out. And when the word is out, those who tremble at Coffin's frown and creep for his favors, they'll begin to wonder. Let me think.
Thinking was ever your trade, Peter. I'd rather fight or fish for cod.
Well, the cod you take with hooks and patience. Be patient now, my friend, that we may not let loose a force we can't abide. With the Indians, we could win. But these red children are an inch more childish than their present masters. We'd have to fight them in the end, the Indians. There'd be no more fishing for cod, no more days in the sun.
Peter, if I'd not known you all these years, I'd take you for a craven, a coward.
No, just a clerk. Ever a scribbling clerk. And one who wonders ever at the madness of children and warriors and the ways of power. John, your brother Richard now, and Sarah, his wife?
What of them?
Let them be our mouth to speak truth. They will come to see you, and even Coffin's creature out there won't bow their way. Let them spread the word of the governor's decree. And at the next election, when all the people of Nantucket know...
At the next election?
Yes, John. At the next election.
I guess I told you that Peter Folger was Benjamin Franklin's Nantucket grandfather, didn't I?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I told you that. Well, sir, the great Ben himself, he couldn't have given better advice than Peter did. You see, when Gardner's wife and brother started to talk, Coffin, he tried to shut 'em up with fines and threats. But that just made the people mad. And when Gardner and Folger had served their time, and election day come around...
All the votes are counted then?
The votes are counted, Master Coffin.
And the result?
There are 106 votes for Captain John Gardner and Master Richard Gardner, commanding their names to be submitted to the Royal Governor as candidates for Chief Magistrate upon the island of Nantucket. There is one vote for Master Tristram Coffin.
One vote? One vote? Only one vote?
Your own vote, Master Coffin?
I'll have you whipped, Folger. I'll have you whipped.
Oh, I think not.
Tom Mayhew.
Master Mayhew has found occasion to visit New Bedford on business.
Who will help me now? Swain. Where? Starbuck. Where are all the Starbucks?
They, too, have business. Off-island business.
Where is everyone?
Come, Master Coffin. I'll see you to your home. The wives of your sons will care for you.
Where is everyone? Why have they gone away? And where have they gone?
To the tavern. The spectacle of fallen power draws a meager audience.
I'll have them whipped. I say I'll have them... Am I so old? So very old?
There, be quiet now. I'll see you safely home.
I'm old. I'm old now.
Come with me, Tristram, come.
Take your hands off me. I can still walk. Alone.
Well, that's the story. And you see, I finished before sundown.
There was no more fighting?
Oh, there's always more fighting, Miss Jones. But I tell you, we Nantucketers, we turned pretty soon from fighting each other to fighting whales all over the 7 seas to fill our purses. And when the whales give out, well, for the same reason...
You turned to the summer visitors.
I guess that's right, yes. Couldn't do without them.
My, just look at that sun back there. Who ever saw such a sunset?
Old Tristram did. Yeah. So did many another Coffin, many another Folger. Not to mention the Starbucks and the Macy's. Yes, sir. 1,000 captains of 1,000 ships, beating into the winds that blow around Cape Horn. They've wished that they might stand again where we're standing now and see the sun go down in a glory that's peculiar to Nantucket. Well, I'm kind of talking like a sunset myself. Shall we go now?
Our thanks to Robert Preston and Donald Crisp and the Cavalcade Players for tonight's story. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will tell you an interesting story about a reluctant pioneer, a lazy man who, in spite of himself, invented a machine that revolutionized American business. Our stars are June Havoc and Jeffrey Lynn, and the story is called The Reluctant Pioneer. Be sure to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was written by George H. Faulkner. Our storyteller was Parker Fennelly. Mr. Jones was Les Damon. Mrs. Jones was Raleigh Bester. Captain Gardner was Stotts Cotsworth. And Mayhew was Court Benson. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, June Havoc and Jeffrey Lynn in The Reluctant Pioneer. The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Velasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Douglas Fairbanks, the star of tonight's DuPont play, has just returned from Europe, where he's been working as an official of the United Nations Association and of CARE to help Europe realize its dream of a better tomorrow.
Thank you. It's nice of you to welcome me back home, and it's always nice of the DuPont Company to welcome me back this way, on Cavalcade of America. Yes, there is a dream prevalent in Europe, the fulfillment of which will make a better world. Tonight's DuPont play is about a dream, too, a dream of less than 100 years ago, which marked the beginning of a new era, a stronger, unified America.
The year is 1859. The place, a ship bound from New York to Panama. Leaning on the rail of the starboard deck is a young man. As he stares off at the distant horizon, a small hand plucks at his sleeve.
Mr. Judah? Mr. Judah?
Huh? Oh, hello, little girl.
I was told to look for you on deck, Mr. Judah.
Were you?
And when I found you, I was to tell you something.
Oh, you were. What was that?
Lunch is now being served in the dining salon.
Oh, it is it?
And if you do not come at once, a nice lady is going to be very mad with you. That's what she said.
She did. And who is this interesting person?
She said to just mention that she is your wife and that she is very hungry.
Thank you. What's your name?
Elizabeth. Mr. Judah, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Is it true that when we get to Panama tomorrow, we get off the boat and go for a ride on mules? Real mules?
Yes, Elizabeth, only they're called burros. We ride across the Isthmus of Panama to the Pacific Ocean, and then we get on another boat just like this that takes us up to San Francisco.
Why do we have to ride on burros?
Burros.
That's what I said. Why do we have to get off the boat at all?
Because by getting off the boat, instead of going around Cape Horn, we saved 2 weeks.
I like you. Would you like to hear me sing?
Well, not just now, Elizabeth. I don't believe it'd be advisable to keep that nice lady waiting any longer. Do you?
Will you come and talk to me after you've finished eating?
Certainly.
Will you tell me all about the burros?
Burros.
That's what I said. Will you?
Certainly, my dear. You just wait right here, and I'll be back as soon as I'm finished.
Darling, you seem so much brighter today. And you've really enjoyed your lunch for the first time since we left Washington.
That little girl, Elizabeth, she amuses me.
Oh, she's a darling. And I'm certainly grateful to her for giving you back your appetite. Theodore?
Yes, Anna?
Do you still feel bitter about it? The railroad thing, I mean?
Not bitter, Anna. If Congress has decided against my idea for a transcontinental railroad, well, I guess they know what they're doing.
Darling, have you reckoned up what it cost? I mean, the round trip and our expenses in Washington?
Over $2,000.
Ooh. We haven't much left, have we?
No.
What are you going to do?
Oh, there must be someone in California who can use a brilliantly unsuccessful engineer.
You're not unsuccessful, darling. And you're the most imaginative, the smartest.
I guess I've got too much imagination, Anna. Practical people are afraid of it. You know what they call me in Washington behind my back? Crazy Judah.
I know.
I'm not crazy, Anna.
Darling, those people at the next table, they're listening.
Someday that railroad I've dreamt about will be built. It'll cross deserts and rivers. Yes, and climb over the high Sierras, too.
Of course it will, dear.
Anna, something has to be done to bring together our peoples of the East Coast and the West. Otherwise, this nation will be in reality 2 nations, as unfamiliar with each other as the Turks and the Icelanders. Well, look at us. Tomorrow we get off this boat at Panama. We ride burros across miles of pestilential swamp. You know how many Americans have died from swamp fever contracted while crossing Panama? How many ships have been smashed or pirated rounding Cape Horn? Anna, that railroad will be built. It has to be.
It will, dear. And you will build it.
No, Anna, not me. From now on, Crazy Judah is dead. Behold, the dreamer is no more, and in his place there stands the practical man of affairs, the good provider.
But, Theodore...
I beg you to excuse me now, dear. I have a most important engagement on deck with an extremely attractive young lady.
Oh?
Aged 9 or thereabouts. She's promised to sing for me in exchange for a dissertation on the topography of Panama and the correct seat on a burro. I'll see you later.
darling, what a relief to have Panama behind us. Those swamps and those awful mosquitoes. When do we reach San Francisco, dear?
Late tomorrow, I imagine. Anna, that little girl, Elizabeth, have you heard if she's better today?
No, dear, I haven't. Her mother hasn't come up on deck, and I hate to go down and bother her.
I think perhaps you'd better go down, Anna.
Well, don't you think we might ask one of the... Oh, here's a steward now. Maybe he knows. Ask him, Theodore.
Steward.
Yes, Mr. Judah?
There's a little girl. Her name's Elizabeth. She was taken with swamp fever when we were crossing Panama a few days ago.
Yes, Mr. Judah?
How is she?
She's dead, sir.
She's...
Dead?
Oh, no.
Oh, the poor child.
She died early this morning. The services will be held at sunset.
Services? You mean they're going to...
Yes, sir. The captain will read from the Book of Common Prayer, and the body will be consigned to the sea.
Oh, no. Do they have
It's customary, madam, particularly in a case like this. Panama fever is contagious. You know, the whole ship might come down with it if the body were allowed.
All right, Stewart. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. If you'd care to attend the services...
We would.
On the starboard deck, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
We beseech thee to entrust the soul of this child to thy never-failing care and love, and bring us all to thy heavenly kingdom through the same Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Rock of Ages, clap for me. Let me hide myself in thee. Let me
Come, Theodore. That dear, sweet child. Her poor mother.
Panama fever. Panama fever.
The journey was too much for her. She wasn't very strong.
It wasn't the journey. It was Panama fever. Anna, do you realize that there were a railroad across America, that child would be alive today?
Yes, dear. That's what I was thinking all during... Well, Theodore?
Anna, I've changed my mind. When this ship docks at San Francisco, I'm going to start all over again. If the government won't help me, maybe some private citizens will. If they won't, I'll go it alone. But, Mr. Gorham, I tell you that I have...
If a transcontinental railroad is so important, why did the government turn it down?
Because Congress is thinking about something else these days, a civil war. I tell you, it's up to us private
Judah,
citizens...
I want you to answer me one question. Have you made any surveys for this proposed railroad?
No, I haven't.
Have you located a single pass through the high Sierras that your proposed line could go through?
No, but I have explored those mountains on 21 separate occasions, and I'm absolutely positive that a pass can be found...
Find it, Judah. And when you've found it, come back and talk to me again.
Well, Theodore?
They want a preliminary survey to prove there's a pass through the Sierras. There is a pass, Anna. There must be.
And you'll prove it to them by finding it, dear. Well, now, let's see. We'll need lots of warm clothing and nourishing food.
We? What do you mean by we?
Well, darling, you can't go alone, can you? It isn't safe.
Of course, I was thinking of taking somebody with me who...
Who?
Well, someone to assist me with the surveying.
Well, I've done that before.
Help to get the topographical layout on paper.
Well, I can do better than that. I can make sketches of them for you.
No, Anna.
In color, maybe, that show the actual pass the way it really is.
No, Anna.
Why not?
Because it's too strenuous an undertaking for a woman. Why, you might freeze to death up there.
But, Theodore...
Let's say no more about it, shall we? You know how stubborn I can be when I've once made up my mind. Well, it is made up. Absolutely.
Ooh. How high are we now, dear?
Almost 7,000 feet. Look. Look, Anna, right up there.
The summit.
Top of the world.
You afraid, darling?
Yes. For 2 weeks now, we've been following this path. We've climbed and zigzagged in a route that could easily be graded for a railroad line. Anna, those few feet to the summit, I am afraid of them. Afraid to get to the top because of what I'll see.
Well, now, Theodore...
Will it be a sheer drop? Will it be an impossible grade?
You mustn't even think such a thing.
No, I mustn't. There is a pass down the other side. There must be. Come on, Anna. Let's go and look.
The wind. getting stronger.
I'm beginning to see, Anna. Over the rise and beyond.
Tell me, what do you see?
I see a railroad that has climbed to the stars. Starting down again, down an easy grade. Winding around that mountain ahead. Traveling down, through the pass. Anna, we've found what we're looking for. The pass through the Sierra. The pass for the first railroad across America.
You are listening to the DuPont Cavalcade of America, starring Douglas Fairbanks in Crazy Judah, with Gertrude Warner as his wife, Anna. Cavalcade is sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, back to our DuPont play.
Since Congress in 1860 was not very receptive to the idea of a transcontinental railroad, Theodore Judah went back to California and sought private capital to back his enterprise. He's just now addressing a meeting of San Francisco businessmen interested in the project.
Mr. Gorham and gentlemen, you asked me to find a path through the Sierra. I have found it. It runs eastward from the town of Dutch Flat, eastward and over the mountains. Well, gentlemen, I've fulfilled your condition. Are you prepared now to form a company to launch this great project? Mr. Gorham? Mr. Handley? Oh, come, gentlemen. Surely you have something to say.
Mr. Judah.
Yes, Mr. Gorham.
Mr. Judah, you spent some weeks in the mountains locating this pass. Well, during your absence, an event of some importance to investors in railroad bonds has occurred. The Sacramento Valley Railroad, I believe you're familiar with that line, sir.
I surveyed it and built it.
It has ceased operation, Mr. Judah. It has gone bankrupt.
I see. You imply, Mr. Gorham, that it was because of some fault of mine in the construction of the line, perhaps, that this occurred?
No, I do not, sir. What I do not only imply, but give to you as a hard fact is that there is nobody in San Francisco who looks with favor on the idea of investing his money in railroad properties. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gorham. Thank you very much. I shall now move northward and see if the people of Sacramento share your prejudice. Good night, gentlemen.
So, Mr. Judah, you'd like us up here in Sacramento to go in with you, To what extent?
Mr. Huntington and gentlemen, I ask only an earnest of your interest and goodwill. Certain final surveys of the route for this railroad still remain to be made. To accomplish this, I need the sum of $500 for instruments and expenses. Well, gentlemen?
Mr. Judah, you'll have to eat on this trip while you're doing that surveying, won't you?
I believe that'll be necessary, yes, sir.
All right. I'll start it off with a barrel of flour.
A barrel of flour?
Well, now, let me remind you, sir, that you're in California, not in the East. Out here, a barrel of flour is worth $100.
Yes, of course. I see. It's very handsome of you, Mr. Huntington. And it brings me to the very essence of this need for this railroad. Gentlemen, how many Americans in this city and all over California are going without bread because flour sells at $100 a barrel?
You mean this railroad had cut the prices all the way down?
In half at least, Mr. Hopkins. Probably further.
Oh, no, I don't know that that's so good.
Of course it is, sir. You'll make less profit on each barrel, but you'll sell many times more barrels. And you'll be putting bread on every table in the state of California. The widest possible distribution of goods. That's what's going to make these people of this country the most contented on the face of the earth. Well, gentlemen, as businessmen, are you willing to... Come in.
Excuse me, dear.
Oh, Hannah.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's quite all right, dear. Gentlemen, this is my wife.
Oh, how do you do? Theodore, this telegram just arrived at the hotel. I thought it might be important.
Oh, thank you, dear. Gentlemen, this telegram is from Washington. I'd like to read it to you. Congress has decided urgent need for transcontinental railroad in view of threatening war. Government will offer land grants and guarantee bonds as soon as you present surveys of route and projected paths through the Sierras. Well, gentlemen, are you now prepared
You can count me in, Judah. Any amount you say.
Judah, I've changed my mind. You can make that 2 barrels.
Excellent, gentlemen, excellent. Well, as soon as this final survey is completed, we start work on the Central Pacific Railroad, the westernmost link of a line connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific.
In 1841, I put my corduroy breeches on. I put my corduroy breeches on to work upon the railway. Billy-me-o-re-I-re-A, 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 to work upon the railway. Cat do this and cat do that without...
Not bad, eh, Judah, the way these men are digging?
The way these men are digging, Mr. Crocker, is fine. But there aren't enough of them. We'll have to lay rails faster, or the Union Pacific will meet us before we got east of California.
Now, Judah, take it easy.
From last reports, they're proceeding towards a juncture with us faster than we're moving towards them.
Yes, but they got twice our manpower, my boy.
Then we'll have to work twice as fast.
Mr. Judah.
Huh?
I just rode over from town, sir. Telegram came for you from Washington, D.C. Urgent.
Urgent, eh? Well, now, let's see what they want. Huh. From Congressman Logan. Committee not satisfied with your choice of route over Sierra. Urgent, you come at once. Take first available boat. It's impossible. I can't leave now.
Oh, you'd better, Judah. If they hold up those land grants...
I can't go, I tell you. We'll buy the land from them.
And the bonds, they were bought by the people of California on condition that the government guarantee them. We'd have enormous refunds to make out of money we've already spent. I'm afraid you'll have to go to Washington, Judah.
Very well. But this I promise you, sir. It'll be my last trip by boat and through that infernal Panama jungle. My last trip, do you hear?
Now, Theodore, stop being so restless. At least we've gotten safely across Panama and the jungle. In a few days, this boat will dock in New York. And then in no time at all...
Yes, Anna. No time at all. Just weeks and weeks wasted. Boat trips up and down oceans. Pack burros in Panama jungles. Well, the railroad will change all that.
Well, maybe the next time we make this trip...
Next time? What next time, Anna?
Theodore, what's the matter, dear? Are you ill?
Anna, do you remember our last trip west? That little child, you remember, Anna?
Yes. She was a sweet
Her name was
thing.
Elizabeth. What was her last name, Anna?
I don't know, dear.
She sang for me. Did I tell you that? She sang for me, and then she died of Panama fever, they said. She caught it crossing the swamps. Just think, Anna. In those days, you had to go all the way down to Panama to get from the United States to the United States. Don't you think that's funny, Anna?
Oh, darling, come back to the cabin with me. You're not well.
Why don't you laugh, Anna? Didn't you hear? To get across the United States, you had to leave the country and go to Panama. That doesn't make sense at all, does it?
Theodore, you've got to lie down. It must be a touch of the sun. Oh, come with me, darling, and I'll get the ship's doctor to look at you. Well, what is it, Doctor?
Tell me, Mrs. Judah, did you and your husband board this ship at Panama?
Why, yes, we did.
Had you come by way of the Panama swamps?
Yes?
Mrs. Judah, it's not too much sun your husband is suffering from. He has Panama fever.
Anna.
Yes, Theodore.
The surveys, Anna. Give them to me.
Oh, darling, do you think you should...
Give them to me.
Yes, dear. Here they are.
Now, see here, Anna. This pass, the one I found, it's the only route, Anna. When you go back to California, you'll tell them...
You'll tell them yourself, darling. The doctor said you were going to get well in a little while.
Remember when we found it, Anna? You and I together. Up there almost 7,000 feet. Remember how cold your hands were? Remember, it wasn't there, they said. You couldn't lay tracks over those mountains, they said. Did we show them? We showed them, didn't we?
Theodore. Theodore. Doctor. Doctor!
No, doctor. No, I want to be here alone with you, Anna. I want to tell you something. I see something, Anna.
Darling.
I see a place. A level place. In Nevada, maybe, or Utah. 2 trains. They come towards each other on a single track. And do you know where those tracks lead, Anna? From California all the way to New York.
Oh, darling, don't tire yourself.
That's right, Anna. The railroad will be there, and I needn't tire myself anymore. Yes, Anna. My work is done.
Time, February 1931. Place, Sacramento, California. The American Society of Civil Engineers is meeting to dedicate a monument to one of its charter members, a pioneer of American engineering history.
Gentlemen, the inscription on this monument reads, that the West may remember Theodore Judah, civil engineer and tireless advocate of the first transcontinental railroad in America. This monument is erected by the men and women of the Southern Pacific Company who today are carrying on the work he started in 1860. Theodore Judah died November 2nd, 1863. His railroad was built past the site of this monument. Over the lofty Sierra, along the line of Judah Survey, to a junction with the Union Pacific at Promontory, Utah, where on May 10th, 1869, the last spike was driven home.
Thank you, Douglas Fairbanks, Gertrude Warner, and the Cavalcade players. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present one of Hollywood's loveliest stars, Elizabeth Taylor. In our story, an adaptation of the bestseller, The Peabody Sisters of Salem, Miss Taylor will portray Mary Peabody, a young schoolmistress who falls deeply in love with the great New England scholar. Be sure to listen next week to Cavalcade and our star, Elizabeth Taylor.
Tonight's DuPont play, Crazy Judah, starring Douglas Fairbanks, was especially written for Cavalcade by Arthur Arendt. Mr. Fairbanks' latest picture, State Secret, will be released soon. The music for the DuPont Cavalcade is composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Voorhees. The director is John Zoller.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week the Campfire Girls have a birthday to celebrate. Over a period of 40 years, Campfire has served more than 2,500,000 girls of all racial and religious backgrounds. At present, there are more than 360,000 Campfire members across the nation. The DuPont Cavalcade of America salutes these citizens of tomorrow and wishes them happy birthday. The DuPont Cavalcade of America, comes to you from the stage of the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, hear Daddy's Little Problem Child, Baby Snooks, on NBC.
The DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Rosalind Russell on the Cavalcade of America. And here's our star, Rosalind Russell.
My husband was innocent of any crime, yet he was seized and thrown into prison. I devoted myself to his freedom, and perhaps to the freedom of every citizen in the American colonies. My name is Anna Zenger.
Time, the year 1735. Place, Philadelphia, in the home of Mr. Andrew Hamilton.
Mr. Hamilton, I have traveled by carriage all the way from New York. I must speak to you on a matter of urgency.
Oh, my dear madam, I fear you're in error. I'm a barrister, not a physician.
Yes, I know.
Moreover, I'm past 80 years of age, rendered infirm by gout, plagued by my relations, and... well...
Oh, please, Mr. Hamilton, there is a man in prison in New York.
I shouldn't be surprised.
He is innocent of any crime, sir.
No doubt, if you say so.
The name of the man is John Peter Zenger. My husband, sir.
His crime, madam?
He is accused of libel and slander. He is publisher of the New York Weekly Journal. His offense was that he printed the truth about a scoundrel.
And the name of the scoundrel?
His Majesty's Governor of New York Province, Colonel William Cosby.
Well, your husband is either an extraordinary fool or a very brave man.
Well, he printed no slander. He printed no libel. Every word against the governor was a true word. The governor of New York colony is corrupt and arrogant. Oh, it is truth and not sedition to say so.
Yes, here you're fatigued, Mrs. Zenger. Pray be seated.
Mr. Hamilton, I must say this to you. My husband could obtain his freedom tomorrow.
Yes?
He has only to name the author of the attack on His Excellency the Governor.
Well?
John printed the words. He did not write them. I wrote them.
Well, do go on.
John has been silent and in prison for 8 months. He protects me. If there is a criminal, Mr. Hamilton, I am that criminal.
Mrs. Zenger, there are capable lawyers in New York.
Sir, I implore you. In all the American colonies, there is no lawyer with greater reputation than Andrew Hamilton of Philadelphia. I implore you. Come to New York.
I shall require all the facts.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Now, please begin. I shall not interrupt you.
When I married John Zenger, my family was greatly disappointed. He was immensely tall and immensely strong. And my family conceded that he was a handsome man. But we were early settlers. And John Zenger was an immigrant from Germany. Moreover, he was employed by Mr. Bradford, the printer, whereupon they accounted him no gentleman.
Anna, what do you see in me?
You.
There is too much difference between us.
Well, I'm told that difference is customary. You are a man, I am a woman. That's usually so.
I'm not clever, Anna. Don't joke with me.
I love you, John.
Tell me why. Look at my hands. Look at my clumsy feet. Listen to my voice. It is a voice fit to grate a vegetable.
Still, it will serve to propose a marriage.
When I was a boy in Germany, I used to dream of someone like you. If you will stay here, I will go inside and speak with your father.
We were married, and at the urging of, my urging, John set up his own modest print shop. Those were good days. We prospered, our children were born, we were content. And then His Majesty appointed a new governor. We became aware of the change the day Judge Morris came to the print shop.
How soon will it be printed?
In 2 days, Judge Morris.
You do fine work, John.
Thank you, Judge. I will send it to your chambers in the courthouse.
Send it by wagon to my residence in Westchester.
But the courthouse is only a short distance.
I am no longer a judge.
Oh, have you resigned, sir?
I have been removed.
By whom?
By His Excellency, Governor Crosby.
Judge Morris, I'm afraid we don't understand.
It's quite simple. A point of law came before me. I delivered an opinion which was not pleasing to the governor. I was removed from office.
Oh. Well, who knows about it, sir?
The governor and I, and now you.
Perhaps all the citizens of New York should know.
What would you have them know?
That henceforth judges are to be intimidated.
And how would you tell them?
Well, by printing the information in handbills.
My dear Anna, you have a husband. You have a family. With this governor, independence of spirit is a liability. Good afternoon to you both.
Morning, friend. I said good morning.
John Zenger, printer. 10 shillings and sixpence, please.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm the new tax collector. 10 shillings and sixpence.
Well, there is some mistake. Anna,
What is it?
the tax collector's here.
I paid it last week, 5 shillings.
You see, there has been some error.
No error. This is a new tax.
The Assembly has passed a new tax.
This is a new tax decreed by the governor.
Why was it not announced by the town crier?
I announce it. 10 shillings and sixpence.
That will be the second levy in 1 month.
Oh, haven't you heard, John? The governor is a poor man.
I am on king's business. I admonish you to guard your tongue.
This is my shop. Get out.
John.
Get out before I carry you
John,
out.
let me talk to him, please.
There is nothing more to say. John Zenger, you have delivered a threat against the king's messenger. It will be noted.
Don't look, Anna. It is not for a woman. Keep your eyes down, Anna.
Tell me what is happening.
Can't you guess?
Yes. We are governed by William Cosby. I can guess. How many are there?
3. 1 in the pillory. The other poor devil tied to the whipping post.
And the third? John, you said there were 3. My eyes are closed. But I will tell you. The pillory, the whipping post, and also the hangman's yard, with the noose and the rope ready and adjusted for service.
Why do I stand here, Anna? I am strong. I have fists. I can use
Wait a
them.
minute, John. What will that accomplish?
There are only 2 soldiers. I can use my hands
The
against
sheriff will send 2 more men. He will send 10 men, 50 men. John, there are better ways of dealing with the governor.
Yes, sabers and pistols.
Words are better. They cut deeper. Words that can be printed. Words that can be read by every citizen of New York City. John, you are a printer. Print what the people have the right to know.
Anna, I have no skill with words.
I could write the words. And you could print them. Don't you see, John? We can do it together. We can have a newspaper. We called our newspaper the New York Weekly Journal. And, Mr. Hamilton, for the sake of our children, it was understood that no one was to know that Anna Zenger was other than a housewife and a mother. My housewifely duties became exceedingly strange.
May I look over your shoulder while you work?
If you wish.
Why is there no accounting to the people by the governor as to how tax monies are spent?
Why is it permitted by the freeholders of New York province that the governor convene the assembly at his pleasure and dissolve the assembly at his pleasure?
Anna.
Come. Set up the type, John. I will help you lock it in the press.
Anna.
Yes?
You make me ashamed for myself.
Why?
I am a lump. 2 fists like hands, and no mind, and no culture.
Governor Cosby has culture. He puts it on like a coat and wears it at public executions. No coat of culture on your back, perhaps. Nothing to get threadbare. But, John, the things that are yours are things inside. They don't wear out.
Anna, we play with fire, you and I. Whatever happens, you must know that I love you.
This, I take it, is the Zenger print shop?
How do you do?
I do exceedingly well, madam.
My husband will return in a moment.
Then let us not hasten the moment. You're quite charming when you blush.
Who are you?
An admirer?
What do you wish here, sir?
Your husband is the most fortunate of men. It would be a pity if he ceased to be a man.
You speak in riddles.
A man in prison is buried. Ergo, he is no longer a man.
You've come from the governor.
I do, madam. My dear Mrs. Zenger, I come to warn your husband that several matters taken up in the columns of his newspaper are in poor taste.
Then it must be the truth is in poor taste?
Yes, madam.
I am quite sure that my husband will freely open his columns to you or to the governor for reply or rebuttal.
Very friendly of you. But we shall not engage in controversy. Nor will you. Nor will your husband.
I thank you for speaking more plainly.
I shall hasten to the governor's mansion and report that certain indiscretions will not recur in the future. My compliments, Mrs. Zenger.
That you, John?
Have you finished yet?
Nearly.
I have spoken with Morris. He promises that if there is trouble, he will defend me.
Will he defend me, too?
There will be no need of that, Anna. Your name will appear nowhere in the journal. You're a wife and a mother. You have nothing to do with the New York Weekly Journal.
Then perhaps you should hear what I've written. Listen. Under the administration of Governor Cosby, we see men's deeds destroyed, judges arbitrarily displaced, trials by juries taken away. Who is there in the province that can call anything his own or enjoy any liberties save those permitted by the administration? John, I have signed my name to it. Anna Zenger.
Anna, you cannot.
We are husband and wife. I shall not allow you to be punished for what I write.
We struck a bargain. You may not break it.
There is no longer a matter of you or me. There is nothing personal in this. Now it is larger than us.
A bargain is a bargain. Scratch your name out.
It was a bad bargain.
You will not jeopardize yourself. If you do not scratch your name out, I set no type. The journal will not be printed.
John!
Scratch your name out. Just now, you said this was larger than us. It was just talk, then? Scratch your name out, or there is no publication. I mean what I say. I will melt the type. Scratch your name out. Thank you. If they arrest me, Morris will be able to find someone to set type. But if they put you in prison, Anna, the journal would die. I think I would die also.
My dear Harrison, have you read this issue of the Weekly Journal?
Unfortunately, I have, Your Excellency.
Of course, you realize you've been a bungling fool. You told me these attacks against me would cease.
Well, I had every reason, sir, to believe...
You gave me your assurance.
Well, it was my impression that... What can I say, Your Excellency?
Nothing. Therefore, have the grace to be still. Bradley.
Coming, sir. You call, Governor.
What did you think I did? Where is the indictment?
Your Excellency, a grand jury indicts. That is English law.
We shall assist the grand jury. I have been aspersed. My administration has been vilified. Seditious libels have been spread abroad concerning me. Harrison, the journal must cease publication.
I understand fully, Your Excellency.
Make sure you don't botch it again. Now get out. Both of you.
You are listening to The Cavalcade of America, starring Rosalind Russell.
and presented by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. In Philadelphia, a desperate Anna Zenger relates to Andrew Hamilton the events which brought about the imprisonment of John Peter Zenger.
It came, Mr. Hamilton. It was inevitable. We thought we were safe, for John was well known now. The weekly journal was eagerly read, not only in New York province, but everywhere. It gave us a sense of security that was false. Nearly 9 months ago, on a peaceful Sabbath day, they seized him and threw him into jail.
This court is acting illegally in refusing the right of trial to John Peter Zenger. What you have done is abhorrent to the spirit of the English common law.
Are you finished, Counselor?
I am, Your Honor.
I am not, Your Honor.
Resume your place, madam.
I wish to be heard. Why does this court refuse to issue a writ of habeas corpus?
Madam.
I have a right to speak. The issue is law.
Madam.
The issue is the right of free men to speak freely, to assemble freely, to publish their writings freely.
Madam.
The issue is the right of the people to read the truth, not Governor Cosby's truth.
Madam.
God's truth that men are free men and sacred in God's eyes.
This court chooses to ignore your intemperate outburst, madam. You are a woman. You cannot know better, being unaccustomed to our usages. But you, Counselor, you do know better. Therefore, it is the judgment of this court that you be disbarred from the practice of law.
You have 10 minutes with the prisoner, no more.
John?
Anna, is that you?
Yes, John. They lack even the ordinary humanity to unlock a prison door for 10 minutes.
No matter. If you will...
How thin your hands have become.
Never mind now. Oh, this is good.
We're fighting for you every moment.
I know.
The journal comes out each week. The governor is mystified. That's amusing, isn't it? John, I said it was amusing.
Anna, who are we to challenge a word?
Oh, don't talk like that, darling. We can't go back now.
I have spent 8 months in the cell. It is my coffin.
No.
4 feet by 8 feet. I step 2 paces lengthwise, 1 pace sidewise. 2 lengthwise, 1 sidewise. 2 lengthwise.
The people are proud of you, John. The weekly journal is now being read from Boston to Charleston. Newspapers throughout the colonies reproduce our story of your imprisonment. Oh, there is a great lawyer in Philadelphia. The governor cannot delay the trial any longer. Not beyond next month. Andrew Hamilton will defend you.
It is hopeless. You waste your time.
Nothing is hopeless. Except death. I am going to Philadelphia. And so, Mr. Hamilton, you have become John Zenger's last hope, and my last hope. Governor Cosby and his judges will not dare to do to you, to Andrew Hamilton, what they have dared against others. I know that you are entitled to spend your final days in peace. But forgive me, sir. I had no one else to come to.
Don't mention it again, my dear. For the first time on this new continent, there's been created a large issue. The freedom of the press. It will lead to larger issues. I'm not too old to say a word about that. Come, madam. We leave for New York.
You may resume, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. I call Anna Zenger once again. Put your hand down, my dear. You've already taken the oath once. Anna Zenger, I show you a copy of the New York Weekly Journal. You recognize it?
I do.
There's a section marked on the first page. Will you tell the jury who put that mark there?
I did.
For what purpose, madam?
Because I believe that these words are the essence of the defense.
You may read, Anna Zenger.
It is charged that John Peter Zenger has committed false, scandalous, and seditious libels against Governor William Cosby. We assert that if you can prove that what a man prints is true, no libel is committed.
Mr. Hamilton, the witness is a witness, not defense counsel addressing the jury.
I am reading from the Weekly Journal, Your Honor.
Do not address this court, madam.
I address the jury, Your Honor.
Madam.
I say to them that the mere printing and publishing of statements in a newspaper is not a crime.
Madam, that is enough.
Not nearly enough, Your Honor. It is falsehood which makes libel and scandal, not truth.
Mr. Hamilton, correct your witness.
Not at all, Your Honor. I thought the lady acquitted herself rather well.
Mr. Hamilton, I warn you.
I no longer address the court. The case is clear. I address you, members of the jury. The issue is freedom of the press. Granted by your verdict, and all other freedoms will flow from it. You are 12 honest and lawful men. In you lies our safety. Our safety against governors who injure and provoke the people to cry out and complain, and then make that very complaint the foundation for new oppressions and prosecutions. Gentlemen of the jury, in your hands is the guarantee of our liberty.
Is the jury ready?
We are, Your Honor.
John Zenger,
Yes, Your Honor.
you will stand and face the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Gentlemen of the jury, are you agreed upon a verdict?
We are agreed.
Do you agree that John Peter Zenger is guilty of printing and publishing the libels as charged?
We have agreed that John Peter Zenger is not guilty. Zenger, my warmest congratulations. This is your day.
My day. Mr. Hamilton, I would still be in prison, but for you.
And I, too.
You, Anna?
Mr. Hamilton, when John was seized, I thought that only John Peter Zenger was in prison. I was wrong. We were all imprisoned. And now that you have freed him, you have freed us all. You have reminded the court that the Bible on which I took my oath declares, proclaim liberty throughout all the land and unto all the inhabitants thereof.
Our star, Rosalind Russell, will return in a moment. Now here with a brief message for every listener is Cavalcade star Rosalind Russell.
Just to remind you to open your door wide when a Red Feather volunteer calls. And open your heart, too. Support all the Red Feather services through your hometown community chest. Thank you, and goodbye.
Tonight's Cavalcade play is an original radio drama by Morton Wishengrad, suggested by the novelized biography Anna Zenger by Kent Cooper, published by Farrar and Straus. The director, John Zoller. The music composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. Featured in the cast with Miss Russell was Peter Cattell as John Zenger. Rosalind Russell is currently starring in the Columbia picture Tell It to the Judge. This is Ted Pearson speaking.
We invite you to tune in next week when Cavalcade will bring you the popular Hollywood star Dane Clark in Lifeline, the true story of enterprising Bob Forrest of Port Angeles, Washington, who found adventure and a career deep down on the ocean floor. On the following Tuesday, Cavalcade will present for his first radio appearance after his return from abroad, Tyrone Power. Following that, Cary Grant, Ray Milland, and others. The best stars and the best stories of America and her people. And don't forget next week, Dane Clark on the Cavalcade of America.
Cavalcade of America comes to you from the stage of the Belasco Theater in New York and is presented by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Listen to Me and Janie, which follows immediately on NBC.
Starring Robert Cummings as Adam Collier in The Reluctant Rebel, presented by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
The American colonies of His Majesty King George III, 1774. A young American named Adam Collier comes home from Oxford in England to Albany in the province of New York to meet with his attorney in the settlement of his father's estate.
Well, Adam, those are the terms of your father's will. He's left everything to you, including 1,000 acres up near Lake Champlain.
Lake Champlain, eh?
Yes.
Mr. Duane, I have a great curiosity, sir. I want to see what that property is like.
I'll tell you what it's like. It's wilderness land, inhabited by a mob of free-booting poachers and villains. They've stolen a huge tract up there, of which I and now you are part owners, my boy.
And what are we supposed to do, sir? Just let them take it? If the land really belongs to us?
It does, Adam. It does indeed. Governor Tryon of New York says it does. He's positive it lies within the boundary of this province and not in the New Hampshire grants as those blackguards maintain.
Well, of course, His Excellency could be wrong. He has been before, you know.
What?
Mr. Duane, why don't I go up there and sort of, talk to these people?
You? No, my boy. I have agents there now.
You mean there'll be evictions and bloodshed?
I mean it is my intention to show this rabble I can meet force with force.
No, Mr. Duane. As owner of some of that land, I'm against it. I'm against Americans killing each other for any reason whatsoever. Mr. Duane, I'm going up there tomorrow.
I warn you, Adam.
Yes, sir.
All right, all right.
Now, where do these freebooting gentlemen usually congregate?
At the Catamount Tavern in Bennington. You may also meet there a certain Mr. Benjamin Buck. He is my chief agent in that area.
Benjamin Buck. I'll remember that.
And if you're unfortunate enough to meet up with the bloodthirsty leader of the Green Mountain Boys, I tremble for your safety.
Who is that, sir?
I refer to that hot-headed, power-drunk land thief and first cousin to the devil himself.
Well, who is he, Mr. Duane? Is he known by name?
He is indeed. His name is Ethan Allen.
Yes?
Good afternoon. Well, good afternoon.
What is it?
Can you tell me, is this the road to Bennington Town?
It could be.
How far would you say it is?
Not too far.
Oh. Tell me, is there an inn there called the Catamount Tavern or some such?
There might be.
How far is that?
No further than the town.
Oh. Well, thank you very kindly for all this information. I don't know what I would have done without it.
You're welcome.
Oh, just a moment.
Yes?
Just one more question. May I ask your name?
Delight Royden. Why?
Oh, nothing. Only Miss Delight, I presume.
Yes. I live here with my brother. My brother is over 6 feet tall and dislikes it very much when strangers ask me questions.
He does. Do you suppose he'd mind if I came in and rested a bit? I've had a long, hard ride.
Did you? Where from and where to?
And I might add, I never expected to find anyone quite as beautiful as you in the middle of this wilderness.
Oh,
You didn't?
No, never. May I come in now?
No, you may not.
Oh. Well, in that case, then, perhaps I'd better be going.
Of course.
Yes.
You can have a seat on this stone if you like. Nobody could stop you from that.
Thank you.
I guess if you're thirsty, I could get you a glass of water.
No, thank you, Mom. I'd rather die of thirst than to have you leave me to fetch it.
Oh, really, would you? I mean, would you like a cushion? I mean...
Hello, Dryden. Who are you talking to out there?
Nobody. Nobody at all. Oh, dear, that's Mrs. Delaplace. She's visiting us from Ticonderoga.
Well, so you're talking to nobody, eh? Delight, my dear child, I don't think your brother would like you talking to strangers.
Oh, but Mrs. Delaplace, this gentleman is no...
She means I'm no stranger, Mom. As a matter of fact, I'm an old friend of the family. Yes, that's it. Isn't it, Delight?
Well, I mean, yes. Yes, he is.
Very well, then. Present me, dear.
Oh, Mrs. Delaplace, I would like you to meet, Mr...
Oh, not Mr. Corley. Oh, no, not the Mrs. Delaplace, whom I've heard you speak of so often. I'd like her to call me Adam, just as you always do, dear.
Indeed. Mr. Collier, I've been a visitor here in this house for the past 3 weeks, and not once have I heard her mention...
Oh, she's shy, madam. The close-mouthed kind. Always has been. Why, I'll bet she's never even mentioned that she and I were... Well, I may as well tell you, confidentially, of course.
Tell me what?
Yes, tell her what?
Well, about us. I mean, well, of course, we're not exactly engaged yet.
Engaged? Engaged?
Yes. Well, good afternoon, Mrs. Delaplace, and goodbye, Delight, darling.
So you're Mr. Corley, huh? And you're a friend of Mr. Duane's. How do I know that?
Oh, well, I guess you'll just have to take my word for it, Mr. Buck. Mr. Duane asked me to look for you here at the Catamount Tavern.
He did, huh? What for?
Well, he said that you were one of his chief agents.
For the love of it. Those men standing at the bar ever heard you?
Mr. Buck, who are those men?
Them? Some of the Green Mountain boys, Mr. Corley. Yeah, there's hundreds of them in this part of the country. Hundreds of skulking, ambushing rascals who just...
Landlord, where in thunder is Colonel Allen, anyhow? He's late. He ain't late. You fellas are early. Seeing as how the meeting can't start till the colonel gets here. Of course it can. Well, we might as well go upstairs. Landlord, when Colonel Allen arrives, tell him we're waiting his presence in the council chamber. All right, men. Up we go.
Thank goodness they're gone. Now, Mr. Corlier, assuming you are a friend of Mr. Duane's, what can I do for you?
Well, actually nothing, sir. I've come up here to Bennington to have a look around and to talk to these people.
Talk to them? Why, you'd be taking your life in your hands just to let them know who you are. If they even suspected my affiliations with Mr. Duane, why... But I'm too smart for them. Yes, sir, Mr. Benjamin Buck is just a mite too clever.
Greetings!
What?
Greetings, one and all.
Quiet.
I'm going to take care of the colonel's particular to warm up my toes. Here you are, Colonel, all ready and waiting for you.
Colonel, is that Ethan Allen?
It is. Be careful.
Well, in the name of Beelzebub is everybody? I'm a man who doesn't like to drink alone. They're upstairs, Colonel, in the council chamber, awaiting your presence. Let them wait. Oh, set up two more of the colonel's particular for these gentlemen over in the corner.
Good evening, friends. Permit me to introduce myself. Colonel Ethan Allen of the Green Mountain Boys.
Adam Corlier, Colonel, at your service.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to Bennington. And I trust your visit will be a short one. You, sir. I believe I've observed your moldering carcass in this establishment before.
Yes, Colonel Buck. Benjamin Buck, sir, at your service.
Not at my service, Mr. Buck. Not at my service at all. Mr. Buck, I've known for some time now that you are a spy.
A spy? Colonel, you must be under some misapprehension.
And a liar to boot. Mr. Buck, I'd like you to go back to your employer and convey a little message.
But, Colonel, I assure you
tell this sneaking, petty, pilfering, money-grubbing Mr. Duane in Albany that the next person he sends up here will be hanged to the highest tree in the province. And I'll send him his tolls for Christmas. Now get out of this tap room. Get out! Get out, I said. I'm going, Colonel, I'm going. Now, Mr. Corlier, you and I can have a little chat. Mind if I sit down? Good. Now, what brings you to Bennington, sir?
You mean where to and where from?
There, you've caught on to our vernacular, sir. I trust you're equally sympathetic to our politics.
Well, I don't know, Colonel. I have what you might call an open mind on the subject.
Good. And I'll just sit here and do what I can to close it for you. Now, you see, Adam, my boy, it's like this. We up here... My boy, this land up here is not located in the Crown Colony of New York at all. It's part of what's known as the New Hampshire Grants. And whoever sold it to Duane and those others in New York had no right to do so.
But wait a minute, Colonel. Governor Tryon of New York says that the land is in New York.
And Governor Wentworth of New Hampshire says it's in New Hampshire. Ha! Between you and me, they're both scoundrels.
Colonel, I don't believe it's a question of land alone that has agitated you people up here. Exactly what is it you want?
Adam, we hold that a man's property is his, as his wife is his, and his children are his. We further maintain that it must not be by the will of a governor, but the will of the governed, whereby this people shall be ruled.
Colonel,
What is it, landlord?
Look out the window behind you, quick.
What? What do you... Quick, thumping Jerusalem.
What do you see, Colonel? What is it?
Flames. I see great roaring clouds of
Colonel
flames.
Allen.
Olin Whiten, what is it, boy?
Come quick, the house. They've set fire to it. Duane's men.
What? Another one? Great gods of the mountains! This makes the third. Baker, Cochran, all of you upstairs, come down here. You, Adam, you come along with us. What I'm going to show you tonight will do more to convince you than if I was to talk political philosophy till doomsday. Look at it. Nothing left but a few timbers.
It took my pa 3 years to build that house. He cut every timber and moved each stone with his own hands. My sister Delight was born in that house.
Where is she, Mr. Royden, your sister? I don't see her.
Over there at the spring house with Mrs. Delaplace. When she saw Duane's men setting fire to the house, she got kind of took with hysterics.
Delight, you mustn't.
Poor child, she's hysterical. I'm taking her back with me where she'll be safe. To Ticonderoga. My husband's the British commandant.
Well, Adam, now you've seen the handiwork of that son of Beelzebub, Duane. What do you say now?
Colonel, I say that no man has the right to burn down another man's house. I say that liberty and freedom can never exist without order and due process of law. And I'm against any man, no matter who he be, taking the law into his own hands.
Does that mean you made up your mind, boy? You're joining up with us rebels?
Yes, Colonel, I've made up my mind. I'm joining you.
Adam Corlier, a young resident of the Crown Colony of New York, has finally made the decision to join Ethan Allen and his Green Mountain Boys in their struggle for liberty and freedom.
Adam, I've got another job for you.
All right, Colonel, what is it?
You ever been up to Fort Ticonderoga?
Well, no, I haven't, sir, but I'd like to go.
You would? Why?
Well, Colonel, there's a young lady up there, Delight Royden.
Oh, yes, so she is. I'd forgotten. Well, you better go up and get her out.
Get her out?
Yes. First, I want you to take a look at the fort itself. I'll say you're a traveler who's lost his way. Ask for lodging for the night. Find out how well the fort is manned, the condition of the guns, etc., etc.
Well, yes, sir, but for what purpose?
Adam, there's a strange, uneasy wind blowing in the colonies these days. You feel it up here in the Grants and all the way south to Virginia. It's a powerful wind, my boy, with a curious echoing sound, like men's voices, all singing the same tune. The name of that tune, Adam, is liberty, freedom, Freedom to live like human beings in a state of equality. Freedom to carve out our own nation, ourselves, in this wilderness.
Aye. I've been hearing that tune a lot lately.
You'll hear more of it, boy. Something's going to bust loose soon. And when it does, well, we need Fort Ticonderoga.
Let me understand you, Colonel. Is this some plan for the future?
No, Adam, no. If conditions are right, you'll tell us with that signal. I propose to move immediately to storm Ticonderoga.
Immediately. And I'm to give you the signal and get Miss Royden out before...
Exactly. Now, the signal will be 3 shots. 3 shots fired as fast as you can load. You got a pistol?
Yes, sir.
We'll be waiting in boats on the lake below the fort at dusk tomorrow. Now, remember, 3 shots and we attack.
Yes, sir.
Now, I suggest you get moving, boy.
So you're one of the soldiers attached to the fort over yonder, eh, Mr. Grant?
That I am, Mr. Collier. Fort Ticonderoga. And lucky I was to meet you here in this alehouse. I drink your health again, sir, at your expense.
Your health, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
Now, about that lodging for the night.
Oh, that. All you got to do is find an empty cot and flop down in it. They're kind of slack about things at the fort, sir.
Well, they are.
Aye, sir. You wouldn't believe it, some of the things I could tell you. Rusty cannon, whole place undermanned.
Oh, come now. They can't be as bad as all that.
Is that so? Why, things are so bad, Governor Tryon, he sent an emissary up here from New York to investigate. Arrived this morning, he did.
You don't say.
Captain Delaplace and his missus, he's a commandant. They're away visiting relations.
Oh, they are. Tell me, did Delight Royden, did she go with them?
Why, no, she didn't. Now, how the devil did you know she's up here at the fort?
Well, I mean...
Yeah?
Mr. Grant, I'm going to be frank with you. Miss Delight Royden is my fiancée. Know what I mean?
She is? You mean she's your...
Exactly.
And you came all the way up here to...
Well, you know what love does to a man, Mr. Grant. I'll bet you've been through it dozens of times, eh?
Me? Oh, sure, sure.
Now, all I want to do is to see her. I must see her today. Now, Mr. Grant, as one man to another, do you think you can arrange it?
As one man to another, Mr. Corlier, I can. You just meet me at 5 this afternoon when I'm on duty. You'll see her all right. Miss Royden. Miss Royden.
Oh, yes, Mr. Grant. What is it?
I've got something to tell you. Your fiancé's here.
My who?
Your fiancé. Here he is.
Delight, darling.
Why, it's Mr. Corlier.
Oh, darling, it's wonderful to see you again. Come into my arms.
But, Mr. Corlier...
Quiet, do as I tell you. There, that's my sweet Delight. Ah, it's wonderful to feel you close to me again, dearest.
It is?
Yes, it's been so long, so long.
It has?
Kiss me. Kiss me, my darling.
No, I won't. I have no intention, Mr. Corlier. Oh. Oh.
Well, I guess I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Watch out for the lieutenant. He's showing that New York emissary around the fort. Well, so long, and enjoy yourselves.
And now, Mr. Corlier, perhaps you'll kindly inform me what is the meaning
Listen,
of
there's
this.
no time for explanations. For reasons I cannot divulge, you've got to leave right here with me now.
What reasons? I don't go one
Wait a minute,
step
someone's
until...
coming. Come over behind this cannon, quickly.
Oh.
Forget about it. I trust you'll be turning in a favorable report to your superiors in New York, Mr. Buck.
I'll tell them what I've seen, Lieutenant. Undermanned garrison, rusty cannon.
Oh, come.
Yeah, look at this one over here. I'll wager it hasn't fired a shot since... Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Don't move.
Huh?
Do you see what I see?
I do, Mr. Buck. Come out, you. Come out, I said, or I'll...
All right, Lieutenant. All right. It won't be necessary to shoot us. Oh, greetings, Mr. Buck.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Adam Corlier.
Miss Royden, what is this man doing up here?
He came to pay me a visit, Lieutenant. He's my, fiancé.
Nothing of the kind, Lieutenant. He's a former gentleman from New York who's taken up with Allen's renegades. Probably come up here to spy.
A spy, eh?
Yes. Search this man, see if he's armed.
A pleasure. He's armed, all right, with a pistol. Guard! Guard, where the devil are you?
Most likely he's in the barracks room getting drunk. Lieutenant, if this is the kind of
I'll
discipline...
get him up here if I have to. Take this pistol. Watch the prisoner. I'll get him. Guard! Guard, come up here!
Well, Mr. Corlier, we've been hearing of your exploits. So has Governor Tryon. We'll be turning you over to him presently. That is, when we're through with you up here.
You're not through with me yet, Mr. Buck. Look out, Delight!
Corlier! Corlier, take your hands off me! Let me go!
Delight, he dropped the pistol. Get it!
I
No,
can't
you
get
don't.
it. Oh! Protected over the parapet.
All right, Mr. Buck. This will put you out of business for a while.
Oh, look. The lieutenant. He's coming back with 3 men.
Delight, quick. Get here behind this gun emplacement. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but...
Good. Now keep your head down. Don't ask questions. I got to think.
Think about what?
The signal. I've got to give a signal to Colonel Allen. 3 shots.
Oh, but you can't. You have no pistol.
Yes, that's just it. Wait, I know. I'll have to make them give it for me.
Yes, but how?
By showing myself, don't you understand? That lieutenant and his men, they've got to see me, to shoot at me.
Shoot at you? Oh, no, I won't let you.
Stop holding on.
Adam.
Stop it. I've got to...
No,
Delight,
you
there's no
can't.
time. They must see me. Did you hear? Let me...
Oh.
There. Now stay where you are.
You're going to be killed, I know.
Not if I can help it. Well, here goes. They see me. They see me. Here it comes. Delight, keep your head down. 1, 2. Come on. Come on, one more. Only one more.
Adam.
Oh.
Adam, are you...
I'm all right.
Adam, do you hear?
It's Ethan Allen. He's coming.
Adam, listen. So quiet.
It's over. Look, it's Ethan Allen coming up to the stockade.
In the name of the great Jehovah and the Continental Congress and of the Green Mountain Boys, I hereby take over this Fort Ticonderoga.
Delight, did you hear what he said?
Yes, Adam. I heard.
This means more than Ticonderoga. And that's not just one man's voice you heard. It was thousands from here to Virginia, all singing the same tune, just as Ethan said. And the name of that tune is freedom. Freedom to live like human beings in a state of equality. Freedom to carve out our own nation, ourselves.
And we'll conquer
And this will.
again and again. In freedom we were born, and in freedom we'll live.
You have just heard The Reluctant Rebel, starring Robert Cummings. This was another program in the series, This is the Story, brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Cavalcade of America. Starring Madeline Carroll in Woman with a Sword. Presented by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Good evening. With Madeline Carroll as Anna Ella Carroll, here is Woman with a Sword. Washington, 1862. A secret meeting in the office of the Secretary of War.
Gentlemen, this woman's idea of sending a military expedition up a shallow stream like the Tennessee is preposterous.
Mr. Lincoln, I appeal to you. Isn't much of Tennessee and Kentucky loyal to the Union?
By the grace of God, yes, Miss Carroll.
And the Tennessee River winds through this loyal territory? Later, if we're forced back, our retreat will be downstream with the current.
Provided our boats don't run aground first.
Mr. Stanton, I've had soundings taken by General Grant's chief pilot. The Tennessee will carry medium boats as far south as Alabama. Don't you see what that means?
It means to me, ma'am, that you're either mad or extremely clever.
I object, Mr. Stanton. Anna Carroll has done valuable work for me in the past. I sent her to St. Louis with a government agent named Judge Lemuel Evans to study our present Mississippi plans. And you know them to be untenable.
The Union cause can't last 6 months, sir, if we don't strike a powerful blow soon.
I agree, Senator Wade, but what do we accomplish if we do follow Miss Carroll's idea?
We cut their principal railroad.
The war may be shortened, and more important, lives on both sides will be saved.
Well, I see. What do you think, Mr. President?
I think Miss Carroll's plan may mean the difference between life and death for this nation, Mr. Stanton. This plan and its authorship must be kept secret now. But someday, when we have a Union victory on our hands, I'm convinced the whole world will know she was right.
The Union cause is on the brink of disaster when the Tennessee campaign, quietly authored by an unknown woman, begins. And with the fall of Vicksburg in 1863, it succeeds in hastening complete Union victory at Appomattox 2 years later. Now, on an April day in 1865, all Washington is out to welcome the hero of that victory, General U.S. Grant. And in a carriage moving down Pennsylvania Avenue...
Shouting for General Grant.
They ought to be shouting for you, Anna.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Is it? Would these banners and flags be up today if you hadn't roped and tied the Tennessee campaign all by yourself?
A grumpy Texas judge I know named Lemuel Evans helped a bit, too. Oh, look. Look down the avenue.
Where?
The Capitol. They put up a banner, Lem. See what it says?
Yeah. Yes, I see.
This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Oh, Lem, isn't it wonderful that it's over at last? I'm going to see Harry Hayward again.
But it's been 4 years. What will you find in common?
Love.
You're forgetting what you and your work have done to the South.
But my whole idea in the Tennessee plan was to save lives, not lose them.
Do you expect your Colonel Hayward, a Southerner, to see that with the South in ruins? He's a rebel. He'll be bitter.
Lem, I truly believe that bitterness can be erased by a wife, a home, and children.
Perhaps. When are you leaving?
Tonight.
Tonight? You can't go, Anna. I won't let you. Now that Grant is in Washington, Senator Wade and I can give him the complete story of your work during the war. I want him to make a public announcement about it. Think what it'll mean if people know what you've accomplished.
Lem, actually, I don't really care whether anyone knows or not.
But you can help in the work of reconstruction if you have an official position. People will listen to your ideas. They may not otherwise.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
I know I am. Now, at this reception today, you'll meet a very important man named Bigelow Ashton.
Ashton?
Yes. He has a great deal of influence with General Grant. He's backing him for the next presidential election.
You know, Mr. Ashton, it's hard to believe, but that lovely lady just coming in is a constitutional lawyer of great distinction.
You don't say.
Naturally, she's never been admitted to the bar.
Naturally.
However, her ideas are respected in the highest quarters. And if General Grant runs, if the people draft him for the next presidential nomination, she may be a valuable ally.
Well, Senator Wade, by all means, present me to the lady.
Delighted, sir. Oh, Miss Carroll.
Yes?
Judge Evans.
Indeed.
Oh, good afternoon, Senator Wade.
Anna, I want you to meet Mr. Bigelow Ashton. Miss Anna Carroll.
How do you do?
You know Judge Evans?
Yes,
Hello,
I
Mr.
do.
Ashton. I was about to tell Mr. Ashton something of your work, Anna, during the war.
Yes, I've heard my wife speak of you.
It isn't generally known, sir, but Miss Anna Carroll is directly responsible for the Tennessee plan, which was carried out so effectively by General Grant.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Perhaps we should allow her to explain.
Well, please, do so, Miss Carroll.
Well, Mr. Ashton, it was only that President Lincoln felt that there was something wrong with the original plans for attack down the Mississippi. I had some knowledge of rivers, their use in military strategy. So Judge Evans helped me, and together we conceived a new plan of attack up the Tennessee River.
It was solely her idea, however. Her plan resulted in the Tennessee campaign, the capture of Vicksburg, and the eventual fall of the South.
You are joking, of course.
No, on the contrary. This reception today should have honored two people. The lady responsible for the Union strategy and the soldier who carried it out.
But even if this preposterous claim were true, madam, how could you expect anyone to believe it? Why, the public simply wouldn't accept it.
But if General Grant made a statement in her behalf.
And you're in a position to convince him, sir.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Senator, when you suggested I meet Miss Carroll, you intimated that she might be valuable politically to the general.
As well she might.
Now I find you merely want him to grant you a fantastic favor. It was a trick, sir, and one which I most emphatically disapprove.
Mr. Ashton, I want to help with Reconstruction in the South. These gentlemen are persuaded that I need official recognition for my work in the war in order to do it.
Well, then why don't you go directly to the president? He's noted for his odd decisions.
Sir, a joint statement by General Grant and President Lincoln is what we'd hoped for, considering Grant's present popularity.
Considering his present popularity, you think I would allow him to become the laughingstock of the nation? The hard-bitten general who took his orders from a civilian? A woman? Gentlemen, I'm not a lunatic. Goodbye, Miss Carroll. Gentlemen.
There walks a cynical man, my friend.
Oh, I wish we hadn't approached
But,
him.
Anna, we had no idea he'd take that attitude.
I don't think I care much for this party. I'd like to go home.
And I'm going to be very ungallant and refuse to drive you.
Oh, why?
Because I'm going to the White House and try to catch the president between appointments. He's our one hope now.
Come along, my dear. It will be my pleasure to drive you home.
Oh, Miss Anna, don't you go up to your rooms. I've been down here in the parlor waiting so I could warn you.
Why? What's wrong, Millie?
Oh, there's a lady up there pushed right past me when I tried to stop her.
Oh, don't you know who she is?
No, ma'am. Scared me stiff. She got on a big black veil, and I couldn't see her face.
Well, I'll go up and find out what she wants.
Oh, please don't. That woman don't mean no good to you. I can tell. Let me send the houseboy up. Tell her you went away out of town or something.
Nonsense. You'll do nothing of the sort. And it might be a good idea if you brought up some tea, Millie.
Well, all right, but my goodness, you can't say I didn't warn you.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you?
Don't you recognize me, Anna?
You must admit, madam, that your veil rather obstructs the view.
Well, then, do you know me now?
Virgie Stewart. I can scarcely believe it. Please sit down. Millie's bringing some tea. It'll be like old times.
No, thank you, Anna.
Oh, I'm terribly glad to see you.
Why?
Virgie, I know your sympathies have always been with the South. It's been so divided at home. But we were practically brought up together. Surely you don't feel bitter towards me now?
It'd be very simple for you to forget, I suppose. When one commits murder, one naturally wants to forget and to be forgiven for it.
What are you talking about?
Do you think we haven't known what you were doing in Washington all through the war?
I'm a lawyer, Virgie. I've studied the Constitution a long time. I know and respect it. When the time came, I felt I had to fight for it.
And committed murder as surely as if you plunged a bayonet into the back of each one of our dead soldiers yourself, Anna Carroll.
Oh, my dear, you must stop that. The war is over now. If you could only know what a great heart Mr. Lincoln has, how carefully he's planning to make things easier for us.
Plans. You worked out a systematic plan to kill off all our young men.
It was your plan that killed the man I loved. Do you think we'd accept any more of your plans now?
Wait a minute, Virgie. The man you love?
You thought nothing could come between you and Harry Haywood. But when he turned rebel, you fought him, so I guess your great love was only a lot of words after all. Well, to me, love was more than that. It was staying by the man I cared about. And before long, he began to care about me, too.
Are you saying that you and Harry...
We would have been married during his next leave. I went down to Virginia to find him. But he'd been killed, Anna. You had murdered him with your plan.
Harry is dead.
What do you care? He was just another Confederate soldier to stab in the back. Oh, I ought to kill you, Anna Carroll. I ought to, and I think I will.
Virgie!
No, I'll make you sorry that you ever had a plan.
You've got to calm down. Listen, Virgie.
Anna, what is
Oh,
this?
Lem, so you've got somebody else to protect you now.
Stop this, both of you. Stop this. Stop. Who is this woman, Anna?
She's the girl I grew up with, Lem. Here, Virgie, please let me help you to the couch. You must lie down and try to get over this. Please, dear.
He loved you. He never really loved me.
I think he would have, Virgie.
Who's she talking about?
Lem, Harry Haywood is dead.
Oh, Anna, I'm sorry for your sake, believe me.
Virgie thinks the Tennessee plan was responsible, as if I had killed him with my own hand.
Ridiculous.
Is it? Maybe she's right.
Well, how does she know about the Tennessee plan anyway?
Ironically enough, Lem, many people in the South seem to have heard about my part in it.
Anna, you and Virgie must know I'm deeply distressed about all this, but I've just come from the White House, and Mr. Lincoln wants to see you. I'm afraid right away.
You're listening to Madeline Carroll as Anna Ella Carroll in Woman with a Sword. Tonight's radio play on the Cavalcade of America, presented by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
The wind blows over Washington in sudden raw gusts this Friday in April 1865. It settles cold rain on the city, celebrating the end of a long and terrible war. At 4 o'clock, Anna Ella Carroll enters the office of the Secretary of War and is ushered into the private room where the President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, awaits her.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Well, good afternoon, ma'am. It was considerate of you to come.
I think it's considerate of you to see me, Mr. Lincoln.
Here. Sit down. Well, these are great days for all of us. Can you stand more good news?
More good news.
I think you've waited long enough, ma'am, for recognition of your fine work. So I'm going to call both House and Senate to session early next week.
But Congress is adjourned till fall.
Well, they can convene again. Won't kill them. Make their constituents think they're earning their salt. Well, during that session, ma'am, I intend to make public your authorship of the Tennessee Plan. And I'm convinced that when your case has been presented, you will be awarded the recognition accorded to Major General. Oh, come now, Miss Carroll.
I'm sorry.
On the contrary, I'm sorry. If I recognize the lady's tears, these aren't from sheer joy. What is it?
I learned this afternoon that the man I hoped to marry is dead. He was a Confederate officer, Mr. President.
I see. The triumph I offer you turns out to be rather empty, doesn't it?
I'm afraid it does.
You know, Miss Carroll, my admirers, and I do have a few, like to claim that my motives are always on a grand scale. Actually, my reason for wanting you to become known to the public is very selfish.
I can hardly believe that.
But it is. We need you. You can be as effective in helping us to direct a strategy of peace as you were during the war.
Do you mean that, Mr. President?
I do. Think of those who want us to persecute the South, the bitter-enders who want to go on fighting the rebels even now. It's my feeling, ma'am, that we must extinguish our resentment if we are ever to expect harmony and union in this country.
I agree.
Then you see why I want you with me in the government. I'm going to need help from people who understand the nature of our southern states. And with your legal knowledge, you can interpret the law for those poor souls who will be deprived of their rights. You'll be a woman with a sword who can cut through hatred and bitterness.
I'll help. I'd love to help. Mr. President, in Maryland alone, there are thousands of freed slaves. They'll need homes, work, education,
Now,
hospitals.
there. That's the way I like to see you look. Full of spirit. Plan.
Plan. Yes, of course. Plan.
Well, first we'll have our little ceremony in the Congress. That's important because this recognition will make people listen to you. No more watching others take all the glory.
I don't want any glory.
Ma'am, if you've the will to do good in the South, we'll win this peace. By heaven, we will.
Mr. Lincoln, I think you saved my life.
On the contrary, Madam General, it may be that for the second time, you'll help to save the nation's life.
Anna.
Len?
Now, forgive me for intruding, but I had to know what President Lincoln said.
He's asked me to help him, Len. And he agrees with you that people must know about my work. He's going to call a special session of Congress.
That's wonderful. Now, come on. We're going out.
Oh, no, not tonight. I couldn't go out.
Come on. You want to be where other people can make you laugh, make your eyes shine, make you forget for a little while. Now, please, I have the evening all arranged.
Where do you want to go?
Now, that'll be my surprise. Put on your prettiest gown, and wear your hair the way I like it best, and perhaps even smile for me a little bit.
I'll try, Lem. I'll try to do all three.
Here we are. And this is my surprise, Anna. Tickets to the theater.
Oh, dear, it looks terribly crowded. How did you manage to get them at the last minute?
A man isn't an influential government agent and a stubborn Texan for nothing, Miss Carroll.
And I've been wanting to see this play. I'm so glad you are stubborn about my coming out.
And I'm going to be gallant, too. Here, step carefully over this muddy spot.
Thank you.
There we are.
Oh, goodness, it's chilly. I don't suppose you ever see fog like this in Texas.
In Texas, we're foggy every Saturday night.
Programs, get a program right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, over at the ticket window trying to shorthorn something at the last minute.
You needn't be quite so superior because you shorthorned tickets earlier in the day. Oh, it's Mr. Ashton.
He's coming over. That's cheek, I'll tell you, after this afternoon.
Good evening, Miss Carroll, Judge Evans. Are you seeing the play?
Yes, I trust your asthma has improved since this morning.
No, my wife insisted I come out. She wants to see this play. But now, apparently, there isn't a seat left. You don't happen to have any influence with the manager, do you?
I do not.
I had understood General and Mrs. Grant were to be present here tonight. Perhaps they can help you out.
No, that's just it. They decided not to come after all. The general's gone to Philadelphia.
Too bad, too bad. No doubt you had some pertinent words with him before he left.
Now, my friends, you're not going to hold my feelings in the matter against me, I hope.
Your feelings in the matter hardly concern us, Mr. Ashton. Mr. Lincoln has informed Miss Carroll that he will call a special session of Congress next week for the purpose of introducing a bill in her behalf.
Oh. Well, madam, I think it only fair to warn you that I'll do all I can to prevent both passage of that bill and public knowledge of it. If it goes through, it will be Mr. Lincoln's doing, and his alone.
Then we understand each other quite clearly, don't we, Mr. Ashton? My compliments, sir, and good evening. Come, Anna. Let's go and find our seats.
Good evening. No hard feelings, I hope. Nothing personal, you know.
open the box, Anna.
The president.
He's looking our way.
We have a plan, Lem. A wonderful plan. He wants me to help him win the peace. And I know that as long as he lives, it will be a good peace.
He's smiling at you.
Yes. Mr. Lincoln.
He's nodding directly to you, Anna. You'll be the envy of every woman in Ford's Theater tonight.
Lem, I've been waiting for you in the carriage. Is there any news yet?
The president was shot through the head. Come, let's drive around some more. I feel too restless to stay in one place. Driver.
Where to, Judge?
I don't care. Take the route we took yesterday afternoon, Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yes, sir, Judge.
It's almost dawn.
And raining again.
There's no use hoping. He can't live.
Miracle he stayed alive as long as he has.
Look, Lem. On the Capitol building.
That banner.
They must have forgotten it in the excitement. It's still lighted.
Yesterday, the words were beautiful. Now...
This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Oh, Lem, we had a plan for the peace. He called me Madam General. He said I was the woman with a sword who could cut through hatred and bitterness. What can I do now? What would he want me to do?
You still have your experience, your legal training. There's going to be trouble, hatred. The freed slaves will need help. It's your right as a citizen to help them.
My right, Lem? Yes.
It would have been easy with an official title attached to your name. But there's something every citizen can do in his own name. He can help one person, then another, and another.
Yes, Lem. For the sake of the man who nodded so confidently to me in the theater a few hours ago, I'll do it. He was without bitterness, and he'd want me to help cut through the hatred that may be ahead. As he said, a woman with a sword.
Our thanks to Madeline Carroll and Cavalcade's cast for Woman with a Sword. Tonight's Cavalcade play, Woman with a Sword, starring Madeline Carroll, was written by Virginia Radcliffe. It was adapted from the book of the same title by Hollister Noble, published by Doubleday. The music for the DuPont Cavalcade is composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. Tonight's cast included Raymond Edward Johnson as Evans and Alice Reinhardt as Virgie.
Next week, Cavalcade will present the popular Hollywood star Robert Cummings. Our play, The Reluctant Rebel, is an exciting and romantic drama of colonial America and the capture of Fort Ticonderoga. Be sure to listen next Monday night to Cavalcade and our star Robert Cummings. For our listeners, there is an interesting 3-page picture story of Cavalcade and its stars in the current issue of Radio Best magazine.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ted Pearson. With summer ahead, America's great outdoor season gets really underway. More and more people outdoors means there are more chances for forest fires, which last year blackened 30 million acres of our land, an area the size of New York State. So let's be careful this year. Thank you.
Cavalcade of America is directed by John Zoller and comes to you each week from the stage of the Longacre Theater on Broadway in New York and is presented by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting.
The Cavalcade of America, starring John Payne in Secret Operation, presented by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Now, Secret Operation, starring John Payne as Dr. John Erdman on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. It was a bad year and a bad month. June 1893. It was a time of worldwide trouble, of mounting crisis. In the United States of America, Congress nervously debated the issue of sound currency. And in Washington, both parties conceded that the new president was about all that stood between the country and national disaster. But at Bellevue Hospital, Surgeon John F. Erdman merely turned on a water tap and commenced to scrub his hands. Dr. Erdman was about to examine a patient. He had no thought for anything else.
Just a second, I'll be right with you. Door's open, come in. Oh? What is it, nurse?
Dr. Bryant wants to see you right away, Doctor.
What about?
He didn't say, Doctor, only that it was important.
I see. Will you tell Dr. Bryant that I'm scrubbing?
He asked that you come immediately. He made a point of it, Doctor.
Tell him I have a patient waiting, Miss Barry.
My instructions are to bring you at once, right now, Dr. Erdman. Those are my instructions.
All right, all right. Tell Dr. Bryant I'll be there directly.
Immediately, Doctor. It's urgent.
Dr. Erdman, I'm going to perform a critical operation. I want you to assist me.
All right. But where's the fire? And what sort of an operation?
If you have no objection, I'll discuss it with you another time.
Another time? You pull me out of... All right. Whatever you say, Doctor. When is the operation to be?
The date is not definite.
Oh? Well, where is it to be?
That will be decided.
Well, who's the patient? You're in a rather talkative mood, aren't you, Dr. Bryant?
I'm sorry, I can't give you more information. You still live in that place on West 34th Street?
Yes, same place.
A Dr. O'Reilly will call for you. May I suggest that you make no engagements for the evening of June 30th?
You know something, Dr. Bryant? Most normal people have a normal amount of curiosity.
Don't encourage it, Dr. Erdman.
As you wish, sir.
And I will take it as a personal favor if you speak to no one about this meeting.
Yes, Doctor.
I can't tell you how glad I am to know that you'll be with us. Don't forget, Dr. O'Reilly will call for you.
Mrs. Johnson, has there been anyone for me?
I've been here in your rooms working all day, Dr. Erdman, and as I've told you twice, there's not been anyone calling on you.
This is June 30th, isn't it?
All day.
Are you quite sure there was no one?
Quite sure, Dr. Erdman.
That's funny. Well, when he does call, his name will be O'Reilly.
Then you'll be going away, Doctor?
I didn't say that, Mrs. Johnson.
Well, you keep sticking your head out of that window, you'll go away by falling out.
As soon as he comes, please call him, show him right up.
You haven't heard a word I said.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, well, all right. I'll show the gentleman up, Dr. Erdman, and may his conversation with you be more satisfactory than mine. Gentleman here to see you, Dr. Erdman. The gentleman.
Oh, won't you please come in, sir? Thank you. That will be all, Mrs. Johnson.
Dr. Bryant has told me a good deal about you, Dr. Erdman.
You have the advantage over me, sir. Dr. Bryant has told me nothing about you.
There's a reason for that, Doctor.
All right, excuse it. May I offer you something?
No, there won't be time.
Look, I'm not a child. This is absurd.
I suggest that you throw a few things into a suitcase.
May I ask where we are going, Dr. O'Reilly?
To the battery.
And may I ask what happens after we reach the battery?
Why don't we see then?
I must say, this is the strangest piece of business.
It may get even stranger. What's the best way of reaching the battery from here?
Well, the best way is by hansom cab. The quickest way is in the steam elevator.
We'll take the steam elevator.
Dr. O'Reilly, may I ask
Yes,
you...
Dr. Erdman.
Nothing. Nothing at all. We'll take the steam elevator.
Dr. Erdman, I understand you do a considerable amount of surgery.
I do nothing else.
Dr. Bryant speaks well of you. Coming from Joseph D. Bryant, that's very high praise.
Thank you.
I suppose you've had quite a bit of cancer work?
Oh, now I understand. I'm to assist Dr. Bryant in a cancer operation.
That is correct. A carcinoma of the left upper jaw.
Now, what hospital, Dr. O'Reilly?
No hospital.
In a private home?
No.
I'm to assist Dr. Bryant in a cancer operation. Carcinoma of the left upper jaw. In no hospital. In no house. And presumably upon no patient.
I understand your irritation, Dr. Erdman. Believe me, this secrecy is absolutely necessary. Please, have confidence in me a little longer.
If you and the other gentlemen will step down into the dinghy, I'll row you out the yacht, Major.
Have the others come aboard yet?
Not yet, Major.
Thank you. After you, Dr. Erdman.
Thank you, sir.
Careful on the ladder, please. She's wet and slippery. That's it. You better hold your hats, gentlemen. She's blowing up a bit.
That's where we're going, Doctor. That yacht out there.
Oneida. Oneida. Quite a substantial vessel. Who owns it?
Commodore E.C. Benedict.
Then Commodore Benedict is our patient.
No, Dr. Erdman. I believe Commodore Benedict to be in good health.
I see. I shan't ask any more questions.
Good. But I'll be able to answer some of them once we're on board. The operation will be performed right here in the ship's salon.
Well, I'd say you've got enough hospital equipment here for a battleship.
Nothing has been omitted.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose we sit down and wait for Dr. Bryant and the others.
Yes, of course, Major. How many others?
Dr. Hasbrook, a dentist, will extract the teeth to give free access to the upper jaw. Dr. E.G. Janeway.
Janeway?
You know him?
The whole world knows him.
Dr. Janeway will watch the patient's pulse and general condition. I shall administer the anesthetic. Dr. Bryant will operate, assisted by you and Dr. William Keene of Philadelphia.
Bryant, Janeway, O'Reilly, Keene, Hasbrook, and myself.
6.
Quite a cargo.
Yes.
And a patient.
And the patient.
Thank you.
I suppose we wait for Dr. Bryant and the others. Dr. Bryant will explain.
And, gentlemen, that is the entire picture. Dr. Erdman, I believe you have a question. Seems to me you're entitled to one.
No, sir. I understand now the reason for all the secrecy. By whom was the cancer discovered?
By Major O'Reilly.
When was that, Major?
12 days ago, Doctor. I found a rough place in the mouth. I cut away a fragment of tissue, and without disclosing the identity of the patient, I asked for an immediate biopsy.
Dr. O'Reilly called me when the report of malignancy was made.
No time has been lost, then.
Exactly, Dr. Erdman. No time has been lost. We have our patient to thank for that. It was his decision.
I would like to add something. You all understand the necessity for secrecy, not only now...
But even after. It must not be known that there was an operation. There must be no telltale scar. We'll retract the cheek, remove the teeth, and perform the entire operation within the mouth itself.
The patient will have to speak.
Correct. Now, speech isn't possible with a good portion of the jaw missing. Dr. Casson Gibson will take a cast and make an artificial jaw of vulcanized rubber. If all goes well, no one will be able to detect the difference.
And if all doesn't go well?
If all doesn't go well, Dr. Erdman, the captain might just as well run us on a rock so we can all drown.
Ahoy there. May we come aboard?
Glad to have you, sir.
Well, I can't say I'm terribly anxious to join you. Not this time.
Yes, sir. May I give you a hand, sir?
Oh, I'm fat and 56, but I guess I can still board the Oneida by myself. Dr. Bryant and Major O'Reilly arrived?
Yes, sir. And all the other gentlemen. They're in the salon, sir.
Ah, fine evening. Wonderfully cool on the river.
Yes, sir. This door, sir?
Thank you. Major.
Oh, we've been expecting you, sir.
Wouldn't be much of a party without me. How are you, Dr. Bryant?
Very well, thank you, sir. May I present my colleagues?
By all means.
Dr. Janeway, Dr. Keene, Dr. Hasbrook, and Dr. Erdman. Gentlemen, our patient, the President of the United States, Mr. Grover Cleveland.
Listening to Secret Operation, starring John Payne as Dr. Erdman on the Cavalcade of America, presented by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
On July 1st, 1893, 4 months after the second inauguration of President Grover Cleveland, the yacht Oneida steamed up the East River into Long Island Sound toward the waters of New London, Connecticut. It was a voyage as fateful as any ever made in the history of the United States. For 1893 was a year of mounting crisis, and the American people depended on their president for the solution. A special session of Congress had been called. But that president, Grover Cleveland, was a man threatened by death, threatened by cancer, the great killer.
Gentlemen, I have no desire to add to your responsibilities. It would have been more sensible to perform the operation in a hospital or in the White House. But if it were known that the president was suffering from a cancer of the jaw in a period of crisis like this one, the result would be unmitigated disaster.
We understand, sir.
Fine. Now, where do you want me, Dr. Erdman?
In this chair, Mr. President.
That's my operating table, eh?
Yes, sir.
Rather unusual, isn't it, doing an operation like this in a chair?
You'll be strapped to the mast, sir. There's less danger of swallowing blood this way.
I see. Now, this do?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I've called a special session of Congress for August 7th, 37 days from now. I've got to be there. And you've got to see to it. All right, gentlemen. Your patient's ready.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Janeway?
The pulse rate is 90. Heart sounds are normal.
Thank you. I think we're ready for the anesthesia. Can you see it, Erdman?
Yes, Dr. Bryant. The area extends from the molars almost to the median line and encroaches slightly on the soft palate.
We'll take a look. Cheek retractor, please. Janeway, pulse?
Pulse 88. Respiration normal.
How much hemorrhage, Erdman?
Less than 6 ounces.
Good. Hot water, please.
Pulse 84.
Hemorrhage extremely slight.
Respiration normal.
Well, that's about it. For now, Dr. Erdman and Dr. Keene will take turns watching the president. I think the rest of us can go on deck and start breathing again.
Yes?
Steward, sir.
Come in.
Dr. Erdman, I took the liberty, sir. I thought you might like some hot coffee.
Oh, yes, I most certainly would. That's mighty thoughtful of you.
Yes, sir. Will the president live, Dr. Erdman?
I hope so.
But you don't know.
No one can know.
I'll not talk about it to any man alive, Dr. Erdman, but the president... Well, he's been aboard the Oneida many times. He's an old friend. Was it?
Yes. Cancer.
Oh, gosh.
What's your name?
Willis, sir.
Then listen to me, Willis. It's not hopeless. No cancer is ever hopeless when you catch it early. And we caught this one early. If you want to pray, go to your cabin and pray that we caught it early enough. And that we got it all. And that, well, just pray, Willis.
I wouldn't try to speak, Mr. Cleveland. Even though you've had a few hours' rest since the operation, it isn't advisable. Here. There's a pad and a pencil. What did we do to you?
Yes.
You're minus 2 left bicuspid teeth, Mr. Cleveland. Your entire left upper jaw has been removed. Also, a small portion of the soft palate. Fortunately, there was no sign that the structure around the eye had been attacked. Did you say Washington?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I believe Dr. Erdman has a message from Colonel Lamont.
Yes, sir. Colonel Lamont has received several dispatches relating to the silver question, but nothing else. To the best of his knowledge, Washington doesn't know why you're on the Oneida or what has just taken place.
Erdman, no one must know.
We all understand, Mr. President.
I can vouch for the medical man. This operation will remain a secret.
Congress, August 7th.
Mr. Cleveland, I have to tell you now, a second operation may be necessary. If there is any suspicious-looking tissue remaining, it will have to be removed.
August 7th.
Mr. President, whether the United States adopts a sound currency is not my affair. My concern is the life of the President of the United States.
August 7th.
Very well, sir. Second operation or not, you will appear before Congress August 7th.
God willing.
Yes, Mr. Cleveland, God willing. Gentlemen, I have good news for you. The President of the United States is sitting up. I think we can all relax.
Well,
precisely the way I feel, Dr. Erdman.
Dr. Bryant, the 2 longest days of my life.
And it isn't over, Major. That's the unnerving part of it. It isn't over until we know there's not a single trace of cancerous tissue left in Mr. Cleveland's mouth.
When will you know?
Perhaps by next week, at least for the present.
Shall we all remain on board?
No, that won't be necessary, Dr. Janeway.
If Dr. Keene and Dr. Erdman will remain with the patient until Independence Day, I'll be able to accompany him to Buzzards Bay. I hate to be a bore, but not a word of what's happened on the Oneida must leak out.
That's a shame.
Why do you say that, Erdman?
Because if the president lives, it'll be because Mr. Cleveland didn't wait, because the cancer was treated immediately upon detection. I can't think of anything more important to tell the world.
Someday, perhaps, the story will be told. Until then, it must remain an absolute secret. Good night, gentlemen.
On July 4th, 1883, the yacht Oneida carried President Grover Cleveland to Buzzards Bay and Gray Gables. On the 15th day of July, Dr. Joseph Bryant made another examination.
There are some suspicious-looking granulations, Mr. Cleveland. We'll try burning them out.
The second operation on the president was performed on July 17th. Dr. Casson Gibson, a prosthetic dentist from New York City, took an impression of President Cleveland's jaw and made a vulcanized rubber substitute for the section removed.
Thank goodness. I'll be able to talk again.
Convalescence was rapid, but so was rumor.
Man here to see you, Dr. Erdman.
There is?
That man over there.
Sorry. I won't see any patients today.
Man isn't a patient.
That's right, Dr. Erdman. I'm a newspaper reporter.
Oh? They tell me it's an interesting line of work.
Don't believe it. Surgery is much more interesting. Dr. Erdman, did you operate on President Cleveland?
I did not.
Did Dr. Bryant operate on President Cleveland?
Why not ask Dr. Bryant?
Was the president operated on?
Why not ask the president?
Dr. Erdman, do you know a Major O'Reilly?
No.
You sure?
I've told you so.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Erdman. Good afternoon, Mrs. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Take good care of the doctor. He looks a little peaked to me. The fragile type.
I will. So you don't know Major O'Reilly.
Mrs. Johnson, you suffer from a most malignant curiosity.
You never even heard of Major O'Reilly,
I know a Dr. O'Reilly.
Oh, you. For a minute, I thought that maybe you'd be in the news. I always wanted to know someone who'd be in the news.
Well, maybe you will someday.
I see where President Cleveland made a speech to Congress.
Really? Well, what kind of a speech?
Oh, something about keeping the country stable and repealing the Silver Act. Paper says the president spoke in good, clear voice.
Well, why shouldn't he?
Dr. Erdman, you don't read the newspapers, do you? Why, they've been saying the president has a cold, a terrible cold.
That's a shame. The president ought to watch his health.
Grover Cleveland finished his term as president during 4 of the most turbulent years of the last century. He retired from office in 1897, universally respected and honored as one of America's great presidents. He lived until 1907, 15 years after his secret operation. And this is why the story of his operation should not only be told, but emphasized. For President Cleveland did not die of cancer. The operation was entirely successful. And may this knowledge be a comfort to millions of American citizens and to all people everywhere. We triumph over cancer when we do not wait.
Our star, John Payne, will return in just a moment with a very interesting guest. Now, our star, John Payne. Thank you. In tonight's Cavalcade, I played the part of Dr. John Erdman. Right here on the stage with me is the real Dr. Erdman, 85 years young, and acknowledged by the medical profession to be one of America's great surgeons. Dr. Erdman?
Thank you. Mr. Payne, it was very interesting to relive these exciting moments again.
How did you feel when you learned you were going to operate on President Cleveland?
Nervous, like I do right now.
How about the president? Was he nervous too?
Not at all. Mr. Cleveland was the kind of man who thought carefully before making a decision, and once he made it, stopped worrying. He was a man of great courage and patriotism. He was a man you had to admire.
And he didn't die of cancer?
No. And, Mr. Payne, I think that the people of the United States can learn a lesson from this story of President Cleveland tonight. Cancer does not have to be fatal. Catch it quickly and act quickly.
Thank you, Dr. Erdman. Tonight's Cavalcade play, Secret Operation, was written by Morton Wishengrad and directed by Jack Zoller. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Bryant. Featured in tonight's cast were House Jameson as Dr. Bryant, Les Damison as Dr. O'Reilly, and James Goss as President Cleveland. John Payne may soon be seen starring in The Crooked Way, a Benedict Bogus United Artists production photographed by John Alton on DuPont Superior 2 motion picture film.
Next week, Cavalcade will present the lovely star of stage and screen, Madeline Carroll, who is currently appearing in the Broadway success Goodbye, My Fancy. Miss Carroll will be heard in a thrilling and romantic cavalcade play, The Queen's Handmaid.
Ladies and gentlemen, millions of our fellow human beings in Europe are suffering from malnutrition. CARE guarantees delivery of a relief package of food and clothing to 12 European countries. Get in touch with CARE and help its needed work. This is Ted Pearson speaking. Cavalcade of America comes to you each week from the stage of the Longacre Theater on Broadway in New York and is presented by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, starring Gene Tierney, presented by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Good evening. Tonight our play is called The Indigo Girl. It's a story set in romantic old Carolina, and our star is one of the loveliest actresses of the screen, Gene Tierney. Now, The Indigo Girl, starring Gene Tierney as Eliza Lucas on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. (1744), the docks of Charleston, South Carolina. A ship comes into port from the West Indies, bringing precious goods to the colonies. But like all ships that put into Charleston Harbor, this one too brings more than merchandise. A passenger, poor and ill-clad, timidly approaches a group of men on the wharf.
Pardon, monsieur. May I inquire?
Nothing today. Go away.
If the weights are right, I'll wager my horse will show our heels to your Ladybird in the first race.
Oh, stop the sheerest nonsense. Ladybird is a...
Pardon, monsieur, but I'm looking for...
Go away. We tolerate no beggars here.
But, sir, they've told me you are Monsieur Cresswell. My name is Pierre Aubin. I must see you.
Well, come around to the tavern later. Perhaps I can arrange for the cook to feed you at the back door.
That is very kind. And he, perhaps, will have better manners.
Hot shot?
Shall I save some of the scraps for you? I've heard that overseers on plantations here are not very well paid.
You presumptuous gutter-snipe.
It would seem the packets are bringing witty beggars into the country.
Their wit doesn't disguise their filth, their vulgarity, or their insolence.
Monsieur, when I spoke with the governor of Antigua and he told me to come here to work on his plantation, he did not mention that you suffered from such childish fits of temper.
Governor Lucas told you to come here? You're lying. He would have consulted me first.
I have a letter introducing me to his daughter.
And Miss Lucas has no interest in plantation affairs. I am the one who decides who shall work for me. Now be on your way.
But, monsieur,
You heard me.
Be
careful how you use that whip, my ill-mannered friend. I value this nose of mine.
Then keep it out of my path. You understand? Next time I won't miss.
One, two, three, and a 1, 2, 3. Isn't it a graceful step, Charles? Come on, try it with me now.
It's very graceful when you dance it, Eliza, but hardly my style.
Oh, what is your style? Calling on a young lady and then sitting on the veranda all afternoon lecturing her. I don't think you ever want me to have any fun, Charles.
Come now. You're putting me on the defensive.
Well, you're a barrister, aren't you? Let's see you defend yourself.
I shall have a difficult time defending myself to your father when he finds I've allowed you to have all your own way all this time.
Oh, nonsense. You couldn't help yourself. I've always done what I pleased, and I see no reason to mind you just because Father's away.
You'll mind me when we're married.
Oh, will I?
Yes, you will.
You're surprisingly strong when you want to be, Charles, dear. You make me almost forget what a stuffy provincial point of view you have about everything.
I'm a little bit tired of hearing you call me provincial, Eliza. I merely agree with your father. He started this plantation with high hopes that it would provide rice to feed the colonies. I can remember when it was beautiful to look at. I should think you'd remember, too.
But I don't know anything about growing rice. Mr. Craswell's supposed to look after all that. And besides, all my friends agree there's no profit in it anyway.
It's time you learned how to make it profitable. Even if you have to go out into the fields and wade in water up to your knees to find out what it's all about.
Oh, Charles, not really.
Oh, Miss Liza.
Yes, what is it, Joshua?
There's a man here outside. Talks kind of funny talk. French, maybe it is.
I also speak very fine English, mademoiselle.
Who are you? How dare you break in on us this way?
I am Pierre Aubin. I've talked with your father in Haiti. He tells me you have some small indigo fields growing here.
Yes, but they are no use to it.
Ah, but they could be, mademoiselle. You could make fine blue dye from your indigo to sell in the markets of Europe at a price far higher than you're receiving from your rice crop.
Which certainly isn't high enough to live on.
Mademoiselle, do you know what the fashion is in Europe? All the great ladies are vying with each other over the fabrics dyed with indigo. It is very expensive.
I know. I can't afford it.
Ah, but if you began to produce it in the colonies, the idea would spread. South Carolina might become the center of a new industry. Look, see here. I have brought a piece of brocade, dyed with my own hand. Observe what a clear, exquisite blue it is.
Do you mean that you have the secret for making it?
I do. And if I may begin producing the dye here, you, mademoiselle, shall have gowns as lovely as this and make both our fortunes besides.
What do you think, Charles? It sounds much more exciting than wading around in rice fields up to my knees. Indigo. Who knows? Perhaps this is our chance. Maybe when Papa comes back, all Carolina will be thriving on indigo dye.
Eliza, hadn't we better investigate the man's story and the situation before a decision is made?
Oh, nonsense. There you go, being a barrister again. Joshua?
Yes, miss.
I believe Mr. Craswell's inside. Will you bring him out here right away?
Yes, Miss Liza.
Are you really interested in this idea?
Why not? Don't you want nicotine?
I think it could be the finest thing in the world. Not only for you, but for the colony. But
Do you wish to see me, Miss Lucas?
Yes, Mr. Craswell. I want you to meet Monsieur Aubin. He's come to start a new industry with his indigo dye.
You? The same, monsieur. Such a pleasure to meet you again without your whip.
Well, Pierre, there's our indigo field. Father had it planted just before he went away.
And obviously no one has troubled to visit it since.
You're very impertinent.
Perhaps, mademoiselle. But one cannot expect plants to grow unless they are nurtured, tended with great care.
That's why you're here, isn't it? Come along. I'll show you the vats. I think we still have some. Mr. Craswell tried to cook some dye himself not long ago.
And failed miserably.
How did you know?
Because, as I told you, no one here knows the secret of making true indigo dye.
Are you going to tell me the secret, Pierre?
No. And not only that, but your overseer, Monsieur Craswell, shall stay away from me while I'm at work, preferably on the opposite side of the plantation.
Well, you're not only impertinent, you're positively arrogant.
I am neither. And both. No, mademoiselle, I simply know what I'm talking about. Most of the time.
I see. Well, if you expect to go on here, you'd better keep your opinions of yourself to yourself. And you will work under the supervision of Mr. Craswell. Take your orders from him.
But, mademoiselle, this is impossible.
Then I suggest that you return to Haiti and forget the entire project.
Oh, no, I... Very well. It will be as you say, mademoiselle.
I thought as much. Oh, man.
Huh? Oh, bonjour, Monsieur Craswell. I have not seen you about lately. I trust the horse racing has been kind to your purse.
Are you draining that vat when I expressly told you not to?
The indigo is settling. This is the precise time for draining it.
Turn it off. Turn off that spigot.
If I do, the dye is ruined.
Did you hear me? Turn it off.
Monsieur Craswell, the young lady depends on me to produce a perfect dye. I realize you would like to see me fail, but I must do it correctly according to my formula.
You insolent beggar. Ever since you came here flattering Miss Lucas into thinking you had some secret to make her rich, nothing's gone right.
Miss Lucas is not concerned with becoming rich. She thinks more of the success of the colony.
Bosh. The colonies are doomed and everyone knows it. I, for one, am going back to England as soon as I'm able.
Well, you can, monsieur. And good riddance. For me, I'm going to stay. There is an air of freedom in America. And I came from Haiti to work and live.
And I happen to know why you left Haiti in such haste, which I shall use at the proper time. But enough of this now. Will you turn off that spigot?
No, I will not.
Then I will. Get out of my way. And just to teach you who has the real authority here, I think I'll erase that grin of yours for life.
That whip again.
You wouldn't like to go back to that prison in Port-au-Prince, would you? They beat you there, too, don't they? A knife. Well, it won't do you any good. In fact, I hoped you tried to attack me. Joshua! Joshua, come in here.
You want me, Master Craswell?
Get the constable, Joshua.
Yes.
Tell him there's an escaped convict here. He's been put in chains and deported back to Haiti.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes.
I will never go back. I have done nothing I'm ashamed of, and I will never go back to that torture.
Stop him! He stabbed me. Don't let him get away. Stop him! Stop him!
Miss Liza, oh, my goodness, you're sure looking pretty.
Am I, Millie? My cap straight?
Even if it wasn't, you'd still look blooming. Mr. Charles is going to feel mighty set up when he sees you trailing down them stairs.
No, I don't think Mr. Charles ever really sees me. All he sees when he dreams at night are legal documents and habeas corpus.
What you say?
Never mind. I'm going down now. Fasten my stays, will you, Millie?
Yes. Oh, Miss Liza, though, before you go.
Well, what is it? Mr. Charles is waiting for me.
Well, I had it in my mind you ought to know what happened at the stables this afternoon.
Well?
It was that Frenchman, Mr. Pierre, stabbed Mr. Craswell right through the gizzard.
What? Millie, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, I was scared to Miss Liza till I found out Mr. Craswell didn't die yet. That Frenchman, he run away right out into the swamp somewhere.
But how did it happen?
I don't know. Joshua told me they were making a big fuss over the dye vat, and all of a sudden Mr. Pierre pulled out a knife as big as a cutlass, and... Where you going, Miss Liza?
I've got to go down and tell Charles. He'll be able to do something.
Oh, but I haven't got your stays fastened yet.
Charles.
Eliza, what's wrong?
Oh, Charles. Pierre stabbed Mr. Craswell.
What?
He may die, but I know Pierre must have had a good reason. We've got to help him.
Now, wait a minute. Not so fast.
They had some kind of enmity between them all along. I should have known there'd be trouble.
Look, Eliza, no matter what it was, or whether Mr. Craswell lives or dies, you must not take sides in this. At least until we know the facts.
You're not going to be a barrister now.
Why are you so upset? What does this Pierre matter to you?
Charles, when he first came here, I thought his idea was good. And my vanity, my need for money made me accept it. I never thought of what he wanted or needed.
This is an amazing change in you, Eliza. Must be a reason for it.
A human being is out in those terrible swamps somewhere, frightened, in need of help. Isn't that reason enough?
And what help can we give him, Eliza? Except the assurance that he'll be given a fair trial.
Oh, you don't understand. He's never known fairness and justice. He thought he'd find it here, but so far he's seen none of it. So why should he trust us now?
Eliza, look at me. What's come over you?
You're jealous, aren't you?
And why shouldn't I be?
I didn't think you were capable of it.
Well, I am. I won't see you lose your silly little head over a man with a prison record who's caused nothing but trouble ever since he arrived here.
I don't care what he was before he came here. He tried to live up to his side of the bargain. He's important to us now. If we're ever to start this industry, Charles, he must be here to help us. So we must help him. Don't you see?
But how, except in a court of law?
Law. Is that all you think of? I'm going out in the swamp and find him and bring him back. That's what I think of your law.
You wouldn't dare go out there.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, I'm going. And don't try to follow me.
Eliza.
Good night, you habeas corpus, you.
Listening to The Indigo Girl, starring Gene Tierney as Eliza Lucas on the Cavalcade of America, presented by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
In the year 1744, a girl named Eliza Lucas is trying to start an indigo dye industry on her father's plantation in South Carolina. Difficulties arose when a dye maker, Pierre Aubin, who has come from the West Indies to help Eliza, quarrels with her overseer, stabs him, and disappears. And because his knowledge is essential to the creation of an indigo industry in the colonies, Eliza determines to find Pierre and bring him back to her plantation. And in the swamps, she comes upon a deserted cabin.
Pierre? Are you in here?
What do you wish from me?
Oh, Pierre, listen. I want you to come back with me. I'll see that they don't arrest you.
I have killed a man, mademoiselle.
But you haven't. Joshua says he isn't even seriously wounded.
Even so. You must have heard. I have a prison record. Worse than that, I escaped from the jail. They will send me back to Haiti in chains.
Not if you come back with me. I can hide you where the authorities won't find you. Oh, please trust me.
Why should I?
Because, Pierre, I've come to believe in you. You've started something good here, something important. And I want you to finish it. I'll help you all I can myself if you'll only come back.
And Craswell?
I'll discharge Mr. Craswell in the morning. Please, Pierre. Now do be sensible.
Very well, mademoiselle. I will risk it.
Lies, I have to tell you that Mr. Craswell's done gone and got you into real trouble.
What are you talking about, Millie?
Well, he knows Mr. Pierre told you the secret for making indigo, and that's why you was hiding him here on the plantation, and he's gone and told the constable.
Are you sure? How do you know?
Well, Joshua's got a wonderful way about him. He knows just about everything that goes on around here.
Then they'll come here. They'll arrest Pierre, Millie.
No, they ain't gonna come. They're here right now.
What?
Yes, ma'am. Strutting around the place like they owned it.
Oh, Millie, why do you always take an hour to tell me anything? You there.
Soldier, what do you think you're doing?
Ain't it a fairest miss? We found this escaped convict on your property. We're taking him into Charleston.
But you can't. You haven't any right.
We have a warrant for his arrest. I think that's sufficient right. Our prisoner's already admitted that he stabbed Mr. Craswell. Haven't you, Aubin?
I think there is no need for me to say anything now.
Pierre, I'll do everything I can for you, I promise.
You have already done enough in having me arrested.
I? But you can't think that, Pierre.
Can't I? It has happened, has it not? Now that you have learned the secret for making the dye, what else is there to think? Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Eliza, I can scarcely believe it. Come in, please.
I hope you don't mind.
Please sit down. I'm delighted to see you.
Are you really? Because I need your help now, desperately.
Oh, yes. They've arrested your Pierre. Eliza, no one can save him if he's guilty.
But he isn't. He acted in self-defense when he stabbed Mr. Craswell.
Perhaps.
Charles, you must believe it.
He's told you this. But there are witnesses who heard him threaten Craswell the day he first arrived in Charleston.
How do you know?
I made it my business to find out. I also discovered several other details.
Which prove him guilty, I suppose.
No, Eliza. I believe him to be innocent.
What? I just don't understand you.
You see, Eliza, in law, one is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But to a lawyer, it's often just the opposite. Now, I thought you guilty of thoughtlessness, frivolity, almost criminal negligence of the trust your father put in you when he went away.
And wasn't I?
I don't know, Eliza. I despaired of you. And then suddenly, almost overnight, you changed. I thought it must be love for a man that had done this for you.
And you were jealous.
How could I help it? I loved you myself.
Oh, did you? Do you?
Oh, I missed you so, Eliza. I tried to reason it out, but logic didn't help. All I can say is that I want you to marry me.
If I listen to your marriage proposal, will you defend Pierre?
You'll accept me.
I said I'd listen.
You drive a bargain, don't you, Eliza?
Will you do it? Will you?
My dear, I had already written my introductory remarks to the court.
Order in the court. Counsel for the defense will continue with the cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Craswell, you said that the defendant was draining the dye vat against your express orders. Now, may I ask why you gave that order?
Why? Well, because he was going about it all wrong. He would have spoiled the entire run.
You're sure of that?
Of course I'm sure.
And because the defendant refused to obey your orders, that run of dye was ruined?
It was.
Mr. Craswell, a few minutes ago, you testified that the defendant drew a knife and stabbed you while you were both standing by the vats, arguing as to whether the spigot should be turned on or off. I assume that you stood by and watched to see whether the dye was ruined or not after you'd been stabbed.
Your Lordship, I object. That is a leading question.
Objection sustained. Have you any more questions to ask the plaintiff, counsel?
No, Your Lordship. But I request permission of the court to call Miss Eliza Lucas to the stand.
Stand down, Mr. Craswell. Miss Lucas, take the witness stand, if you will.
You swear to tell the truth? The whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, Miss Lucas, will you explain to the court why you are wearing that particular gown today?
How do you like my gown, Your Lordship?
Well, it's most becoming, but what has your gown to do with the case?
It's a lovely shade of blue, isn't it?
A real
pure indigo of the kind one finds only in the West Indies.
Your Lordship, I object. The color of the witness's gown and its becomingness are both irrelevant. She's trying to influence the court unfairly by calling attention to her beauty.
Your Lordship, I submit that the witness has good reason for mentioning her gown and its color. True indigo dye is important to this case.
Objection overruled. Please continue, Miss Lucas.
When Pierre Aubin came to my plantation and asked to be allowed to produce the dye, I was as ignorant as anyone else as to how it was done. I gave him very little encouragement and nothing to work with. Our indigo fields were in disgraceful shape, our vats and equipment worse. But I saw that he had a will to succeed. He had wanted to come to this country because, he said, it had an air of freedom. However, My overseer hated him openly.
Your Lordship, may I interrupt? The witness has not made one statement truly relevant to this case.
My dear sir, it seems to me the most relevant statement I could make in this case is that Pierre Aubin has brought a will to work, strength, and a new industry to the New World. And instead of showing him that we believe in freedom of opportunity, we have betrayed him.
Order.
And as to his guilt, I can only ask you to recall both his testimony and that of my butler, Joshua. Mr. Craswell threatened Pierre Aubin with a whip when he refused to follow his orders. Yet Pierre knew what he was doing, gentlemen. The color of my gown bears witness to that. I made the dye for it thanks to Pierre's secret. Because of this knowledge, I have been able to help other planters start producing indigo so that we may all benefit, so that the colonies may become independent.
Order. Thank you, Eliza. Your Lordship, the defense rests.
Order, if you please. The court inclines to the belief that the reasonable doubt in this case is established. And in accordance with the witness's striking plea, I strongly urge that each one of us shall be given to think before we deal unfairly in such a situation again. For herein lies our future and the nation which we hope to build. Prisoner remitted to the custody of Miss Lucas. His Majesty's court dismissed. May I compliment you on your plea, milady? You plead as well as Shakespeare's Portia.
The talent isn't mine, your lordship.
Whose then?
I learned it from counsel who put me in the witness box, Charles Pinckney, my husband-to-be.
Indeed. My felicitations, Mr. Pinckney.
Thank you, Your Lordship. You see, in exchange for my undertaking this case, the witness has promised to be my bride.
Then the matter ends well for all concerned. But tell me, Miss Lucas, aren't you afraid that counsel has driven a hard bargain with you?
Oh, no, your lordship. Not at all. I should have married him in any case.
Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, The Indigo Girl, was written by Virginia Radcliffe and Paul Peters. Was directed by Jack Zoller. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Bryan. Spouts Cotsworth was heard as Charles Pinckney and Bob Dryden as Pierre Aubin. Next week at Cavalcade time, we'll present another popular and talented star of the screen, John Lund, in a heartwarming and beautiful story of a boy, a girl, the land, and Johnny Appleseed. And in weeks to come, you'll hear Rex Harrison, John Payne, and Madeline Carroll in future Cavalcade stories. This is Ted Pearson speaking. Cavalcade of America comes to you each week from the stage of the Longacre Theater on Broadway in New York and is presented by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
Gene Tierney appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Snake Pit, starring Olivia de Havilland.
Cavalcade of America, starring Juano Hernandez, presented by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Cavalcade's play tonight, The Burning Bush, is the story of a Negro who rose from a slave cabin to America's Hall of Fame, Booker T. Washington. Our drama is adapted from his autobiography, Up from Slavery. Our star is Juano Hernandez, who has just scored a personal success in the Broadway production Set My People Free. Now, The Burning Bush on the DuPont Cavalcade of America, starring Wando Hernandez as Booker T. Washington.
I was born a slave, and I believe my childhood was like that of most slaves. I don't remember being cruelly treated, nor do I remember ever having time for play. I worked, cleaning the yard, taking water to the men in the field, carrying corn to the mill to be ground. But there was one task I enjoyed. Sometimes I was sent to the schoolhouse with young Missy to carry her books.
Boy, what you doing hanging around that schoolhouse door?
Just looking.
Looking at what?
Adam's studying. Wish I could go to school.
You hush your mouth, boy. Schoolhouse learning ain't for you. Hush your mouth.
So I learned to hush my mouth. But I listened, and I can remember a great deal of talk about a war going on, and the grown-up slaves used to whisper that they were fighting about us. Then, early one morning...
Booker, child, wake up.
Yes, I'm hungry, Mom.
Well, we'll get some breakfast by and by. We're going to leave this place, honey, right past sunup.
Why, Mom? Why we leave? We don't run away, Mom.
All the time asking why. Talking and asking how come. We got work to do, child.
If we run away, they'll catch us, Mom. Like when old Sam ran away, and they catched him.
Ain't nobody gonna catch nobody no more, child. Soldier man come last night and say colored folks are free now. Old Mrs. can't make us stay here no more.
We always been here, Mom. Where have we got to go now?
Well, we're going because I don't know, child. I don't know.
My mother was telling the truth. She didn't know why she was going away, or where. She had no understanding of her freedom, nor did most of us. I knew no one of my race then who could read or write. And yet all these people, my people, were called upon now to assume all the responsibilities of the modern world. But let no one get the notion that the slaves didn't want freedom. I never saw one who wouldn't give his life to be free. The place we went to was a little town in West Virginia called Malden. I lived there for several years, working in the mines. And then one day I applied for work at the home of Mrs. Ruffner, a Yankee lady.
Well, boy, you're certainly a sight, I must say. Though I don't suppose it's your fault. You've been working in the coal mines, haven't you?
Yes, and the salt furnace.
Your work won't be easy here. There'll be the cleaning to help with, and the yards, and coal for the grates, and the cows. And... Why, what's the matter, boy?
I thought, ma'am, maybe I could get some time for school.
Well, did I say you wouldn't? If I hire you, that is. You get your work done and do it well, and always be honest with me and tell the truth, and we'll see about school. What's your name, boy?
Booker, ma'am.
Booker. That's an odd name. Booker what? You'll need two names, Booker, if you're going to school. A Christian name and a family name.
My name. What was my name? Or rather, what was my other name? Free people needed two names, it seemed. But colored people in the South had been known simply as Tom or Betsy or Booker. Sometimes a colored man would take the name of his white owner, and he'd be Tom Hatcher, or maybe Hatcher's Tom. But that didn't seem right now. I had to choose a name for myself. I thought desperately as I stood there before Mrs. Ruffner, And suddenly I said,
Booker Washington, ma'am. Booker T. Washington.
I learned a lot of things from Mrs. Ruffner besides my name. To work with my hands, to dress neatly, and to use a toothbrush. But in the infrequent hours of school, the nights of study in my attic room, I learned not much. So in the fall of 1872, I made my way somehow over the 500 or so miles from Malden to Hampton, Virginia, and presented myself at the Hampton Institute, a newly founded school for Negroes.
Hello there. My name is Ernest Weston.
Hello, I'm Booker Washington.
Are you enrolling here this fall?
Well, I don't know. I'm waiting to see General Armstrong.
I haven't seen him myself yet, but I'm sure it's going to be all right for me. I had my tuition money plus a certain amount in excess for extra books and clothing. And I already have something of a foundation in Latin and Greek. I'm finding Latin very enjoyable, aren't you?
Well, I haven't studied it.
Haven't you? Oh, well, Agricola omnis colorium.
What?
That's Latin. I'm taking it, and you will be taking it up next year. I'm very interested in mathematics, too. I had quite a lot of tutoring in it. A gentleman from
Booker Washington,
Yes, ma'am?
General Armstrong's ready to see you now.
Hampton Institute was headed by General Samuel C. Armstrong, the noblest, rarest human being it's ever been my privilege to meet.
Booker T. Washington?
Yes, sir?
Sit down.
Thank you.
Washington, you bear one of the greatest, perhaps the greatest name our country has known. Now, what do you want to do with it? What do you want to do with your life?
Well, I want to learn, sir.
Learn what? Well, what do you want to learn, Booker?
Well, sir, I thought, well, I'm not sure, but, well, Latin and Greek.
And algebra and calculus and astronomy and medicine and jurisprudence. Isn't that so?
Well, is it wrong to want to learn those things, sir?
Not wrong, Washington, but I'm wondering if Hampton is the place for you. I don't know.
Oh, please, sir. I've worked and I saved my money, and my mother worked, too, and my brother is helping me out with what he makes in the coal mine. And the day before I left, almost every one of my friends, they came around to help me as much as they could with a nickel or a quarter or a handkerchief, because they wanted to be proud of me. I've thought about it, and I've dreamed about it for 3 years now, Mr. General Armstrong, and now you tell me, now you say you don't want me.
No, Booker, that's not what I said.
General Armstrong, I can't find... Oh, I beg your pardon.
All right, Miss Mackey, what is it?
I hate to bother you, but, well, you see, classes are scheduled to begin this afternoon, and the recitation rooms are filthy. There's so much to do, and I can't find anyone to help clean them. I'm very sorry to bother you, but...
It's all right, Miss Mackey. I expect we'll handle the situation somehow. I'll see to it.
Thank you, sir.
General Armstrong, I'll do the sweeping for you. I worked for a lady back in Malden, sir. I can sweep fine.
You didn't work hard and come all this way to Hampton just to take a broom in your hands again, did you?
No, sir.
Well, then why did you make your offer? You think for 1 minute that you'll curry favor with me?
Oh, no, sir. I figure if I want to learn and study in these classrooms, I should be willing to help keep them clean.
That's a good answer, Booker. I think that's the only good answer.
I want to help my people, sir. That's what I want more than anything else. But before I help anybody else, I have to learn and help myself. Isn't that right?
That's right, Booker. I guess you'll do to enter this institution.
You are listening to The Burning Bush, starring Juano Hernandez as Booker T. Washington on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Booker T. Washington, the great Negro educator, is telling us the story of his life.
For the next 9 years, Hampton Institute was very much a part of my life. I graduated, and after an interval of teaching at Malden, General Armstrong took me on his staff. And then, one morning in 1881, the general called me into his office.
Booker, I've received a letter from some gentlemen in Alabama who want to start a normal school for colored people in Tuskegee. They've asked me to recommend someone to take charge. Do you think you could fill the position?
Aye, sir?
That's right.
Well, won't they want a white man, sir?
I think they'll accept my recommendation. Do you think you can fill the place?
Well, I'd like very much to try, sir. Had I known what faced me at Tuskegee, I should hardly have been so confident. The state legislature had granted a small appropriation for teachers' salaries, but there was no provision whatsoever for securing land, buildings, or books. To build a whole school, we had only the few $100s which had been raised by the Citizens Committee of Tuskegee. Good morning, friend.
Morning.
I wonder if you could tell me how to get to the old plantation house. They said it was somewhere on this road.
There's a little road that leads right down there, only it's so choked up, can't hardly see it.
Well, maybe you would show it to me?
Yes, sir. You the teacher man from town?
Yes. I've heard there's a chance we might be able to get the place for our school. I walked out to take a look at it.
No. That old place is falling off the hinges.
Grandpa, you come eat your food now.
This that teacher man from town, Carol. You asked him if he'd like to eat, too.
Oh, good morning, Mr.
Washington's the name, Miss...
That's Carrie Sampson, Mr. Washington, and this is my grandpa. Oh, I'd be mighty glad to have you eat with us, only it's nothing but old side meat and black-eyed peas.
Well, there's nothing I'd like better, Carrie, if you're sure there's enough to spare.
I'll get you some water, Mr. Washington. Oh, Grandpa, what you doing now?
I was fixing my clock. Ain't this a pretty clock, Mr. Washington?
Yes, it's beautiful.
But it don't run, and if it did, he would know how to tell time.
You shut up.
I won't shut up. A man sells in that clock for $62, Mr. Washington. All the money we had in this world, and it won't run even for one day.
It's pretty. I ain't never had a gold clock before.
Gold? Man told him it was gold.
They say colored folks got a right to all they wants. If I wants a gold clock, I was going to have it.
Well, you have it, don't you? But we don't have a knife and fork for Mr. Washington to eat his food with.
Oh, what you fussing about?
Oh, Mr. Washington, I get tired of all this talk about what we're going to get and what we're going to have. Colored folks going to be all these fine things, they say, and ride up the road in carriages and never wear nothing but silk. But all we got is this old cabin where I was born and where I'll die, too. See if I don't.
Well, I was born in a cabin, Carrie. A cabin that would make this one look like a palace.
You, Mr. Washington?
That's the trouble with us all, Carrie. We want to ride in carriages, but we don't want to learn how to make the carriages, or the harness, or the clothes to wear when they ride in it.
Oh, I never had a chance to learn nothing, Mr. Washington. All I ever done was pick cotton and fetch water and split wood and listen to all this big talk about what's going to happen and never does.
Have you ever been to school, Carrie?
A little bit, once. I've been thinking I'd like to come into your school in town. Only there's nobody to take care of Grandpa.
Ain't nobody need care of me.
Well, maybe we'll have the school out here, Carrie, so you could go to it and tend to things here, too.
A school out here?
I hope so. That's why I came out today, to look at the old plantation house. There's a chance we can buy it.
Oh, I've been over there lots of times, Mr. Washington. When we was little, we used to play over there and make believe there was ghosts and hens. It's got 3-4 houses, an old stable, and a hen house. Only they's all dirty and falling down.
Well, I'd like to see it, Carrie. Would you take me there?
Oh, sure, Mr. Washington. We can go right now.
All right, fine.
You be good now, Grandpa, and don't eat nothing more.
I don't want nothing more. Bet if I works a while more on this old clock, I'll get it to run.
A little later, at that same plantation house, I addressed the first assembly of the students in Tuskegee Institute. Students and friends, we've all heard the old saying, you've made your bed, now you can lie in it. Pardon me. But here at the new Tuskegee Institute, we have to make a change in that saying. We have to build our beds before we can lie in them. We have here today nothing but these few old, tumble-down buildings, a little food on credit allowed us by our good friends in town, a little money given to us by other friends, both here and in the North, and our own will to succeed. So I'm going to ask something of you, something more than is usually asked of men and women who are seeking knowledge. I am going to ask you not only to study and learn in your school, I'm asking you to help in the building of your school. I'm asking you to dig the ground and cut the timbers, and yes, even to dig clay and make bricks. If we want a school, we must build it for ourselves with our own bone and sinew and the strength of our heart and soul. Come in. What can I do for you?
Mr. Washington, we...
Mr. Washington, the new students have appointed us as a committee to bring certain grievances to your attention.
I see. How many of the students do you represent?
Well, we...
Most all of them, Mr. Washington. All the new ones have complaints to make.
And we thought it was only fair to tell you about them right away now, Mr. Washington.
Yes, that was the right thing to do.
Mr. Washington, we didn't come to this school to work like field hands and day laborers.
And I didn't come here to milk cows and hem tea towels. I want to be a school teacher.
And you don't think that a teacher could ever be called on to milk a cow or hem a towel?
Well,
Or do you know how to do all those things already?
That's not why my parents worked and sacrificed to send me to school.
No, my family neither. I came here to learn something, not to make hog pens and sweep floors.
What we mean is, well, Mr. Washington, my daddy came out from town yesterday and wanted to see my books. He wanted to know why I didn't have more books, how many books I'd read through. And when he got here, I was out there on my knees, digging sweet potatoes.
Your father is not an educated man, is he, Sam?
No, Mr. Washington, he's not. He can't read nor sign his name.
Then, like so many people, perhaps he puts too much importance in the reading of a book. The mere reading of one means nothing unless it helps us in some way. Unless...
How am I gonna know, Mr. Washington, if I spend all my time digging sweet potatoes and sweeping floors?
I don't think you will. You'll find we have it arranged here so there's a time for everything. We'll try to send you out of this school as educated men and women. But you'll also be men and women who can take care of yourselves, who can do whatever's needed to fit yourselves into the life of the community and the country. Now, suppose you go out into the world prepared to teach Greek and Latin. The community you go into may not feel the need for Greek and Latin. Maybe it needs bricks and houses and wagons. If you can supply them, then maybe later there will be a need for Greek and Latin. The man who is prepared to do something the world wants done at the right moment, that man will make his way, regardless of his race.
What you doing, Mr. Washington?
Well, I think it's time for you all to get to your classes, and if you'll excuse me, this office looks a little untidy. I think I'd better do some sweeping. My shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
Mr. Washington.
Oh, well, hello, Carrie. What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I've been going over the books like you asked me to, and, well, I just don't know how we're going to get through the rest of this year.
Is that bad?
We only made $17 from this month's vegetables and only $55 from the bricks we sold in town. And, We still can't meet our bills by almost $200.
Well, Carrie, don't worry about it.
Oh, but I do worry about it, though. I think sometimes maybe it's not worth one little bit of all this work and trouble.
Oh, Carrie, don't say that.
You're a fine, smart man, and you ought to just think about yourself. Forget all about us. The school's going to fail anyway. It's going to fail.
That will do, Carrie. I don't want to hear any more of that kind of talk. Now, please, Carrie,
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Mr. Washington.
Oh, come in, come in.
I ain't seen nobody outside. I hope you don't mind if I come in.
It's all right. What's your name?
I ain't got no real name, Mr. Washington. Just Hattie. Just old Hattie. Onlyest name I ever had.
Well, sit down, Hattie. You're tired, aren't you?
No, sir. It's all right. I come to bring you something, Mr. Washington.
To bring me something?
Yes, sir. I hear tells how this school is having a hard time. I thought maybe these boys and girls ain't getting enough to eat.
Oh, Hattie, it's not as bad as that.
But I hear tell 'tis, and I know what you's trying to do, Mr. Washington. I know you's trying to make better men and women for the colored race.
Well, Hattie...
I ain't got no money to give, but I got these eggs here. I've been saving up from my hens. They've been laying real good, and I want you to take them. You'll take them, won't you, Mr. Washington?
Hattie, do you remember the story of Moses in the burning bush? How, in a time of sorrow and pain, the Lord God appeared to Moses in a burning bush and said to him, I have seen the affliction of my people, and I will deliver them into a good land. Well, Hattie, these are not really eggs. They're our burning bush. They're our rainbow in the sky, the lightning in the cloud, and the sign that says it's all been all right. It's been worth all the sweat and the toil and the struggle. Certainly I'll take them, Hattie. They're the finest eggs I've ever seen.
Booker T. Washington was right about those eggs. They were the sign. They symbolized the people's faith in the work he was trying to do. Under Booker T. Washington's presidency, Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute developed into the nation's leading exponent of industrial education for the Negro race. Today, at Booker T. Washington's birthplace in Franklin County, Virginia, his ideals and teachings are being perpetuated in the Booker T. Washington Birthplace Memorial. And as the inscription at the base of his statue at Tuskegee reads, he lifted the veil of ignorance from his people and pointed the way to progress through education and industry. Booker T. Washington. Tonight's Cavalcade play, The Burning Bush, was written by Frank Gabrielson and directed by Jack Zoller. The music was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Bryan. This is Ted Pearson speaking. Cavalcade of America comes to you each week from the stage of the Longacre Theater on Broadway and is presented by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Cavalcade of America, starring Dick Powell.
Cavalcade of America. Cavalcade of America. It's a humble man with a mighty dream in a living land, the unconquered stream. It's the people. It's the people. Cavalcade of America. Cavalcade.
Good evening, everyone. This is Ted Pearson welcoming you to another series of the Cavalcade of America, our 14th season. In bringing to the air once again the story of America and the men and women who have made its glorious cavalcade, the DuPont Company hopes you'll enjoy our plays, our stars from Hollywood and Broadway, and the stories of chemistry we present on each program. We're all of us glad to be back with you again. Now, on the Cavalcade of America, Gettysburg, told by Dick Powell.
This is the story of what happened during a day of great crisis in American history, the Battle of Gettysburg. It is not the story of Gettysburg told through the eyes of generals and statesmen, but through the hearts of 6 very human and very ordinary people who were there. Men, women, and 2 little boys. Midnight, the beginning of July 3rd, 1863. As that clock strikes, we're moving in space to one specific spot on this continent. A sleepy Pennsylvania town of 2,000 people. But on this certain July 3rd, 200,000 people are packed in and around this town. They're going to pound out a passage of history that will last as long as there are men to write and children to read. July 3rd, the first minute of the day. Mrs. Broadhead, or Mrs. Broadhead, Sally Robbins Broadhead,
Yes?
asleep?
Yes.
Well, don't get up. You don't have to start your day yet. But for the record, we want to place you.
My name is Sally Robbins Broadhead. This is our home. We live on the Chambersburg Pike.
Married?
My husband's right here. My baby sleeps in the crib in the corner over there.
You're half asleep yourself.
Oh, so much to do today. Bread to bake, baby's wash.
Sleep on. You'll be fully awake soon enough. John Dooley. John Dooley.
I'm from Virginia. Visiting for the day, you might say. Maybe if I have time tomorrow, I'm going to hunt up a girl I saw in town. Now I want to go to sleep. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Sleep while you can, John Dooley. Tomorrow is here. Billy Bailey. Oh, Billy Bailey. Bill.
What do you want? Are they coming? Are they?
No, not yet. Calm down, Billy, and go back to sleep. What is coming, you can't stop.
I'm in luck. If my pa wasn't a farmer and if his farm wasn't smack in the middle of things, I wouldn't be smack in the middle of things either.
Go to sleep, Billy. Frank Artius Haskell. Frank Artius.
Yes, I'm awake. Just standing out here on a hilltop enjoying the night.
Won't be so quiet in a few hours.
Glad the men could sleep. Strange feeling standing alone here. Thousands of men sleeping on the slopes below.
Where are you from?
I was born in Vermont. Studied at Dartmouth in New Hampshire. Then I practiced law out west in Madison, Wisconsin.
And now?
Now I'm with the 2nd Division, aide-de-camp of General Gibbon. We've been waiting so many days for this to get started that...
That now it's a relief.
It's a relief to have these accidents at time and place established. That a battle is going on. Tomorrow, the second day of that battle.
You better get some sleep, Haskell.
Can't put my mind to rest. Oh, excuse me. I see the general's light just turned on that farmhouse over there. So if you'll excuse me, please.
All right. Sir Arthur James Lyon Fremantle, Lieutenant Colonel in Her Majesty's Coldstream Guards. Sir Arthur. Colonel.
Oh, I say, do you mind? Not now. I'm really not involved, really. Only a military observer, so if you don't mind, old man, you understand.
Cornelia Hancock. Oh, Miss Hancock.
I'm Cornelia Hancock, a nurse. I only arrived from Baltimore right this minute. The driver was drunk. He dumped me in the dark. And I know I have to start right in. I'm the very first nurse to arrive.
Well, it's none too soon.
But I didn't expect to be the only nurse in the whole Northern Army. 100,000 men and only one nurse.
There were 100,000 men, but there's been 2 days fighting already. Now there are 80,000.
That's what I mean. When I kept stepping on... And even in the dark, I could see the wounded lying and waiting.
Nurse Hancock, those lights in the woods are ambulance stations. They're working all night. They need you. Walk over to them now.
I don't know how I could ever stand...
Just do one thing first, one little thing. Pick up something, give a man some water. Then do another, then another. And in 10 minutes, you'll be indispensable.
Thank you. You've helped me to collect myself. When the daylight comes and the wounded can see my face, I should like to be very collected.
You will be. Believe me, I know what's going to happen.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Cornelia. It's good that you're at Gettysburg. Sally Robbins Broadhead, housewife. No librarian will ever catalog your name under history. But even this minute, you're sleeping at Gettysburg. And so you, Sally Broadhead, you're part of history. John Dooley, you handsome, aristocratic Southern lad dreaming of a girl. Do you know that students at West Point will be studying about this day for 100 years to come? But they'll not be concerned about a Confederate soldier named John Dooley. Billy Bailey, farmer's boy, age 13. Something tells me that the world's generals won't look to you for a lesson of today. But I will, Billy. Lawyer Haskell, aide-de-camp with the Federals. Sir Arthur James Lyon Fremantle, military observer with the Confederates. Cornelia Hancock, nurse. Someday a nation will think it knows this day, but it won't ever mark your names in monument. Still, here you all are. You're real. You're alive. Each of you will live out this day, July 3rd, 1863, at a place of battle in American history. Daybreak, July 3rd, 1863, Gettysburg. A mist lies in the valley, blurring the Emmitsburg Road into one soft gray, shrouding the peach orchard to a darker gray. It blots away that ripened wheat field over there, but not the hills. And look, Cemetery Ridge cuts a clear edge. Round Top is harsh against the early sky. On those heights there, the Federals have been driven back. Now their blue lines are fixed. From Round Top, straight along Cemetery Ridge, like the shank of a 2-mile fishhook, and then curving back around Cemetery Hill to Culp's Hill. 2 stones' throw to the north of here lies Gettysburg, and 3 miles beyond Gettysburg, you can barely see the Bailey farm in the early light. 2 Southern officers are sleeping in this northern farmhouse. Down the corridor to their door creep Billy Bailey and his brother.
Don't you come tagging along.
If you're going to shoot them, I want to see. Are you?
They're Confederates, ain't they? Sleeping right in our house? First, we gotta open the door. Look at their pistols hanging right over the chair. I'm gonna take one and get me that Johnny Reb. You get the other one. Me? Oh, there are 2 pistols, ain't there? Yes. I'll count 3. Go ahead, take the pistol. Count fast, Billy. 1. What happens if he opens his eyes? He won't. 2. Boy. Ma! Billy, what are you doing? Now get right out of there. Boys, how could you ever... What's come over you? What's this war doing, even to children?
11 o'clock, July 3rd, 1863, Gettysburg. Not a sound of a gun or a musket is heard on all the field. Skies look bright, only the white, fleecy clouds floating over from the west. Sun beats down. Soldiers loll and long for the shade. Silence and sultriness at noon. Flies buzz, generals wrangle. Sally Robbins Broadhead has started her baby's wash by now. Cornelia Hancock is in the midst of her 23rd amputation. The British military observer sent to Gettysburg, Sir Arthur James Lyon Fremantle, Lieutenant Colonel in Her Majesty's Coldstream Guards, has climbed a tree on Cemetery Ridge. On the same limb sits Captain Schreiber, the Prussian military observer.
Captain Schreiber, do you observe any movement?
No, not a northern soldier in sight.
How do you explain this silence?
You find me, sir, as perplexed as yourself.
I must say, General Lee seems most awfully calm. Can you see him now? Look right straight down through the branches below us. There, see him?
Yeah, extraordinary.
General Robert E. Lee, the commander of the Confederate forces, is sitting on a stump and whittling. I think we should most certainly include that in our respective reports.
What, that an American general knows how to whittle?
Rather, sir, that the American temperament, when it finds itself in a crisis, may be inclined to squat and whittle. Do you perceive my inference? From this, it does not follow that the American, while so engaged, will passively permit any destructive element to bluster up behind him and take away any of his liberties.
You're listening to Gettysburg, starring Dick Powell on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
This is a story of what happened at the Battle of Gettysburg, told not in terms of generals and statesmen, but of 6 very human, very ordinary people who were there. 2 little boys, a lawyer, foot soldiers, a nurse, and a housewife. You, Sally Robbins Broadhead, it's good you got up early to do the baby's wash. You might as well bake a pan of shortcake, too. There'll be time. From 10 until 1 o'clock this afternoon, everything will be amazingly quiet. But when 1 o'clock comes, get your baby and husband down in the cellar and get them down there fast, because 400 artillery pieces will open up. General Lee will stop whittling, and General Meade will put out his cigar.
Maybe we shouldn't have stayed in our house today, Sally. A lot of the neighbors hightailed it for safety.
There, baby. We're safe in our cellar, Harold. Why don't you snap some of these beans? Keep your fingers busy. That's why I brought them down here. After all, you planted them.
Oh, listen to that.
Oh. I prayed to God it may mean something. I prayed to him for all the world outside our cellar. What it is like
I am unable to think of it.
Lawyer Haskell. Lawyer Haskell.
Yes, what is it?
What's the whirl like up there on Cemetery Ridge?
Who can describe such a conflict? Thunder and lightning of hundreds of guns. Smoke completely blackening the sky. Incessant sounds, hailstones of exploding fire.
Tell us of the men.
The guns are great infuriate demons, not of this earth. The gaping mouths blaze with smoky tongues of living fire, the smoke of hell. Projectiles shriek long and sharp. They hiss, they scream, they growl, they sputter. All sounds of life and rage.
Tell us of the men.
Shell swoops down among the battery horses standing there apart. Half dozen horses start, they stumble, they fall, their legs stiffen.
Haskell, tell us of the men.
Men don't budge an inch until they're blown there.
Three o'clock, Cemetery Ridge. The tree again with its foreign military observers.
Did you ever witness a longer cannonade?
Never, sir.
Here we are in the top of the tree, and not a soul can be seen moving on these hills. Only the horses gallop without their riders.
Take your glass. You will note over there in the hollow of that field, under those apple trees, General Pickett's infantry waiting to start a charge. And yet look what they do as they wait. They seem to be pelting each other with very small green apples.
What a fine spot this is to observe what is in store. I wouldn't miss it for anything.
I would give anything to miss it.
John Dooley, you young Virginia blood. The Englishman was looking at you down there with an apple in your hand. Might as well lie on your back, John, and tell your friend of the girl you saw. Talk, boy, talk of this girl. Because when the cannonade stops and the silence falls, then the bugles will blow charge. You'll start your walk up to Cemetery Ridge, and you won't walk down again.
You know, Howard, when I faced my first fight 2 years ago, I thought I'm only scared because I'm beginning.
Me too, Johnny.
I thought the more I fought, the less scared I'd be.
Yeah, works just the opposite.
Sure it does. I wasn't half as scared in the Second Battle of Manassas as I was at Antietam. And I wasn't as scared there as I was at Fredericksburg or Chancellorsville.
Me too.
And now, whew. You know, in Chambersburg last month, I saw a barefoot girl. I just can't shake her loose from my head.
Was she pretty?
Oh, pretty in a peach orchard full out. But it wasn't just because she was pretty. Oh, you think I'm gone crazy, but this is what I can't get out of my mind. The simple way she walked, all barefoot and silk, moving along so beautiful.
So what'd you do?
I'm not telling you what I did. I'm trying to tell you how I felt. That's what I can't figure out. That's why I'm going back and trying to see her again. Try to puzzle out why I felt so for her.
Listen. It's quiet.
Yeah. Quiet we've been waiting for.
So what'd you feel for her?
Well, I'll tell you when we're finished. There's Pickett's bugler. The charge. We gotta go.
The supreme moment at Gettysburg has come. The Confederates advance. Not a shot is fired. The first line is followed by the second, and that a third succeeds. And columns between them support the lines. The arms of 15,000 men, barrel and bayonet, gleam in the sun. A sloping forest of flashing steel. Right on they move. Lawyer Haskell, are you ready on the heights of Gettysburg?
On Cemetery Heights, all is orderly and quiet, sir. The Federals wait. They need no commands. The survivors of a dozen battles know well enough what this array in front portends. This is the beginning of the end. This is it. This is the end of Gettysburg.
Again, it's midnight. It's cool again and quiet and dark. And today is now yesterday. The battle is over. Almost everyone sleeps. Some will sleep longer than others. Mrs. Broadhead. Sally Robbins Broadhead.
Yes?
Today is over. What does it mean to you?
I'm behind in the baby's wash. Is that what you mean?
Never mind. It wasn't a fair question to ask now. A question like that needs time and perspective. Billy Bailey? Billy?
Huh?
Bill, you're asleep with a smile on your face. Why?
Oh, wounded Southern boy's asleep in the next bed, that's why. He's only 14. He came knocking at the door and wanted to be took in.
So you took him in?
Sure.
You're not going to kill him?
No, that's all over now. When he gets well, he's going to stay and play with us.
Good sleep to you, Bill. Haskell, you awake still on that hill at Gettysburg?
Riding my brother in Michigan. Not really riding him, you know, and riding it more for myself.
Mind if I read it?
No, go ahead.
Already nature's mysterious loom is at work, joining and weaving on her ceaseless web what the shells have broken here. Another spring shall green these trampled slopes. Another autumn and the yellow harvest shall ripen here, in a higher perfection for this poured-out blood. And then tradition shall glean on this field and hand down her terrible sheath.
That sound too much to you?
No, it's not too much. John Dooley. John, where are you? Why don't you answer? John? John Dooley is gone. Cornelia Hancock. Nurse Hancock, are you there?
I've been working every minute since you left me early this morning.
What do you make of today?
How can I answer? I haven't had a minute to think for 24 hours. If you'd seen the men...
Well, think now. What meaning is there to Gettysburg?
Ask the dead. Maybe they know.
No, Nurse Hancock. I have a feeling it will come from the living. And once it comes, as it will, when a tall, gaunt president shall dedicate Gettysburg to all mankind, the meaning of this day, this struggle, will live with the living forever. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the great task remaining before us. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. And that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
I'm sure our radio audience joins the audience in the theater tonight in applauding Dick Powell and our cast for their performance in Gettysburg on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. Dick Powell will return in just a moment. Now, Dick Powell, tonight's Cavalcade star, who's winning new plaudits for his performance as star of Pitfall, produced by Samuel Bischoff and released by United Artists. Mr. Powell.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be on the Cavalcade opener for the new season. I want to wish this fine series lots of luck. There's some very exciting stories ahead for Cavalcade listeners and a host of stars. Robert Montgomery, Anita Louise, Walter Pidgeon, Fay Bainter, and Cavalcade star of next Monday night, Miss Lorraine Day. The story, The Proud Way, a romantic drama of a young girl, Verena Howell, and the president of the Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. So join Cavalcade, won't you, each and every Monday night this season. Now, good night, and thank you. Tonight's Cavalcade drama was based on the book Gettysburg by Earl Schenck Myers and Richard Brown, published by the Rutgers University Press, and was adapted for radio by Halstead Wells. The DuPont Cavalcade of America is directed by Jack Zoller, music composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Bryan. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen next week to The Proud Way with Cavalcade star Lorraine Day. Cavalcade of America is presented each week from the stage of the Longacre Theater on Broadway in New York and is brought to you by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
Tonight, Irene Dunn stars in Doctora in Mexico on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Better things that include DuPont rayon yarn, DuPont paints and varnishes, neoprene, DuPont synthetic rubber. The DuPont Cavalcade presents Irene Dunn as Dr. Catherine Neal Dale in the true story of a woman's adventure, Doctora in Mexico.
They called me the Doctora. In Spanish, that means woman doctor. Not a doctor for females. Oh, no. Where I practice, it means a cure of ills ranging from tuberculosis through hookworm, lovesickness, malnutrition, and malaria. For 40 years, I've been physician, surgeon, and psychiatrist to Mexicans and Mexican Indians. 40 years. Many times I thought of giving it up, going back to the hospital in Philadelphia. There'd be work for me there. I'd be a human being who saved lives, not a foreign devil whose house you couldn't come into. Oh, yes, I had it all figured out, but just then an Indian baby would be dying of pneumonia somewhere in the mountains. 2 days on muleback. No time to think. Or a case of leprosy would break out in the next village. Or, and this happened most often, I just quietly remember that day a long time ago when I made up my mind to be a doctor. It was in South Carolina in 1891, and I was 19 years old. I can still see the three of us. I was sitting in the garden with Papa and my brother George.
Well, Katie,
Yes, Papa?
have you thought about what you'll do after graduation?
She'll get married and have babies. That's what every sensible woman does.
Now that you mention it, George, seems to me I've seen quite a good deal of a certain young fellow lately. What's his name?
His name, Papa, is Jim Dale, and you know it perfectly well.
I understand he's going to be a missionary. Tell me, sir, do missionaries marry?
Oh, some of them do. We've had quite a few right in the family
Then
who
if Katie falls in love with him and he falls in love with Katie...
George,
Yes, Katie?
if you and Papa are all through living my life for me, there's something I'd like to say.
By all means, Katie. By all means.
Papa, George, I want to be a doctor.
A what?
A doctor. Like you, Papa, and you, George.
A female doctor? Good grief, it's unbelievable. Why, there's never been one before.
Oh, of course there has. There's Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell and her sister, Dr. Emily. You mean to tell me you've never heard of Dr. Mary Putnam Jacoby?
I'm proud to say I have not. Who are their patients, horses?
Oh, Papa, really? This is the 19th century. You sound like we're living back in the Dark Ages.
Well, all I know is a woman can be either of two things. A wife and mother or a dehumanized machine with a career.
I'd like to have children
Then you
someday.
can't be a doctor, Katie.
And I'd like to be a doctor.
Then you can't be a wife and a mother. You must make a choice. You can't be both.
Papa, George, I think I'm going to try to be both. But Papa helped me to become a doctor all the same. He knew it was a hard road for a woman, but he knew it was my wish, so he saw me through. He sent me to Philadelphia to medical school, and he helped me to get my appointment with the mission board for a post in Mexico. I knew this meant saying goodbye to Jim Dale. It was a hard decision, but I made it and went on living. And that I thought was that. I was assigned to a little town in the interior called Ciudad del Maíz, the city of corn. I'll never forget my first patient there. She was a mestiza, half Mexican, half Indian. And she was very much afraid.
You are the doctora?
Yes. Won't you sit down here, please?
No. Stand.
Very well. What's your name?
I must tell?
Well, it's not exactly necessary.
Bueno, no tell.
What's your trouble? Where are you sick?
Doctora, he's very hot. Then all of a sudden, he's very cold. Hot, cold, doctora. He's very sick all over.
I see. Tell me, did you do anything for it? Did you take any medicine?
Go to herb woman.
Oh, the herb woman. What did she say?
She say me under spell.
Oh. And what did she tell you to do about it?
Sleep in sun on wooden board. Make powder, hot peppers, dried ants, and grasshoppers. Rub on body. This I do, doctor, I do. And now his fever worse.
You've certainly got a fever, all right. Here now, just hold this under your tongue.
Oh, no.
All right. If you don't like the thermometer, you don't have to have it. See, I'm putting it away in the drawer. There. No more thermometer. Now, you're not afraid anymore, are you? Come. You mustn't cry. I'm going to help you. Here, now, I want you to swallow this capsule. Here's some water.
Is magic?
No, it's not magic. It's quinine. You've got malaria.
Quinine is better than hot pepper and grasshopper?
Yes, very much. And you can tell the herb woman I said so. Not that I want to go into competition with her, of course. Now, look, you take 6 every day. 6. You understand? Don't forget.
Gracias, doctor. And if you wish to know my name...
No. Don't tell me. Come back in 2 weeks. Then if you feel you can trust me, then you tell me your name. Later, just as I sat down to breakfast, there was a knock on the door. It was the same woman.
Doctora, it's Doña Pancha, doctor.
Oh, Doña Pancha. Well, I'm glad to see you again. Come in. How do you feel now?
Doctora, he's no more sick. He's feeling very good. Gracias, doctor.
Now, here. Stop kissing my hand. Let me look at you. Well, you look fine. Fever all gone?
All gone, doctora. He's very good, quinine. He's better than grasshoppers. Doctora.
Yes?
Doctora, he's got no money in my house.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's very poor.
I know. Well, wait just a minute. I can't give you much. I don't have much myself.
Oh, no. Doctora, no understand. Today, I strong again.
Yes, but you said you need money.
No. I go out on street, beg for some tacos. See, all this money I get for you.
Oh, no, why, I can't.
Take it, doctora. And next week I bring even more.
No, I don't want the money, Doña Pancha.
No.
No, thank you, Doña Pancha. No, that's very touching. I'm happy to have made you well. That's all the pay I want.
Doctora?
Yes.
Then let me work in your house. Cook, clean. I work hard for you. I'm very good cook.
Well, I'm sure you are, but...
And where you go, I go. And I do everything for you. I even get special charm to keep sickness away from you, doctora.
Well, all right, Doña Pancha. You can stay. But for the sickness, I'll make my own charms. And that was Doña Pancha. After that, whenever I felt discouraged or hopelessly confused by the strange behavior of Mexican Indians, I'd look over at Pancha sterilizing the forceps or telling a frightened Indian mother not to be afraid, and for some reason I was always reassured. The first year I had 800 patients. It was a good beginning, and it was a good life, even though I was very lonely. But things had a way of happening in Mexico. Unexpected things. Almost miraculous things. Like that day just before Thanksgiving when I heard a knock on my door. Come in.
Katie.
Jim. Jim Dale.
Oh, Katie, I almost didn't believe you'd be here.
Well, come in, Jim. Oh, however did you get here? You're the last person I
The
ever
last
thought...
person?
Well, I never dreamed I'd see you here.
No, it wasn't so difficult. Boat, train, and a day and a half on the back of a mule. Frankly, I never thought I'd live through it.
Well, but why have you come down here? To work as a tourist?
I have an assignment here to see you at Del Maíz.
Oh,
But that's not why I came, Katie.
no?
Not the main reason.
What is the main reason?
Katie, I came down to marry you.
Oh. Oh. Well, sit down, Jim.
It's dangerous for a young woman to live alone in a place like this, Katie. It's the middle of nowhere. You need protection.
Protection?
I hate to think of the things that could happen to you. These half-civilized people. Why, some I've even seen make me a little nervous. I'm afraid for you.
Oh, that's nonsense, Jim. These so-called half-civilized people, as you call them, treat me with the greatest respect.
Yes, but the men...
The men admire my skill as a doctor. As a woman, I don't even exist for them.
I can hardly believe that, Katie.
Is that why you want to marry me? To protect me?
It's one of the reasons, but not the big one. I'm in love with you, Katie. I guess I always have been.
Didn't it make any difference that we said goodbye, Jim?
No. I found you can't turn it on and off that way. I tried, and it didn't work.
I know, Jim.
And, Katie, I'm a missionary. You're a missionary doctor. If we were married, we could work together.
Jim, someday I'll marry. I know that. I do want children.
Who will you marry? An Indian?
Well, of course not. You seem to think that all the natives have on their minds is to stand around ogling me.
Oh, I didn't mean that exactly, Katie, but...
Oh, I tell you, Jim, I'm a doctor to them, not a woman. Just a minute. Oh, Senor Garcia, is anything the matter?
Si, señorita doctora. Is everything the matter?
Your daughter?
No, he's not my daughter. He's me.
Oh, well, come in, please. Senor Dale, Senor Garcia.
Your humble servant, senor.
Oh, if you will excuse me.
No, please. Senor Dale, you are friend of señorita doctora?
A very old friend, sir.
Ah, si, bueno. Then it is my wish you honor me by remaining here.
Certainly, sir.
Gracias, senor.
Well, now, don't you think I have something to say about this? This is my consulting room, you know.
Ah, señorita doctora, after you have listened to the nature of this illness, you will be glad.
Really?
I may walk up and down as I speak, with your permission.
Certainly.
Gracias. I am very nervous. Señorita doctora, this illness which afflicts me is very strange. I have examined myself. Is the head? No. Is the arm, the legs, the body? No. I ask myself, what then is left? The answer, it comes to me, is the heart.
Why?
I ask myself, who is this woman who makes me feel young again so I cannot eat, I cannot sleep? And quick comes back the answer. Señorita doctora, I do myself the honor to ask your hand in marriage.
Oh, my.
My wife, she is long dead. I have fine house, many pigs, 11 grandchildren, and 2 cows. All these I lay at your feet.
Oh, well, thank you, Senor Garcia, but, well, you see, Jim, help me.
I understand it all now, Katie. It's just as you said. To them, you're only a doctor, not a woman. They admire you only for your...
But, Jim, tell him that...
Very well, Katie. But I'll do this in my own way. Is that all right?
Yes, anyway, but just do it.
Senor Garcia. Si? The senorita doctora has much pleasure in your kind offer.
Ah, then it accepts, eh?
Well, there is unfortunately one drawback. The senorita doctora is already engaged to me.
Is true, senorita?
I guess it is, senor. And I have an idea. We're going to be married right away. After Jim and I were married, we left Ciudad del Maíz and opened a mission school and hospital in the town of Rio Verde. Again, there was the usual show of fear and superstition. Again, there were the enemies, the witch doctors and herb women who resented the thousands of patients that flocked to my office. And this time, I made enemies among the doctors of the town, too. One Dr. Lopez paid me a visit in the hospital one day. Can I do something for you, Doctor?
Yes, Doctora. You can answer for me one question.
Yes?
Why do you come to Mexico?
Why? Because I like it here.
Of course. Everyone likes Mexico. But why do you come as a doctor?
Because doctors are needed in Mexico. There are not enough.
Not enough? Who says this?
Well, now, Dr. Lopez, you know there are thousands dying every year here who could be saved with proper medical treatment.
Ah. You say the doctors of Mexico are no good?
I didn't say that, Doctor. You're putting words into my mouth. I think the doctors here are very good, but they're too few.
And you will make so much difference?
Dr. Lopez, why are you asking me these questions? Have I interfered with your practice? Have I taken one patient away from you?
Oh, my patients would not come here. They would have no faith in a doctor whose charge is a loaf of bread or a bag of onions or a dozen eggs.
Oh?
The practice of medicine is a profession of dignity, Senora. How can you expect dignity if
I give it away free?
Exactly. These peons who are your patients, they laugh at you behind your back. I've heard them. Senora Doctora, I have one thing more to say. Leave Rio Verde. Leave Mexico. Forget these peons. Leave them to their herb women and witch doctors. Go home, Senora.
Thank you for your advice, Dr. Lopez. But I think I will stay.
Then be careful. Do not make any mistakes.
I will be careful, senor.
One mistake, Doctor. Just one little medical mistake. I will be watching.
You are listening to Irene Dunn, Dr. Catherine Neal Dale in Doctora in Mexico, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As we continue with Act Two of this true adventure of the woman doctor's struggle to bring medical help to the people of Mexico, there is uneasiness in the minds of the peons. Who is this woman with her strange ways? There are threats, misunderstandings, and suspicions.
Yes, I was uneasy for a long time, but nothing happened. I made no mistakes. I was very busy, and soon the threats of Dr. Lopez faded from my mind. Then one night, while Jim and I slept... Jim! Jim, what was that?
Sounded like the window. I'll get up.
Well, wait, I'll light a lamp.
Sounded like somebody threw a rock.
There, now, can you see?
Yes, that's better. There's glass all over the floor. Oh, here.
What is it, Jim?
It is a rock.
Is there paper around it?
Yes, it's a note. It's somebody's idea of a joke, I guess.
What does it say, Jim?
I can't quite make it out. It's in Spanish.
Well, here, let me see.
No, let's wait until morning. It's not important.
No, give it to me, Jim.
Well, it's nothing, Katie.
No, please. Leave here at once, or the blood of your family will flow in the streets. You cannot escape. A man has been paid to kill you. Oh, Jim.
You're not afraid, Katie?
Oh, no. No, of course not. If you're not.
It doesn't mean anything. Let's go back to sleep.
All right, dear. Jim. What's that you're putting under your pillow? Jim, dear, what are you doing with a gun?
Oh, I've had it a long time, Katie.
Well, I've never seen it before.
Well, there's so much unrest lately, I ordered it from the States.
A missionary. With a gun.
Oh, I'll never have to use it.
Jim, you are afraid. Yes, we were both afraid, but we stayed on. We had our work, and Mexico was our home. We did go back to South Carolina that one summer so Papa could see his grandchildren. But we came back, and then we moved to the real Indian country in the hills, to a sleepy Aztec village that had a name that sounded to us like Thomas and Charlie. And it was there it happened. A 17-year-old girl named Antonia was sick. Now, Antonia, this is your medicine. Here, the directions are on the bottle. Can you read, muchacha?
Sí, doctor.
All right, then read it to me. What does it say?
10 drops in glass of water.
Right. 10 drops in a glass of water. 10 drops today and 10 tomorrow.
It will take away your stomachache.
Gracias, doctora. I can go to Caballitos now.
Oh, no. Not today, I'm afraid. The merry-go-round will have to wait.
Ay, doctora mía, los Caballitos are here for today only. Today is fiesta.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, dear. I know what the fiesta means.
Everyone will be there, todo.
Yes, I know, but you're not well, Antonia, and the medicine takes time. Now, run along, come back tomorrow, and tell me how you feel. Wonderful, Jim, to have time for a fiesta. I was sure someone would have a baby at the last minute.
Well, this time they'll have to have it without your help, Katie. You deserve a little fun.
What's in that booth, dear? Chippewa?
Oh, it's a cockpit, Katie. Fighting roosters. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, no, I don't think I like that. Let's go over to the merry-go-round. I haven't... Oh, listen. They're dancing over there toward the plaza.
Yes, I heard that Lola was going to dance.
Oh, look, it is Lola. She's dancing on the brim of a sombrero. Oh, she is wonderful, Jim.
Yes, she's the best in the village.
Oh, look.
Wonderful.
It's snowing.
Enjoying yourself?
Good. I love this.
Katie.
What's Jim?
Someone's calling you. It's Fernando.
Antonia's father?
Oh, Senora Doctora. Murderer.
Fernando, what is it?
What are you talking about?
The Doctora, she's a murder assassin. Why you kill my daughter?
Well, I saw her only an hour ago. I gave her some medicine.
Yes, you gave her some medicine. You gave her poison, and now she is dead. Dios mío, why you kill her? Why?
Don't talk nonsense,
Senor Fernando, I gave her good medicine. 10 drops of it couldn't kill anybody.
10 drops. 10 drops. Kill barbaridad. She take whole tablespoon.
She what?
Tablespoon. She want to go fiesta, and so she say if 10 drops be good, whole tablespoon be better.
Oh, Jim.
Now, Katie, it'll be all right. Where is she, Fernando?
At your hospital, senor. And you, Doctora, you are here to celebrate the fiesta, and my daughter, she is dying.
Jim, come on, let's hurry. I've got to get there in time. Jim, she has hardly any pulse, no heartbeat, no reflexes. Oh.
She's dying, Katie.
Oh, no, she can't be.
Madre mia.
She just can't be.
It's no use, Katie. I have to get you out of here. That crowd.
Get me out of here, Jim.
It's dangerous, Katie.
You forget I'm a doctor, dear, as long as I can do anything.
But you've washed out her stomach, given artificial respiration. Oh, it's no use, Katie. You can tell by her reflexes.
Still, I can't leave as long as... What's that, Jim?
They're singing for the dead.
You kill her. She no live now.
Tell them she isn't dead. I'll keep working with her. Fernando, please. Fernando, you must let me work.
In a little while she'll be better.
Who are you?
I am Dr. Gonzalez.
You've come to help?
I have come to take over the case, Senora. The girl is dying, no?
Madre mia.
You've come to take over the case?
Yes, Senora Doctora. And this event has been a long time in happening.
What do you mean, senor?
For many years, this lady masquerades as doctor in my country.
Masquerade?
But now you are unmasked. You have killed the girl through your ignorance.
I have killed no one. She is not dead, and she won't die. Step out of my way, senor.
I warn you, Senora.
And I warn you, senor, this is my patient. She came to me of her own accord, and I can save her life. No one is going to stop me from doing my duty as a doctor.
As the doctor, Senora? When you are through here, if you are lucky, you will be put in jail. If you are unlucky, well, you've heard that mob out there. They will be here
If
after
you're unlucky as a doctor, I must do what I can for Antonia. If you were any kind of a doctor, you'd want to do the same.
As you wish, Senora.
Jim, help me.
Yes, Katie.
Here, hold back her arms. I'm going to try and force air into her lungs.
She speak. She speak.
Doctora.
Oh, thank God.
Doctora.
Antonia, just rest, Anita.
Doctora. Perdóname.
I know, dear. You wanted to go on the merry-go-round.
Sí, mucho.
Sí, mucho. But you're going to be all right now.
Senora Doctora, I don't know what to say.
Say nothing to me, Doctor. But I think you'd better tell the crowd that followed us from the fiesta.
Si, senor. Si, senor.
Oh, Jim, I was frightened.
But it's all right now.
They're going back to the fiesta. Senor Fernando.
Si, senor.
Antonio should rest here for a while. You can take her home this evening.
Si, senora. Gracias. Doctor, until now, I don't believe...
Believe what?
That what they say is true. That you have magic, mucho magic.
No, not magic, Fernando. Knowledge.
I know, understand, senora.
For hundreds of years, people have studied and learned so that I could save your daughter.
Yes, doctor.
And after me, others will study and learn much more.
More than you learned, doctor?
Yes, Fernando. All there is to learn. Until someday, no one will have to suffer.
Our thanks to you, Irene Dunn, and to all members of tonight's DuPont Cavalcade cast. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will bring you a tender story of teenage love in springtime. It's the story of a city boy who learned from a country girl how the war can be fought on a farm. Our stars will be two of Hollywood's ablest young actors, Virginia Weidler and Skippy Homeyer. Be with us next week to hear Weapon 4H, starring Virginia Weidler and Skippy Homeyer on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. The music for tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Our Cavalcade play was written by Arthur Arendt and was based on the book Doctora in Mexico by Olive Floyd, published by G.P. Putnam & Sons. This is Frank Graham inviting you to listen next Monday night to Weapon 4H, starring Virginia Weidler and Skippy Homeyer on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Madeline Carroll in I, Mary Washington, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
I, Mary Washington, of Fredericksburg in the county of Spotsylvania, being in good health, but calling to mind the uncertainty of this life, and willing to dispose of what remains.
Portrait of a lady in mod cap, homespun jacket, heavy full skirt designed for the carrying of children with dignity, for warmth against the inhospitable winds hurled from the wilderness, when November sucks the chimney and the thieving cold hacks at the crude colonial carpentry of the big house, of a plantation in Virginia, in a new land in the 18th century. She sits here now in a white frame house in Fredericksburg, full of years and serene in the knowledge that her mission in life has been fulfilled beyond the wildest dreams of her youth. She is writing in a firm, unhesitant hand her last will and testament. She bequeaths
To my son, General George Washington, my best bedstead, and Virginia cloth curtains, the same that stands in my best room, my quilted blue and white quilt, and my best dressing glass.
Tonight on Cavalcade, we bring you a portrait of a great lady, Mary Washington. Our play, written by Robert Tallman, tells a narrative of that lady and her challenging era. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, is proud to present Madeline Carroll in the role of Mary, the mother of George Washington. I, Mary Washington, starring Madeline Carroll on the Cavalcade of America.
Our portrait has many faces. They change as the face of the land changes. The land is a virgin, a bride, a matron, mother of nations. Yet always it is the same land. In Westmoreland, in Virginia, early 18th century colonial landscape, it is the portrait of a young woman, a bride. A classical head framed in the wide green leaves of an Indian herb, tobacco. In the background, a little new farmhouse in a clearing in the wilderness.
Well, Mary, do you like it? It's a well-built little house, if I do say so.
It's the place where we'll live, where our children will be born, Augustine.
The soil is good, and there'll be many more acres when we've cleared away the timber.
I have in mind the room up there, Augustine, with the windows and the wide gable. That will be our son's room.
You're so certain it'll be a boy.
If it's God's will, Augustine. And I'll call him, if it be in accordance with your wishes, my husband, I'll call him George.
George?
For the king. George II, by the grace of God. For how but by the grace of God have men come to this place? And how but by the grace of God shall we endure?
Mary.
Augustine.
I came as quickly as my horse would carry me. When Toby came with the message,
I know. But our son. Look at our son, Augustine.
A son. It is a son.
Cousin Ella thinks he most mightily resembles his father.
Aye, the spitting image of his father, I said.
'Tis not my nose.
But hark, 'tis thy voice, Augustine.
Aye, 'tis noisy enough. Do you know your father, George Washington? Do you know your own name, Georgie? Do you? Look here.
You frighten him most terribly, Augustine.
Oh, my.
Hush. There. Go and have your victuals. They've been waiting these 3 hours.
3 hours? What's 3 hours? We've been waiting for this little fellow all our lives.
The land, too, is a mother. The portrait changes. The heavy stones are hauled from the furrow. The angular ridges come round and smooth under the plowshare. The grain ripens apart from it, head in the wind. It whispers the words it learned in the waiting soil. It speaks lovingly back to the mother.
Go ahead, son.
Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther, think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house. For who knoweth whether God hath not given thee this reputation and esteem for such a time as this?
Remember those words, George. Remember them well.
But, Mother, did you not say that the book of Esther was only a tale and not the inspired part of the scriptures?
I had not remembered those words. Reputation and esteem may one day come to you, George. But never forget that the Lord has given this to you for a purpose.
What purpose, Mother?
I don't know, my son. But when the time comes, if you follow the dictates of your conscience, there will be no doubting that purpose. Remember what I tell you, George.
Yes, Mother. I'll remember.
You're a good boy, George. Now, it is past your bedtime, so bid me good night.
Yes, ma'am. Good night, Mother.
God bless you, child.
Cousin Mary.
Ella, come in and sit with me for a moment.
Thank you. I thought I heard thunder.
Yes, you did. Oh, I hope Augustine decided to spend the night at the Mount Vernon farm. He catches cold so easily.
You take your life here so calmly, Cousin Mary. I envy you. I think I'll never get used to these sudden, violent storms that come up out of nowhere.
Tomorrow will be clear and bright because of this storm.
Oh, Mary, I'm frightened.
Only a thunderstorm.
I can't help it. I'm afraid.
The sky was yellow before it got dark. Oh, Mary, look out the window. The tree, the big oak tree. The lightning split it clean in two.
Ella, calm yourself. It is a very bad storm. Go and fetch the children out of bed.
But, Mary, where are you going?
To see that the barn doors are tightly bolted.
Mary, you mustn't go out there. Mary!
Go and fetch the children, as I told you. I'll be back in a moment.
The children. Yes. George! George!
Yes, I'm coming. What is it then, Ella?
Go out to the barn, dear. Try to bring your mother back to the house. I'll bring the children downstairs where it's safer.
Yes.
Oh! The house! It struck the house!
Smoke. There's smoke coming from the attic.
Fire! Whatever shall we do?
Fetch the children, then, Ella. I'm going to Mother.
Hurry, George. Hurry back. Mother! Mother!
Yes, George, here I am.
Mother, the house is
Yes, I know.
Come along.
I saw the flame.
Come along, hurry.
Oh, children, hush up. Find shelter and wait for me. I have something to do here before the fire gets too bad.
What are you going to do, Mommy?
Never you mind. Just go along with your big brother George like a good little girl.
But, Mary, you
I
can't.
must save at least the book, Ella. I don't want George to lose touch with his book.
Listening to Madeline Carroll as Mary, the mother of George Washington, in an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
Portrait of a lady, portrait with many faces, changing as the face of the land changes. Always after a bad storm, the land wears a few scars. But the morning brings peace. The land smiles a welcome to a man riding home to it in the morning.
Mary! George, what are you doing way down here?
The big house. It's black and the lights.
What? What's over, Mary?
Sorry, Mother. I promised you nothing so.
He was most brave.
Well, it's all over. Done with.
Oh, Augustine.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. We'll build a new home at Mount Vernon. How will you like that, Mary?
Mount Vernon?
Yes.
It's so far away, Augustine. This is our home here.
Oh, you like it even better at Mount Vernon.
But, Augustine...
I'd bow to the limit on this place. The Crown is doing its best to bankrupt us tobacco planters. But there's always hope in a country as big as this. But enough of this talk. I'm hungry, soaked to the skin. Did you save me a suit of clothes, Mary?
Oh, of course I did. How stupid of me not to have noticed. You were out in that storm, weren't you?
Yeah, I rode hard. That keeps a man warm, you know.
You must get dried off quickly. I'll never forgive myself if you catch a cold. Hurry, my dear. We must move quickly. There's so much to be done.
Sometimes the land wears an anxious look. The sky is green in the west at nightfall, and there will be frost before morning. Sometimes it happens suddenly, without warning, when the fruit is not yet ripe in the orchard. This is a new face of our portrait, full of anxiety, waiting for a door to open in the frosty air of early morning.
Well, Mistress Washington.
How is he, Doctor?
You are a strong woman, Mistress Washington. I'll tell you the way a woman like yourself wants to be told. Your husband is no more.
Dead. Augustine is dead. I
I can hardly believe it. Mother. Mother. Our hopes together. Our dreams of the new house.
What can I do, Mother? How can I help?
In many ways, George. You're the man of the house now. It's a heavy responsibility to put on a mere lad.
I'll do the best I know how, Mother.
I know you will, George. I know you will. But you must study your books diligently. You will need every bit of knowledge you can garner for the days that lie ahead.
The land grows older, a dependable and fruitful matron. Soon it will be a mother of nations. A tall, sturdy oak towers above the landscape, proud and protective. This is an older face of our portrait, a stately lady, mistress of Mount Vernon, mother of a colonel in the King's army. She watches through the window as he tethers his horse in the drive. Her face lights up as she opens the door, waits for his greeting.
I live only for your visits, George.
You are most gracious, madam.
George, you address me so formally. Have you forgotten? I am still your mother.
Forgive me, mother. It is the furthest thing from my intention to cause you any pain. But we must realize we all change as we grow older.
George, what is it? What is it that you are finding so very hard to tell me?
Mother, it was once my most fervent resolve in life that you would spend your declining years in peace and security here at Mount Vernon. As your son, it is still my most fervent wish. But as a man who has made the most important decision of a lifetime, I have come here not even to ask, but to order you to leave Mount Vernon. And I cannot even promise you that you will ever again be able to return here.
Then you have accepted the offer of the Continental Congress.
I leave for Massachusetts today to take command of whatever armies they've been able to raise for me. Mount Vernon is no longer my home or yours. It's a mark on a map standing directly in the line of communications between North and South.
George, I've lost my home before. That's not the thing that worries me. It's just that I want to be sure that in this cause of passion you have not been hasty, but have allowed reason to govern.
Believe me, I have thought long and long before I made this decision.
You know that you will lead woodsmen, farmers, men who have never been soldiers before.
Yes. Yes, all this I have considered.
And even this I would approve if it sits well in your conscience, George. But when I think that I might never see you again, George. George, you're all I have now.
Mother, you remember when we used to read the scripture together in the long evenings at the little house in Westmoreland County? You remember the verse, "What do we, weeping and breaking my heart? For I am ready not to be bound only, but to die at Jerusalem."
Yes, yes. And when he would not be persuaded, we ceased, saying, "The will of the Lord be done." Very well then, my son. The will of the Lord be done.
portrait of a lady, an old lady, uprooted from her native soil, waiting in a house in Fredericksburg for news. In wartime, waiting for news. The year of defeat, then the terrible waiting, the winter of Valley Forge. Then to open the door and see him standing there, grave and hollow-eyed, like a cold hand laid on the heart. The sun had become a gaunt, gray stranger.
I have come to pay my respects to you, madam.
George, come in quickly. Here, sit by the fire. You're cold, aren't you?
Aye, madam, I am cold. But not so much from the winter wind as from bitter realization that lies in my heart like a stone.
How strange to have you here with me just now. I was reading your letter, written a month ago from Valley Forge, and just arrived.
I hardly remember writing it.
Many men having more than one shirt, many only a mockery of one or none at all, because they are barefoot and otherwise naked. Should we have a respectable force to commence an early campaign?
Stop it!
Son.
Forgive me, madam. These matters are much with me of late. I have come here chiefly to tell you that I have brought you and all our countrymen to grief. You'll not see me again.
What are you about to do, George?
Send my resignation to the Congress, together with my recommendation that they accept the peace General Howe has offered.
You are convinced that this is for the best, my son?
Madam, there are no words to describe the condition of the men that I have left at Valley Forge.
Why have they stayed there all the winter long?
God alone knows the answer to that. Because I have been fool enough to try to hold up their hopes, welcome the deserters back again with promises I only half believed in myself.
Deserters? Coming back again? That doesn't sound like any deserters I ever heard of, George.
This war isn't like any war anyone ever heard of. Victories without spoils, defeats without capitulations, armies without uniforms. We made the mistake of asking men to fight for an idea instead of tangible returns.
George, the day has long passed when I might advise you. But a mother who cannot offer a word of comfort to her son, even a son who has become a stranger to her. Well, George?
Go on. Say what you have to say.
I hardly know where to begin. I am an antique. I who always thought of my life as the beginning of a new thing. And yet I think I understand this new kind of war you speak of. Understand it better than they. I've told you about the place at Westmoreland before you were born. All your father and I had to start with was a dream. Our victories were without spoils, too. All the acres he tore out of the wilderness, all the wealth they meant to the mother country was rewarded with nothing but debts and mortgages on our very lives. But our defeat, when the new king reapportioned the land, they remained ours, because we were the only ones who dared to hold them against the wilderness. Yes, our defeats went by as if they had never happened. And so will the defeats of this army you have held together against all possible odds. Because when a thing really belongs to a man, Because of the love he cherishes in his heart for it. Not even death itself can take it away from him.
Madam, your words affect me strangely. Liberty, we've been saying. Liberty will be ours when and if we possess it. It has been ours from the beginning. If liberty wear rags, if she stand barefoot, bleeding in the snow, if 1,000,000 men die in her arms, so long as one man lives to see her standing her ground, well, there she is, isn't she?
I have enjoyed this visit, George. I regret that you must go back again so very soon.
Yes. Yes, I must go back.
God go with you, my son. And when the war is over...
Yes, when it's over... Well, we shall always be the same, shan't we, Mother?
Thank you, George. I know you'll never really change. You were always a good boy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our star of the evening, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As an Englishwoman transplanted in American soil, my emotions toward the great lady whose role I took in tonight's play are perhaps keener than those of native-born Americans. For it was she and women like her who kept intact the enduring bond between us, a bond which today is the last great hope of the civilized world.
Next week on the Cavalcade of America, ladies and gentlemen, our star will be the distinguished actor Edward Arnold in an original radio play, Man of Action, a story of our 26th president, Theodore Roosevelt. Be sure to join us again next week when Edward Arnold portrays Theodore Roosevelt in Man of Action. The orchestra and original score on tonight's Cavalcade were under the direction of Don Bury. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Myrna Loy in Angels on Horseback, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our play on Cavalcade tonight tells the story against the background of a little-known but heroic work that has been undertaken by a group of determined and courageous women. They are Dr. Mary Breckenridge's frontier nurses, the Angels on Horseback, who are bringing modern medicine and education to the isolated mountain communities of southern Kentucky. The story we have chosen for our star is, of course, a love story. As the lovely Jane Eaton, Miss Loy will play the role of a society girl who finds love and a life purpose among the simple, primitive folk of Kentucky's hills. DuPont presents Angels on Horseback with the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star Myrna Loy on the Cavalcade of America. Wesley County, Kentucky. The spring of the year. Along a mountain trail that winds slowly downward into a quiet valley, a uniformed nurse and a young doctor ride side by side, taking their time in the descent, for their horses have carried them a long way today and are growing weary.
Well, George, what do you think of me now? Will I do?
You were fine with Mrs. Napier, but you shouldn't have laughed at old man Teakettle's mumps.
It wasn't his mumps. It was his name. Jeremiah Teakettle. Who ever heard of such a name?
Well, that's a very old and respected name in these parts.
Teakettle? I don't believe it.
You know, I wonder about you, Jane. Are you sure you aren't just doing this work down here for a lark so you'll have some stories to take back to New York?
I told you I was never going back, and I meant it, George.
And what about that fella you were engaged to, that society doctor?
It's all over between me and Elliot. I meant that, too, George.
Uh-huh.
Why do you say that, like that?
Well, in the movies, when a girl quarrels with the man she's engaged to and runs away, he usually comes to rescue her.
But this isn't the movies. And besides, I didn't run away. I came here because I wanted something Elliot and his kind of life couldn't give me.
And what was that?
Well, it's hard to explain. A chance to be useful, something like that. Oh, look, we're almost home.
Hi there, Miss Eaton. Hi, Doctor.
Hello! Who's the visitor, Joe?
I never seen him before, madam. He says...
That horse doesn't belong at the center. Wonder whose it is.
I wonder. Come on, George.
Yeah, let's go. Here.
Oh.
Oh, there. Oh, boy.
Evening, Joe.
Evening, Miss Eaton. Evening, Dr. Morgan.
Evening, Joe.
Who's the visitor?
New doctor from out yonder.
I think I know that horse.
How's that?
Come on. We'll find out for sure.
The boss lady's inside, Miss Eaton. She's asking for you.
Thanks, Joe.
Well, Eaton, we'd give me up for lost. Hello, Dr. Morgan.
Hiya, boss lady.
Sorry to be so late. Mrs. Stanton surprised us. It was twins.
Miss Eaton came for me to help. I hope you can put me up for the night.
Well, if you don't mind bunking in with Dr. Jameson.
Elliot Jameson?
Oh, yes. He's waiting in the other room to see you, Eaton.
Oh, thanks. I'd better see him right away. I'll type out my report after dinner, Doctor.
No hurry.
So her polo-playing knight has ridden out of the north to rescue her.
Looks that way.
What's he like?
About the way you expressed it. Breezy, handsome, English riding boots. The kind of a dude you'd expect Eaton to be rescued by.
Now, boss lady, I don't like you to talk like that about Miss Eaton. She's been trying hard to do a good job down here. I don't think any of us are giving her half a chance.
Well, what'd she expect us to do? Hire a rumba band to play at dinner so she'll feel at home? Anyway, I guess the boyfriend will take her on back to New York with him as soon as she's impressed him with her Florence Nightingale qualities.
Not if I can help it, she won't.
Oh? I didn't know it was like that, Dr. Morgan.
Well, it is. Just like that. And don't forget it.
Here, where are you going? I thought you were going to stay the night.
Well, there's a full moon. I reckon I can make it over the mountain.
I get it. Well, good luck, Doctor.
Thanks, boss lady. Good night.
Well.
Oh, Doctor, did Eaton get back yet? I wanted to show her this lab report on Mrs. Willis' blood sample. That's her patient, isn't it?
Yes, you'll find her in the other room. Oh, and tell her I wanted to go the rounds tomorrow with Dr. Morgan.
Mountain Mare seems to agree with you, Jane. You're lovelier than ever.
Thanks, Elliot. Now tell me about New York. Who's your new flame?
I've talked enough. You tell me, who's this Dr. Morgan you keep mentioning?
Why, he's one of our local doctors, Elliot. He's doing awfully good work over the mountain.
And awfully fast work on you. Am I right?
Don't be absurd. He's a shy, painfully sincere sort of fellow. He's never addressed a personal remark to me except once. That was today.
Did he say, I love you?
No. I told him about you. And he said if it was the movies, you'd be arriving soon to rescue me.
Well, how about it? You want to be rescued? You can't bury yourself down here in this wilderness forever, you know.
I'm not buried. I'm living and seeing life for the first time, Elliot. You don't know what medicine means till you bring it to a place where they've never known it.
No. That's why I came down here. I wanted to see you, of course, but...
But what, Elliot?
What would you say if I told you I'm going back to research, Jane?
I'd look for your ulterior motive.
No, I'm serious, Janie. Maybe I can still get to be a good doctor. I'm going to try anyway. And this place, Lord, what a laboratory.
Are you kidding?
Why, I don't mean the little lab in the clinic over there. I mean these mountains. Think of it. Thousands of people isolated from the outside world and even from each other. A perfect system of experimental controls all set up and waiting for a bright young man like me to come along and start to work.
You've come to the wrong place, Elliot.
Why?
I can't tell you in words. I'll have to show you. Will you come along tomorrow?
Of course. If you hadn't asked me, I'd have gone with you uninvited. Ah, Jane, come on, relax. Is this any way to welcome your jilted lover?
I'm sorry, Elliot. I didn't mean to be ungracious. I'm just tired. Dead tired. Forget everything I said. I should be glad to have you here. We need doctors. We need them desperately.
Yes. You do, don't you?
Elliot, please.
Kiss me goodnight. Just for old time's sake.
There. Now let me go.
Thanks awfully. Until the morning, then, my Florence Nightingale.
Until the morning.
How much farther is it, Jane?
That's the place just below us. And there's Dr. Morgan. Hey, George! Wait for us!
Jane! Where'd you come from?
Oh.
I'm glad we didn't miss you. Dr. Morgan, this is Dr. Jameson.
Glad to meet you, Doctor. How do you do?
Dr. Jameson is from New York. He's going to stay down here for a while and help us out.
Oh, well, that's nice of him. Oh, come on in. Rest your horses.
Well, thanks, Doctor.
I'm glad you come over this way today, Jane. The news just came. There's an epidemic up at the pass. Same trouble as last year.
Well, I saw the report of the one last year, but is this one as bad as that one?
Worse.
Jane, what a stroke of luck. I thought I might have to wait months before this happened.
I don't follow you, Doctor. We don't consider an epidemic to be good luck in these parts.
George, he doesn't mean it that way. You see, Dr. Jameson is doing research.
Well, Dr. Jameson, maybe we better understand each other right now. There's not going to be any research, plain or fancy, on my patients. We'll just treat as many as we can the best way we know how and pray they all get well.
But you probably couldn't get around to all of them anyway.
We'll just assume we can, Doctor. Do I make myself clear?
Look, we're all agreed on the main thing, aren't we? We want to stop the epidemic. People are dying.
People are dying all over the world, so what? We can either learn something from this to help the rest of humanity, or we go out, hit or miss, and maybe save the lives of a few hill people. Now, which is the most important?
To tell the truth, Elliot, there's only one thing that's important to me right now. And that's doing what we can do right now to help those people up at the pass.
All right, then, Jane, if that's the way you want it, that's the way it'll be. But I think Dr. Morgan and I are going to have to understand each other a little better before this is over.
What do you mean by that, Jameson?
Nothing. Just that, Dr. Morgan.
You are listening to Angels on Horseback, starring Myrna Loy on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Jane Eaton, played by Myrna Loy, urges her horse up a mountain trail to a cabin that perches on a high ridge, high above Hell-for-Sartin River in the Kentucky hills.
Medical kit in hand, she dismounts, raps on the door of the tiny cabin.
Who's that?
It's Miss Eaton, Mrs. Napier.
Nursing lady. Thank the eternal you come.
Is it your least one?
Yes, and poor little mite. She's nigh out of her head with the fever.
Yes, I see.
Miss Eaton, she ain't...
No. She's in a coma.
You mean asleep like?
She's very ill, Mrs. Napier. I'm afraid I'd better have one of the doctors look at her.
One of the doctors? Is there two doctors down at the Bow now?
One's a friend of mine. He's just visiting.
Well, as long as he's a friend of yours, Miss Eaton. My sister-in-law come over an hour since, and she says there's a foreign doctor showed up over there. They drove him clean out of the valley with muskets. And good riddance.
But that was my friend, Mrs. Napier, Dr. Jameson. They didn't hurt him, did they?
Well, I reckon not. My brothers usually fire in the air when they ain't certain that you ever knew it.
That's a relief. Look, I'll be back, Mrs. Napier. If I can't find Dr. Morgan, I'll bring my friend.
You're right certain he can cure up my least one?
I hope so. But she's very ill, Mrs. Napier. It may take several weeks.
Well, you go get him. And wait. Here's a $silver for all your trouble.
Why, you've paid your $1 for the year, Mrs. Napier.
For hookworm and bellyache and clutching young'uns, but not for the fever. Now go along with you.
All right. And see you keep her quiet. She must lie absolutely quiet. And don't give her anything to eat or drink till the doctor sees her.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do just like you said.
I won't be long, Mrs. Napier.
Clem Powderly.
Mighty fine figure of a gal for a foreigner.
Way you sneak up on the body. What you want in these parts?
Well, I heard tell over the mountain that he was right smart of a feverish misery raging up here. So I come to help out, like.
Why, you ain't no fitting Dr. Clem Powderly, and you know it. Nursing gal is going to get a real doctor for my least one.
Oh. How quick did she say he could cure her up?
Maybe 2 weeks.
Just like I thought. Why, for $1, I could cure her up in a couple of days.
Couple of days?
Yep. That's what it said. Right to this here tea here. It's got a printed label. Yep. And it says right here in print, it says...
Oh, you can't read no more than I can.
Oh. Well, you ask anybody that can. Anybody.
Oh, glory be, she's coming, too. I'm coming, child. I'm coming.
Mom, powerful thirsty. Could I have just a mite of the hot tea?
No, not just yet, honey. Nursing lady's coming back soon, though. You just try to lay quiet till she comes.
Well, that's again the natural law, Sarah. If the child's got a thirst, you'd best better have some of this tea.
Oh, you hush up, Clem. Nursing lady said not to give it, so I won't.
Ma, please. I'm like to die of the thirst.
Oh. Don't blame me if she dies, Sarah.
Clem? No, wait. I reckon 1 cup of your tea couldn't do her no harm.
I knew you'd show some sense, Sarah. Now put on the kettle. We'll cure this young'un up in no time.
This is the cabin, Elliot. I'll take your kit. Hurry. Mrs. Napier! Mrs. Napier!
Oh, Miss Eaton, did I do wrong?
Of course you didn't do wrong. You were just confused. And stop crying. She's going to live, Mrs. Napier. I know she is. Hello, George.
Hello, Jane. Howdy, Jameson. Morgan.
Elliot had trouble. They thought he was a revenuer.
I heard.
I was with the little Napier girl, and I had to get help quickly. Elliot was here.
Oh, you needn't make excuses for calling Dr. Jameson. I think he's a better doctor than I am. No, wait a minute, Morgan. Shut up, Jameson. I'm not talking to you.
That was hardly a fair question, George.
Well, I'm sorry, Jane. I've had a bad day. That Powderly fella, half my patients wouldn't let me in.
He was in the Napier cabin. Elliot threw him out. I'm afraid he'll make trouble, George.
You're right. He can make plenty of trouble.
What do we do?
I think the first thing to do is to send Dr. Jameson back to New York. The quicker I can get out of here, the better I like it. But I'm taking Jane with me.
Elliot, you know I can't leave my work here.
Sooner or later, you may have to, Janie.
This is no place for a civilized human being anyway.
Just what do you mean by that, Jameson?
Please, let's don't quarrel among ourselves. Elliot, what do you suggest we do? I mean, if there's trouble.
Morgan, did you say this quack Powderly had covered about half your territory?
Just about.
Then let him keep those patients.
Elliot, you don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Can't you see? This is the luckiest thing that ever happened. We've got them split 50-50. Check Clem's results against ours, and we've got it.
We've got what, Elliot?
The thing I came down here to find. It's the situation every research man in medicine has dreamed about.
It's not quite as simple as that, Elliot. We've worked for a long time to build up the trust of these people, and we're not going to lose it now. Not without a struggle.
You call it trust when they go over to the first witch doctor the minute there's real trouble?
We'll win them back. Besides, there's something so much more important, Elliot.
What?
Babies. They trust us with them. And that's the biggest beginning you can make in medicine. Let me tell you something, Elliot. Before the frontier nurses came here, 40 out of every 100 babies was lost in childbirth. Now we lose 1 in 1,000. That's as good as your best hospital record in New York.
Better than most. But, Jenny, I guess...
George, do you know who it is?
No. Better stand away from the door. I'll see who it is.
Oh, Dr. Morgan, now you stand to one side. We don't want to harm you. But where's that foreigner hiding?
You want to see me, Powderly?
Grab him, boys.
What's this?
Foreigner, step lively. Bring him outside.
Wait, where are you taking him?
Not fur. Not yet, that is. I brung some of the boys down from the pass. They want to have a look at him. Boys, what do you think of it?
Hurry him up. Now, wait a minute, please.
Bring him up, boys.
Will you listen to me for just a moment? Will you be quiet? And stay quiet and listen to me. You're acting like a bunch of ornery polecats. You come here screaming about a foreigner beating up on Clem Powderly. Well, where's Powderly from? Is he a Leslie County man? You can bet your boots he ain't.
He's a foreigner himself.
Well, all right, go on home. And Clem Powderly, don't you stop till you get to the county line.
Now, you can't do this to me. It ain't fair. Mountain folk is mountain folk. Boys, am I right? Sure you are.
Wait, all of you. Listen to me. You, over there, Zeb Rainey. Who brought your twins into the world before their time and made them live?
You did, ma'am.
And you, over there, Jim Scroggs. Who cured your least ones up when they were half dead of the hookworm?
You and the other nursing ladies, ma'am.
And who gave you the scratches on the arm to ward off the smallpox?
You and Dr. Morgan, ma'am.
Well, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? I'll bet your wife doesn't know what you're up to now, Zeb Rainey.
Ma'am, please, I wish you could see your way clear, not to tell her.
I'll tell her and all the other women folk. If you don't go home and behave yourselves. Are you going or not?
Yes, ma'am. We go peaceable, ma'am.
All right. Now, I'm going back inside. I'm not going to look out here for 5 minutes. But when I do look, I don't want to see any of you here. Good night, and God bless you all.
Good night, ma'am.
Oh, Dr. Morgan, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I'd better go before I cause any more. Shake hands?
Sure, Doctor. I hope you get what you're looking for.
I did. Twice. Both times I threw it away. I guess there won't be any third time, will there, Jenny?
No, Elliot. I'm sorry. But, Elliot, you still have your work to do. And there'll be a time and a place for it sometime. Maybe even here.
No, Jane. Not here. But I know now here's where you'll be happiest. Morgan, take good care of her, will you?
I'll do my best.
Goodbye, Jenny.
Goodbye, Elliot.
Are you still in love with that fella, Jane?
No, George. Maybe I never really was. In New York, he seemed different.
What if you went back to New York?
I know now for sure I never will go back. My place is here, George.
Well, don't you ever get homesick? I mean, for the city, the excitement.
Excitement? Real excitement is something you feel inside yourself. It's what I felt when the little Napier girl began to breathe normally again. Or what I feel when I slap a newborn baby
It gives out its first big yell, telling the world it's alive.
You feel that, too?
I don't explain it very well, I'm afraid.
Oh, but you do. I mean, I've been telling myself I've got to use special words when I talk to you.
Not anymore, George.
Jane, I was thinking if you are going to stay here in the hills, I'll be staying on here in the hills. And if you get lonesome over there, why, I'll be over here. I mean, will you marry me, Jane?
Of course I will.
Well, dear.
Oh, I'm right sorry busting in like this, Doctor. It's my wife. Time comes sooner than we looked for. She's punishing something terrible.
Well, I'd better ride up there with you right away.
Yes, well, no offense, Doctor, but you know how women folks is. Miss Eaton had attended her afore. I hate to ask any lady to go up there this time of night.
It's all right, Mr. Rainey. My horse knows every stone on that trail.
You go back to her, Mr. Rainey. I'll ride up with Miss Eaton.
That's right good of you, Doctor. Thanks.
I imagine you're going to see Miss Eaton and me riding those trails together quite a lot from now on, Mr. Rainey. Isn't that right, darling?
Yes. Mr. Rainey, you see, Dr. Morgan and I are going to be married.
Great day in the morning.
And you all had better do as I say from now on, because I won't be a foreigner anymore.
And now, our star of the evening, Miss Myrna Loy.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. It's been a pleasure appearing on Cavalcade tonight in this inspiring story of the work of the Frontier Nursing Service.
I understand you've been doing some real-life rehearsal for the role you played tonight, Miss Loy. Is that a fact?
The reports are greatly exaggerated, I'm afraid. I am an officer of bundles for Blue Jackets. That keeps me busy in San Pedro 3 nights a week. But it can hardly be compared to the work being done by the women of the Frontier Nursing Service. Thank you again, and good night.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will present the lovely motion picture star, Ingrid Bergman, in one of her rare appearances on the radio. The play we have chosen for Miss Bergman is The Silent Heart, and it's based on an unpublished story about Jenny Lind by the distinguished American writer, Carl Carmer. Don't forget, next Monday, Ingrid Bergman in a new radio play called The Silent Heart. Appearing with Miss Loy in tonight's play were William Johnstone as Dr. Jameson and Kenneth Delmar as Dr. Morgan. The orchestra and original musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Better Things for Better Living Through Chemistry present the Cavalcade of America, dedicated to those men and women in every walk of life who have shaped the destiny of America in the past, and to the youth of today who will shape the destiny of America in the future. Tom Paine, a man, an idea, a pen. It was that brilliant pamphleteer of 18th century America, whose conception of the dignity and freedom of mankind knew no territorial boundaries, who gave a voice to a young America groping toward a realization of the ideal of freedom. With the well-known radio actor Frank Reddick in the title role, the Cavalcade of America presents the story of Tom Paine. London, The year 1774. Late one afternoon at the Cheshire Cheese, two men are talking. The older, England's great 18th century poet and dramatist, Oliver Goldsmith. The younger, a man of medium height with brilliant, piercing eyes, Tom Paine.
You say you were visiting the Houses of Parliament this morning, Mr. Paine?
Yes. Yes, I go as often as I can, Dr. Goldsmith. But at the same time, I find it a stimulating and aggravating experience.
Yes, I know, sir. The current of ideas, the free expression of convictions. I always find it a vital evidence of freedom.
Evidence of freedom. It's not enough. Freedom should be made a fact. It should be lived.
Any sensible man in London today would agree with you on that score, Mr. Paine.
Dr. Goldsmith, on such an elusive topic as freedom, it would be difficult to find many persons who would understand or agree that the principle of freedom could be worked out as a practical philosophy in government.
But Paine, England believes in freedom. We've had a glorious tradition of liberty. Take England in the 13th century, when the rest of Europe was sunk in wholesale despotism. We gave the world England's first great triumph over arbitrary power.
Yes, I know. Magna Carta.
And then, of course, there's the long struggle of Parliament against the continual exercise of ruthless power. And that struggle culminated in England's Bill of Rights in 1688. In times like these, Mr. Paine, it's reassuring to recall the contributions of England toward the liberation of mankind.
It's a precious thing, liberty. It's one thing to achieve it, it's another to hold it. Unless free men are constantly alert, before they know it, they've lost these rights. Liberty is a responsibility.
Quite true, Mr. Paine. Freedom's watchword should be eternal vigilance. And there are men today devoting their efforts to that end. Dr. Franklin, for example, have you met him?
Oh, yes. We had some very interesting discussions along those lines. Speaking of Dr. Franklin, sir, we all know why he's in London.
Yes, America. We know, as he knows, that the conception of liberty is fundamental among our peoples, and that conception must be preserved against whatever threats may be launched today.
Yet, Dr. Goldsmith, how does our government answer the legitimate petitions and protests of the colonies against unreasonable taxation?
That, Mr. Paine, is the tragedy of our era.
It hardly proves an assertion that we stand for freedom and the kindred rights of the people with cause for grievance. Imagine how an Englishman like myself feels knowing Dr. Franklin and calling on him.
You must remember the men in power, Mr. Paine. They're a handful, but they control Parliament regardless of popular feeling. They're not England. Who would you say is our greatest statesman today?
I should say that Burke was. Edmund Burke.
So should I. Yesterday, several of us were sitting right here at this very table. Garrick, Boswell, and Dr. Johnson. Edmund Burke was here, too. Now, there's a man who knows the public opinion in England.
Naturally would. The seat in Parliament.
Burke does, but many do not. And Burke said that the way a handful of officials are treating America is absolutely deplorable and inconsistent with the majority feeling throughout England. I personally know other statesmen who feel the same way.
Then why can't this stony-hearted treatment of the colonies stop?
I hope it will before it's too late. Burke and the men of his stature in Parliament regard it as a tragic affront to the idea of freedom that really unites England with America.
And he's right.
That is Burke's unfailing virtue. He said we might lose America as a consequence because of the error and folly of a few myopic scapegoats in Whitehall. But that between our peoples there will be an understanding, a bond of freedom that will never be broken, come whatever challenges there might be in the future.
Well, Dr. Goldsmith, the time has come. Englishmen and Americans believe in freedom. Now it's up to our generation to perpetuate it, to make it work in the world, not only for our time, but for all time.
Amen to that, Mr. Paine. Another pot of coffee?
Oh, no, thank you, Dr. Goldsmith. It's dark already. I must be getting back to my lodgings. Good night, sir. Good night. It's you, Mr. Strumble.
And who did you think it'd be on a day like this? Mr. Paine, I've come for the rent. And I take cash, not promises.
Oh, I'm a man without promise, Mr. Strumble. And with precious little cash into the bargain.
Do I get my rent, Mr. Payne?
Aye, you'll get your rent. Here's a shilling that was to feed me. Here's one that was to clothe me. And here's one I'd put aside against just such a rainy day as this.
May I come in, Mr. Payne?
Oh, Dr. Franklin.
I find your stairs quite tall and my breath quite short.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm sorry, too, you've come on me while
you're paying your rent, I should say, from the look of your companion.
What sort of joke is that, sir?
No joke at all, my good mistress. It's a tribute to the virtue that's writ on your every line.
Well, I have only this to say to you, sir. Good night.
Well, it's a long time since you've been to see me, Mr. Payne. I've missed your good talk and your quick mind.
Oh, you're very kind, Doctor. But I've observed a hungry man makes a poor guest.
A hungry man flatters his host or his cook.
Dr. Franklin, you've been in England for some time. May I ask if you're entirely satisfied with the way things are going?
No, I'm not. You see, a crisis is on the wing. Mr. Payne, what are your plans?
Well, I'm planning on staying alive, Dr. Franklin, but for the life of me, I couldn't tell you how.
Have you thought of using your pen? The other day, Dr. Goldsmith showed me a copy of a petition you wrote to Parliament. It would be a sinful waste if the force and clarity that went into it were allowed to go rusty through disuse.
Dr. Goldsmith and I were talking about freedom this afternoon. How deeply it's needed in the world.
Mr. Payne, why don't you go to America?
Well, the thought's never crossed my mind.
Well, it has now, Mr. Payne. We in America are seeking the kind of freedom you mean. We need a voice to crystallize that feeling. America is a new world, and it wants new ideas. You're needed there. Needed as much as freedom is. Mr. Payne, you'll be heard in America.
Will this table do, Mr. Colvin?
Yes, fine, thank you.
Oh. Good day, Mrs. Crosby.
Good day, gentlemen. Mr. Payne, how do you like our fine Philadelphia spring? Not keeping you from your work on the magazine?
No, indeed. Just a little hungry for supper. Not too early, are we?
Oh, you sit right down here by the window, and I'll have Meg fetch it.
Thank you.
Meg! Meg!
Yes, ma'am?
Quick, girl, some of that mutton and the pudding for the gentleman.
Very well, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, mistress. Well, I see you have quite a few guests here today.
Yes, all talking about the same thing. I see what happens up in Boston is their own affair. The way they're talking, you'd think Philadelphia was right across the field from it.
Well, we can't stand for unjust oppression. That's fundamental, mistress.
Well, myself, I'm no Tory, but I say as my mother did before me. I can't stand for things turned topsy-turvy. Why can't we keep on as we are? I serving you and other gentlemen the best ale in Philadelphia, and all of us loyal subjects of His Majesty.
You hear that, Colvin?
Yes.
That's the stagecoach from New York, isn't it?
Aye, it comes from Boston, too.
They'll be bringing news.
Aye.
Let's go outside and see for ourselves,
But
Colvin.
your supper, gentlemen, and they just about has it ready. Now you just come.
Oh, you keep it warm.
Payne.
We'll be right back. Oh, driver, have you any news?
I have indeed, sir. The Redcoats fired on the men in Lexington and marched to Concord. The countryside's turned out in arms.
Why does some fool always have to fire a musket at the wrong time?
Perhaps there's still a chance of reconciliation with the
Oh,
crowd.
not now, Colvin. I thought there was once. Not after this affair at Lexington. From here on, there's no telling what will happen. But I know this. Freedom will take root in America. It's the cause of God and humanity. It's common sense. Plain common sense. Come on. Let's go back to the office. I want to write.
Mr. Payne, wait.
Here's the gentleman's supper.
I'll take it back, Meg. I guess Mr. Payne and his friends are set. Maybe they're not hungry anymore. Well, I'll put it down. I'm hungry enough myself. Thank the stars for simple pleasures, eh, Meg?
Yes, ma'am. You always know what's best, ma'am.
Excuse me, General Washington. If you are occupied. No, Lieutenant. I've just finished reading a pamphlet by Thomas Paine of Philadelphia.
Indeed, sir? Well, sir, here are the orders of the day.
Oh, yes, of course. Have you by any chance seen Mr. Paine's pamphlet yet, Lieutenant?
Why, no, sir, I have not. What is it?
It's a pamphlet called Common Sense, Lieutenant. And it is plain common sense. It deserves to be read by every corporal's guard in the Continental Army. And if necessary, I'll issue an order to that effect.
Yes, sir.
I wish and hope every man, woman, and child from New Hampshire to Georgia will read this pamphlet. It's the best kind of common sense.
The sun never shone on a cause of greater worth.
Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Ye that oppose tyranny, stand forth.
Europe regards us as a stranger.
O America, receive the fugitive and prepare an asylum for mankind. Now is the seed time of continental union.
Now is the time for faith and honor.
Now is the time for freedom.
Now is the time for independence.
Independence. Off with the yoke. Independence. We are in the days of hell. Independence. 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 Independence.
Proceed, Mr. Jefferson. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of independence,
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes? Oh, good day, Mr. Payne.
Congratulations, Mr. Jefferson. Thank you. Well, we've bravely declared independence.
Yes? Now we must make it a fact.
Oh, we must. I have a carriage, sir, if you'd care to ride to your lodgings.
Well, thank you very much. I am a little tired.
Then this way, sir.
Good.
After you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Sam. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Get up. Now, these people on the streets, Mr. Payne, do you think they know what independence really means? That it means responsibility as well as liberty?
Oh, they will, sir. After reading your declaration, you can be proud of it.
You have as good or better right to be proud yourself. Your pamphlet, Common Sense, prepared the way. It made people ready to declare their freedom. But I'm sure of one thing, Mr. Payne.
What's that, Mr. Jefferson?
Once given freedom, people must fight to keep it. And they must be reminded constantly of the blessings of their liberty, or it's lost.
America's a young country, Mr. Jefferson. With it the hope and courage of youth. We've the strength, and now we have the will for freedom. Despotism is the curse of mankind, and now we have the chance to destroy it for all time in the United States.
The United States. That was your phrase, too, Mr. Payne. We need men like you who express... I hope you'll continue to write.
Oh, that can wait, Mr. Jefferson. When the need arises, I'll write again. As you say, we must all fight to keep our liberty. Right now, we need soldiers. We've had enough talking and writing for a while. Now I've got a chance to become General Washington's adjutant. I'm going to enlist, sir.
Halt. Who goes there?
A friend.
Advance, friend, and be recognized.
Thomas Paine, volunteer adjutant to General Greene, attached to General Washington's staff. Returning to duty.
In this cold and on Christmas Eve,
You must be daft. Nay, Sentry. Too many others are deserting already. Where'd we be if we all left?
Mayhap we'd be warm and cozy, like them Hessian pigs across the river in Trenton.
I wouldn't trade places with them. Would you?
Mayhap you're not as cold and hungry as me, Ed.
We're all cold and hungry and ragged, Sentry. But if we've lost heart, we've lost all.
I ain't telling you to desert, Adjutant. But if you did, I wouldn't blame you any more than the others. A warm home's the best place to be on a night like this.
Nor do I blame you, Sentry, for thinking of home. But it is our very home. Your home and mine that we're fighting for. And our right to enjoy them as free-born Americans.
Liberty's all right for them as believes it. With my belly empty, I ain't sure.
But you must believe it, Sentry. Else why do you stand here?
That's what I've been asking myself.
You must believe it. You shall, Sentry. Good night. God bless your Christmas.
Thank you, Adjutant. But I ain't saying how much more we can stand.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, General Washington.
I saw your fire, Adjutant. Thought you were writing. We might at least provide you a desk instead of a drum to write on. And out of the cold, too.
Well, the drum was handy, General, and I wanted to feel the cold. Like the sentry felt it. The sentry who challenged me a little while ago. I wanted to feel it freeze the marrow of my bones and see how we can keep it from chilling his heart.
If this pamphlet is like your others, Adjutant, it will give our army new heart and courage, if anything can. What did this sentry say?
Oh, it was cold, hungry, and ragged, like all the rest. He wasn't sure just how much longer he could last.
I know. What can we do, Adjutant? Many times everything seemed as hopeless to me as it does to them. If things continue, I'll be a general without an army.
And the worst of it is, sir, that the poor fellows have lost hope in liberty.
Yes. I wonder if there's a victory left in them. What do you call this new pamphlet?
The crisis.
The crisis. We have a crisis indeed. Do you mind if I see it?
No, General. Although it's not quite finished. Here it is, sir.
Thank you, Adjutant. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman.
Liberty's all right for them as believes it. I ain't sure how much more we can stand.
These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman.
Liberty's all right for them that believe it. I ain't sure how much more we can stand.
Tyranny like hell is not easily conquered. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. By perseverance and fortitude, we have the prospect of a glorious issue. By cowardice and submission, the sad voice of a ravaged country, a depopulated city, habitations without safety and slavery without hope.
Liberty's all right for them as believe it. I ain't sure how much more we can stand.
Let it be told to the future world that in the depth of winter, where nothing but hope and virtue could survive, that the city and country, alarmed at one common danger, come forth to meet and to repulse.
October 19th, 1781.
Gentlemen, one more cup before we go out to the parade ground. To our glorious victory.
Just a moment, Colonel Hamilton. To General Washington, our commander. And in eternal memory of this day here at Yorktown.
A toast to General Washington.
Thank you, Marquis de Lafayette. Thank you. May I call your attention to the music? Perhaps you in France are not acquainted with the brave old tune, The World Turned Upside Down.
Well, it certainly turned our world right side up.
Significant they should be playing that today. We've done more than defeat my Lord Cornwallis, gentlemen. The crisis is over. We won our cause. And now we have our freedom. Before this, we had nothing we could call our own. Now we're no longer dependent and disunited, but the independent and united States of America.
Well, here's the last step, sir. And here's my room. After you, Dr. Franklin.
Thank you.
Sit down, sir.
Thank you, Tom. My breath still comes short when I think of your other staircase.
Every time you climb stairs to see me, something happens, Doctor.
Yes, I know, Tom. In London, it meant you're coming here to the New World. And now here you're leaving us to go back to the old. Why?
I must, Dr. Franklin.
But the war is over. We've won. Why not enjoy the fruits of your labor?
No. My usefulness is here is over. Now Europe needs someone to speak out against tyranny and for freedom.
Tom, have you forgotten that it's not easy in Europe to speak at all?
You can't stifle an idea, Dr. Franklin. The flame of liberty lighted in America will never be snuffed out. I mean in Europe.
America may be a crude land, Tom, but I couldn't live happily anywhere else.
Dr. Franklin, I think I would be unhappy here.
Unhappy? No, Tom. Think of the freedom. Where liberty is, there is my country.
And where liberty is not, there is my country.
All his life, Tom Paine was a champion of the rights and freedom of humanity everywhere. And so he will be remembered by the world. But because it was America that gave him his first cause, and because he inspired in America the will to be free, Tom Paine takes an honored place in the Cavalcade of America. Thank you, Frank Reddick. And now the Cavalcade of America's historian, Dr. Frank Monahan of Yale University.
Next week, Cavalcade presents the story of Nancy Hanks, the mother of Abraham Lincoln. I think we will all agree that Abraham Lincoln was, in the exact meaning of the word, a great man. What are the things that make men great? Is it heredity, or environment, or circumstance? Certainly the mother of Lincoln exercised a decisive influence upon him. Nancy Hanks knew the hardships of the frontier, but in the midst of scrubbing and spinning and mending, she kept her eyes lifted to the horizon and beyond. She lived close to the earth and the smell of wild, earthy things. She took certain comfort in the promise of the future. She had no formal education, and her constant advice to her son was, "Abe, you go to school now and learn all you can." Although Nancy Hanks could not sign her own name, she made a significant mark in American history because she was the inspiration of Abraham Lincoln.
our story of Nancy Hanks next week, the Cavalcade of America presents in the title role the well-known radio actress Agnes Moorehead. The orchestra and original musical effects on the Cavalcade of America are under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Basil Rysdale saying good night and best wishes from DuPont.
The OTRR Group is a community of enthusiastic fans, avid listeners, and strong supporters of old-time radio. The group's goals include restoring, preserving, and sharing the classic shows from what is commonly known as the Golden Age of Radio, 1930 to 1960. The OTRR Group, comprised of a diverse worldwide group of volunteers, has undertaken many ongoing projects and continues to work hard to preserve our wonderful radio heritage. Visit www.otrr.org for more information.
Looking to conquer the world of WordPress? At G3PL.com, we're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at wp@g3pl.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3pl.com. Your WordPress success starts here.